Baritone, intimate, 5 to 8% deeper, volume 78% to 68 to 75%, intimate. Noah, if the jerk in the Armani suit stopped by our seat to look down my girlfriend's top one more really time, I was going to lose it. How many times did a man have to take a piss? Every 5 minutes? Gosh, even thinking about his blonde head walking up and down the aisle for the past 20 minutes made me want to break something. I would be breaking something his really knows if he looked at Thorn's top one more gosh time. These pricks in first class clearly have issues with staring. Well, I have issues with controlling my temper, and he was pushing me. If he kept it up, I would have no problem pushing back. Tegan was sitting beside me, on her own free will, completely unaware of how tempting she looked, oblivious to the stares she was receiving. We'd come straight from the hotel, and she was dressed in a pair of my sweatpants and a white wife beater, giving me and the prick in a suit a really perfect side view of her bare top. Thankfully, my sweats covered her legs, because knowing my boxers were all she had on underneath was driving me out of my mind. The visual would be my undoing. She had a huge, white, megawatt smile on her face, clearly engrossed in the paperback she'd picked up in duty-free before boarding. Watching the emotions play out on Thorn's face as she read was a beautiful sight. My girl had brains. "Noah, quick, give me your iPod," Tegan squealed, startling me. "Christ," I muttered, jerking in my seat. I passed her the iPod and watched as she tapped the screen furiously. "What's wrong?" "I need a song," she growled, scrawling through a playlist she had already created. "There's the scene. It needs a song." Her voice trailed off as she searched. "Yes!" she screeched, cackling with excitement before handing the iPod back to me. "Perfect." I cocked a brow, mildly amused. "What did you choose?" "Shh," she snacked, head back down in the screen. "I'm reading." "What the hell?" Shaking my head, I decided not to ask any more questions. Women were a complex species. I was way out of my league with this particular one. I knew my team thought I was insane, chasing a woman to Ireland, not to mention bringing her back with me. But they didn't get it. No one did. Well, Lucky kind of understood, but Tommy certainly didn't. Hell, Tommy thought I had a death wish, bringing Thorn on the MFA tour with me. His irate phone call this afternoon assured me of that. "She's been back in your life 5 minutes, man, and you're in trouble again," Tommy roared down the line. "Gosh, Noah, this is your career we're talking about. You've worked too hard and overcome too much to let it all slip through your fingers now." "It has nothing to do with her," I snarled, forcing myself to keep my voice down. I was in the middle of the airport, and Tegan was less than 3 feet away. She didn't need to be hearing any of this. "Gosh, oh, because it never has anything to do with her?" Tommy shot back, his tone laced with disgust. "Like you getting arrested had nothing to do with her? Or you breaking your bail conditions to chase her down had nothing to do with her? Or her uncle adding an extra 18 months onto your sentencing? I suppose getting into that fight last night had nothing to do with her either?" I wasn't stupid. It wasn't like I'd woken up this morning and decided everything was rosy in the garden between us. I was still hurting. I still felt betrayed and angry and really bitter. Fear of the future and uncertainty about Tegan's feelings for me still crippled me. But fear or not, nothing was going to drag me away from her again. Besides, I wasn't looking for Tommy's approval. I wasn't seeking any very person's acceptance. All I wanted was her. Everyone else and their opinions could go to hell. The moment the flight attendant stood in the middle of the aisle and began to call out the usual safety instructions, I tightened the strap of my seatbelt as tight as physically possible. Shoving my headphones on, I pumped the volume on my iPod to the max and held onto the metal armrests like they were my saving grace. I felt the plane move slowly, and my stomach twisted inside. A soft hand touched my neck, pulling my headphones away, and then Tegan's voice was in my ear. "What's up?" "I really hate flying, baby," I mumbled, keeping my eyes focused on the seat in front of me, desperately ignoring the window to my right. "Big bad Noah Messina afraid of flying?" Her soft laugh filled my ears. "We haven't taken off yet." I didn't respond. There was nothing I could say.
I wasn't afraid of flying. I was really petrified. Don't worry, Thorn purred, covering my hand with hers. I'll hold you to that. Takeoff is the worst, Tegan soothed. You'll be grand once we're up in the air. Gosh, I had 7 hours on this mother really death trap. The plane picked up speed, causing my head to spin and my ears to pop. My breakfast tried to make a reappearance. I was really pathetic. Hold my hand. Reaching out blindly, I thankfully caught a hold of Tegan's hand and squeezed. What the really is happening to my ears? Chew, Tegan instructed, before popping a stick of gum into my mouth. It'll help with the popping sensation. Ignoring Lucky and Quincy as they laughed and pointed their phones at me from 2 rows ahead, I clenched my eyes shut, held my breath, chewed like a maniac, and fought back the overwhelming urge to spew my guts out. I managed to remain calm until an hour in when the pilot decided it would be a fun idea to turn the plane on its side. "We're going to die," I screamed out, arms and legs flailing. "Thorn!" I was literally putting myself through really torture. "Noah," Tegan chuckled in between fits of laughter, "you're a Backstreet Fighter turned MFA superstar. You've got this. Stop being a baby." "Flying is safer than driving," I muttered, more to myself than to Tegan, ignoring her words. My fists couldn't really make me fly. "You could get killed crossing the road." "That's right," she cooed, stroking the back of my hand with the tips of her fingers. "And we're already over the ocean," she added. "It's a better way to die if we crash." My eyes flew open. What the really? My voice was higher than when it broke when I was 12. What the really kind of thing is that to say, Thorn? "I'm just saying," she argued lightheartedly, hazel eyes dancing with amusement. "If we were to crash, I would rather go down in the ocean. Less messy." "I need to get off this thing," I growled. Looking around for someone to help me, I spotted a flight attendant and flagged her over. "Let me off this really death trap." "Why don't you go for a walk down the aisle, Mr. Messina?" the hostess offered, trying and failing to hide her smile. "The seatbelt light is off, so go ahead and stretch your legs." "And take off the one thing that has the potential to save my life?" I shook my head in disgust. "You're really crazy." Frightened as I was, I couldn't help but notice the protective way Tegan covered my thigh with her small hand. "Can we have some alcohol?" she asked the hostess. "Of course," the hostess replied, smile fading as she eyed Tegan's hand. "Gin, bourbon, brandy, and we'll take a bottle," Tegan answered for the both of us. "A large one." The attendant returned a few moments later with a large bottle of Hennessy's and 2 disposable foam cups. "Thank you," Tegan said, offering a small wad of cash to the hostess before taking the bottle and twisting the cap off. "Here," she muttered, pouring a large dollop of brandy into one of the foam cups before thrusting it into my hand. "Drink." I didn't need to be told twice. Tossing the brandy down my throat, I swallowed it in one gulp, hissing when the burn hit just the right spot. Tegan quickly refilled my cup, and I downed that one and the one after that too. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a couple of kids sitting opposite us laughing at me.
"You'll be laughing," I snarled before tossing back my 5th cup, "when we nosedive into the really Atlantic." Their laughs soon died and were quickly replaced with soft cries and keening noises. "Noah," Tegan scowled, "cop on, will you? They're only kids." "Dead kids," I muttered under my breath, glaring across the aisle at the little ones. Catching my chin between her thumb and index finger, Tegan tugged hard, forcing me to look at her. "You are safe," she said slowly. "Nothing bad is going to happen to you, I promise, okay?" Even though I didn't truly believe it, I found myself nodding like a child, all my earlier fear and anxiety simmering down as another feeling inside of me grew at a rapid pace: comfort. Reaching out with her other hand, she took my cup from me before cupping my face in her small hands, her brown eyes snaring me. "Keep your eyes on me," she whispered. "I'm trying," I husked, pressing my forehead to hers, seeking something from this woman that I'd never been given before: reassurance. Leaning forward, Tegan pressed her rosy, plump lips against mine, the very lips I'd spent the best part of a decade dreaming about. She had her eyes open and locked on mine, and I felt weirdly exposed, like this was more intimate than being inside her, like she was giving me something by just pressing her mouth to mine. My heartbeat rocketed in my chest. It was too much. She was too much. I was so stunned by her move that I could do nothing but sit there like a really idiot, eyes wide open, hands glued to the armrests of my seat, and my focus entirely on her face. My skin was on fire, and the more she stroked and touched my face, the more I burned. I think I know a way you can work out all this tension. Thorn rubbed her nose against mine before pulling back and smiling. Running her hands up my chest, she rested them on my shoulders. How would you feel about joining the Mile High Club? They came together in passion, connecting deeply. Afterwards, breathless, Tegan, I was back in the States, back in the land I had once fled and vowed I would never return to. And I was back here with the man I had run from all those years ago. Ready to go on tour, moving from city to city, passing through a different state each week with my MFA superstar boyfriend. Noah sat beside me in the back seat of a shiny black limousine. He was all bulging muscles under his black shirt with his sleeves rolled up, tats, and messy hair. I swear to God, the man had the best forearms ever. The veins, the tan, the really strength in his arms were something else. With his Ray-Bans on, his legs stretched out in front of him, one hand on mine and the other hanging loosely over the back of the seat, Noah looked like a fallen angel. Someone dangerous, someone lethal. When he turned his face towards me and cocked a brow, I was immediately transported back in time, back to my youth, back to the nights when we were young and stupid, the nights I sat beside him in his hot-as-hell Lexus, feeling totally badass and unbreakable, driving around town in his car, skipping school, breaking all of my uncle's rules, not to mention the law, to be with him. Back then, Noah had been involved with some seriously dark and shady men, and the worst type of illegal activities an 18-year-old boy could be involved in. He dabbled in a violent underworld full of drugs, prostitution, and gangland murder, and I, in turn, had been dragged into said underworld. That was a world Noah had turned his back on for me years ago, but in that twisted, old-fashioned gangster way, the underworld wasn't ready or willing to let go of Noah. His so-called defection had set in motion a wrecking ball of events and repercussions that had destroyed our relationship and landed Noah behind bars for 5 years. But apparently, destroying us and taking years of Noah's life away wasn't good enough revenge for the sadistic mob boss, Noah's former stepbrother to be exact, because now, almost a decade later, JD's thirst for revenge was as intense as ever, and their preferred meat came in the form of yours truly. Yep, I was being stalked by my boyfriend's freak of a stepbrother who was determined to kill me and make it blissfully painful. I had no idea what I was doing, skipping halfway across the world when a war of epic proportions was brewing between a freaking mob. It felt like I was jumping from the frying pan straight into the fire. But I couldn't stay away from him a minute longer. Not one incriminating piece of evidence or red flag warning was scary enough to make me run. "Too awake, Thorn?" Noah asked in his deep, gravelly voice. He squeezed my hand gently, and just like that, all thoughts of J.D. Dennis evaporated from my mind. "Yeah," I replied, fighting back a yawn. "Do we have much further to go?" I asked, making a half-assed effort to twist my body towards him. Noah had a meeting with the disciplinary board of the MFA in about 45 minutes. We'd been traveling for almost 16 hours straight, leaving Ireland yesterday afternoon to get to the very meeting on time. Now that we were almost there, anxiety was going at my gut. If Noah ended up with a suspension, then it would be my fault. "Another 20 minutes," Noah drawled lazily.
So, what am I supposed to do when you're in the meeting? I asked, feeling uncertain. I didn't have a job to go to or any long-term plans. I'd left it all behind me. My entire life was back in Ireland, and I had bailed on it for Noah. Should I just wait in the car or limo? Not a chance, he shot back. Wherever I am, you'll be too. And when you're training, swiping the bottle of water out of the cup holder, I removed the cap and took a sip before backwashing it back into the bottle. Hot water. Ugh, that's disgusting. Be with me, he offered with a knowing smirk, his gaze flickering between my face and the car window beside him. I don't know, Thorn. You could shop, relax, have fun. I'm not going shopping all day, every day. Shifting closer to Noah, I rested my head against his shoulder and the bottle on his thigh. You don't know me at all if you think that's something I would actually enjoy. Letting out a grunt when the hot plastic touched his thigh, Noah's hand shot out and swipes the bottle out of mine. Then work for me, he grumbled, slipping the bottle back into the cup holder. I scrunched my nose up in distaste. And take a pity wage from you for doing nothing? I shook my head in disgust. That's not me. I'm my own woman. Then help me train. Take care of my money. Spend my money. Gosh, Thorn, I don't care. Excuse me, Noah Messina. I am a qualified, not to mention well-experienced gym instructor. Jerking away from his body, I turned my body sideways and glared at his side profile. I'm far from a China doll. Don't be so sexist. For really's sake, Noah grumbled, running a hand through his appealing hair before claiming mine and pressing a kiss to my knuckles. I chased you halfway across the world to be complained at? You most certainly did. Well, my leg of the tour doesn't officially start for 2 weeks. Smirking, he added, let's just leave all the worrying until then and enjoy this time together. What about training? Men didn't look like Noah without sweating their asses off in a gym daily. Don't you have some sort of regiment to stick to? It doesn't matter, he replied gruffly. I want time alone with you. Everything else can wait. Sighing in contentment, I turned, stared at him shamelessly, thoroughly enjoying the electrical feeling surging through my body from the physical contact of having Noah's rough, calloused hand covering mine. You know, I don't think I've ever been in a limousine before. Waggling my brows, I smirked. Posh much? Noah barked out a laugh. You think I'm posh? Shaking his head in amusement, he said, I'm used to being transported in the back of a prison van in chains, Thorn.
I'm about the furthest from posh you could get. Speaking of prison vans, I lazily traced circles on Noah's thigh with my finger. How long did Lucky serve in prison? Since Noah and Lucky told me about them sharing a cell together, I'd been curious. I'd wanted to ask, but I didn't want to bring it up around Lucky. Noah shifted in his seat. 11 years. My jaw fell open, and he quickly pushed it shut with his finger. Lucky's one of the good ones, he told me with a knowing smirk. He got in over his head when he was barely more than a kid. The guy has long paid his dues. What did he do? I asked, wondering how any man that served 11 years in prison could be one of the good guys. Shifting closer to Noah, I rested my head against his shoulder. You guys never talk about it. Is it bad? Manslaughter. Lucky killed a man? How lovely, I muttered in disgust. I was hanging around with some colorful characters, that was for sure. Babe, stem the judgment, Noah reproved, tipping my chin up with his finger. You don't know his reasons. There's a good enough reason to validate murdering a man nowadays? I scrunched my nose up in disgust. I highly doubt it. When the man harms and murders your girlfriend, then yeah, Noah growled, turning his face to look at me pointedly. I'd say absolutely. That's a good enough reason to take his life. Oh. My cheeks flamed in shame and embarrassment. I didn't know that. Things aren't always how they seem on the outside, Tegan, Noah replied quietly. And just like that, the atmosphere around us changed. It darkened. Not everything is black and white. What's his real name? I asked, trying to steer the conversation away from the mess it was heading into. Whose? Lucky's? The question seemed to throw Noah, and his brows furrowed in confusion. I don't know, he replied thoughtfully. Never asked. You shared a cell with him for half a decade and never once thought to ask him his real name? You've met the guy, he shot back. Why didn't you ask him, Jessica Fletcher? Because he's your Lucky. I shifted uncomfortably on my seat. And honestly, that guy comes across as a closed book. Lucky seemed friendly enough. He smiled whenever our paths had crossed, but I had a feeling he kept to himself. One look at the man, and it was obvious that he wasn't the type of person you could pump information from. Shrugging, Noah smiled sheepishly. Well, I know his last name is Casarazzi. I frowned. You do realize that's going to bug me until I find out? Sliding his phone out of his pants pocket, Noah swiped the screen before putting it to his ear. Hey, men, he said after a moment, keeping his eyes on the road. What's your real name? He paused and said, Cool, before hanging up and dropping his phone back in his pocket. It's Hunter. Hunter? I pondered it for a moment before nodding in agreement. It suited him. I can't believe you never told me that you and Lucky were cellmates. When was I supposed to tell you, Thorn? Noah turned to face me. His tone of voice was soft, but the meaning behind his words stung. During one of our many phone calls or prison visits these past 7 years, I flinched like he slapped me across the face. Are you ever going to get over it? I am over it. His tone was abrupt and strained. He wasn't over it. He pretended to be, and sure, Noah could be a pretty good liar, but he couldn't fool me. It was still there between us, the pain and betrayal buried deep down inside like an elephant in the room, or a ticking time bomb just waiting to explode. Sure you are, I grumbled, choosing to bow out of this argument. It was pointless. Neither of us were going to win, and I didn't have the energy to go another round with him. I also knew that I had wronged him on so many levels that I wasn't sure if we could ever get past it. I memorized every inch of you. I really loved you even when I hated you most, he roared hoarsely. You broke my trust, Thorn. You ripped my very heart out of my chest. But you're still the only one I want by my side. At my lowest point, all I wanted was you. At my highest point, all I want is you. I must be a masochistic jerk because after all these years and all this pain, I still want to have my soul with you. Split myself down the center and give you ownership of me. I loved you, I called out, voice breaking as I watched him walk away from me, knocking over every piece of equipment he passed. You didn't love me enough, he roared, slamming both his hands against the door before he walked out. Noah, I'm sorry, I whispered, keeping my eyes shut, my eyelids burning. For what? You know for what, I muttered, biting down hard on my bottom lip. I was a stubborn woman, and admitting I was wrong wasn't an easy thing for me. Apologizing was even harder. For not staying. Gosh, would it ever get easier? For leaving you. To rot alone in a prison cell? They came together in passion. He spoke of his pain and his future, his words a contrast to their tender connection. She expressed her deep regret for the past, acknowledging her inability to change it, and her unwavering commitment to their future together. He questioned her past, his words cutting through the intensity of their connection. Liam was safe. He couldn't hurt me because I didn't have any room left inside of me to store the pain. You say you want me, Noah, but I didn't know that back then, so I tried to move on from you. I tried to force myself into believing Liam was what was right for me. He's not what's right for you, Tegan, Noah hissed. His eyes never left mine as he took a step back and said, He's what's safe for you. Im's what's right for you. Me? I could never be intimate with another man. Never again. Shaking the image of Liam's face out of my mind, I cried out, No, as she responded intensely to Noah's touch, overwhelmed by the building sensations.
She was overcome with sensation, surrendering to the moment as the limousine ate up the miles. "I don't trust easily, and I don't love," he grunted. "Never have." Their intimate connection deepened to the rhythm of their relationship, hard, fast, and merciless. "But I did both of those with you." "I know." Her intense response only pushed him on, as she was consumed by sensation. "Oh, gosh, I know." Urging him on. 1,000 thoughts flushed through my mind in that moment, every one of him, but I let sensation guide me. "I was always coming back for you." Noah's words, his beautiful, harsh words, were like music to my ears, and I covered his hand with mine, squeezing my thighs together just as she reached her peak. Sighing, he ended their intimate moment and whispered, "I'm not blaming you for everything, Thorn. I'm just trying to explain how I feel. I need to believe you're not going to walk away from me again. Just give me some time." There were only so many ways I could tell him, show him, that I was here to stay. My big, bruised, and beautifully broken man. "I can do that," I whispered. "Give you time, that is." Loving Noah Messina wasn't a choice for me. It was something that had been instilled inside in my heart without my brain's permission. I couldn't stop it. I couldn't change it. All I could do was roll with the punches and pray I made it out in one piece. Either way, there wasn't another person on this planet I would rather break my own heart loving. Tegan. I was shuffled into the fanciest-looking boardroom on this side of the hemisphere, with Noah right behind me. 9 pairs of eyes immediately flew to my face, and I flamed in embarrassment. I can wait outside," I started to say, but Noah quickly shut me down. "This is Tegan," he announced to the room full of suits, "my girlfriend."
Get used to seeing her around the place, because she goes where I go. His girlfriend. A few members of the board cleared their throats. Others looked dispassionately in my direction, but no one argued with Noah, and to be fair, I didn't blame them. Noah wasn't an easy man to challenge, in any aspect of life. With that, Noah pulled out a chair at the huge oak table and gestured for me to sit. I practically fell into the chair, feeling totally out of my element. Taking the seat beside me, Noah leaned forward and rested his elbows on the expensive table in front of us. Meanwhile, I shriveled up in my chair, praying for this to end quickly. Through hooded eyes, I watched as Noah flicked through the neat pile of paperwork in front of him. Tension was emanating from him as he stared hard at each sheet. Letting out a low growl, he ran a hand through his hair before rolling his shirt sleeves back up to his elbows and refocusing on the paperwork. "My name is Judith Rembrandt, head of the disciplinary board. Shall we commence, Mr. Messina?" A low-sized, middle-aged woman asked in a snotty tone. Judith had her graying brown hair pulled back in a severe bun, and she kind of reminded me of one of our old school teachers in the convents back home. I bet she was a crack-the-whip kind of woman. "Where's Nick?" was all Noah replied. Nick Leverstein was the owner and CEO of the MFA. I was more than surprised not to see him here. Obviously, Noah was too. "Unfortunately, Mr. Leverstein was unavailable this morning," the old shrew replied. "Shall we proceed?" "Go for it." Leaning back in his chair, Noah shoved the paperwork away from him, not far, but enough to let everyone in the room know he wasn't happy. With a nod of her head, Judith wasted no time in chastising Noah. "Your actions in Ireland were completely unacceptable, Mr. Messina, not to mention illegal. Do I need to remind you that you are a representative of our brand, and when you behave badly, it reflects badly on the MFA?" Nodding stiffly, Noah drummed his fingers against the desk, but he didn't respond. I was really proud of his self-restraint in that moment, because I wanted to cut the difficult person for talking to him like that. My fingernails were making tiny, burrowing holes in the leather armrests. Maybe I was growing too, because I was managing to stay in my seat. Maybe Noah was a good influence on me, after all. Your previous convictions, not to mention your recreational pursuits, Judith added, her eyes flickering to me, and she cleared her throat, have a direct effect on our brand's name. Recreational pursuits? I whispered under my breath. Turning to Noah, I raised a brow in question, and he shook his head, looking just as puzzled as I was. The private video, Noah, another voice said from behind us. A millisecond later, the sound of a door closing firmly filled my ears. Swinging around to see who had walked in, my mouth fell open when Tommy Moyet, Noah's best friend from high school, entered my peripheral vision. Apologies for my late arrival. Tommy walked over to the table and took a seat on Noah's right, never once glancing in my direction. I didn't miss the cool way Tommy ignored my presence, but I also didn't miss the warmth and relief in Noah's eyes when Tommy entered the room. In fact, Noah visibly sagged in his chair. Traffic was hectic, Tommy continued to say with a dismissive flick of his wrist. Shrugging off his crisp gray suit jacket, Tommy discreetly fist-bumped Noah under the table before turning his attention back to the board. Taking Noah's file of paperwork, Tommy flicked through each page, looking mildly amused, before taking the board to town. Ms. Rembrandt, do I need to remind you that Noah's previous convictions and private affairs have nothing to do with this meeting? Judith's face reddened, but she quickly recovered. A black mark on your client is a black mark on our company. And yet, your CEO was more than aware of my client's black marks when he signed him to the company less than 2 weeks after his release, Tommy shot back calmly. In fact, he's made a pretty penny selling my client's life story to the media. Uh-oh, Tommy hit a nerve with that comment. Judith's face turned an unflattering shade of purple. Be that as it may, Mr. Messina should conduct himself in a professional manner at all times. Did you watch the video? Tommy countered lazily. I sat forward, completely immersed in watching this old lady take a verbal scolding. What video? I whispered, nudging Noah. Deep down, I had a feeling I already knew, but I needed the confirmation from him. Thorn. The look Noah gave me was one of fierce regret, and I knew. I really knew. The elevator, I said, deadpan. The CCTV footage of Noah and me sharing an intimate moment in the elevator of Kyle Carter's hotel. You and me? Noah nodded slowly. Groaning, I dropped my head in my hands and bit back the urge to howl. Reese, really, Tanner. Glancing around the room at her colleagues, Judith turned back to Tommy and nodded. I speak for all of us here when I say that, yes, we all watched the tape. We needed to see what sort of damage control was in order, she explained, red-faced. It's our job. Then you're all guilty of watching an unsolicited video of minors? Tommy shot back with a smirk. Tut-tut, Mrs. Rembrandt. Noah barked out a laugh, and Judith cut him a look that said, shut your very mouth. Wait. You intentionally downloaded and watched illegally captured footage of a 17-year-old girl? Judith paled and Tommy grinned in victory. Tegan, he said, addressing me for the first time. Yup, I asked, mortified. These fine people have all freely admitted to watching unsolicited footage of you as a minor, footage that was leaked without your consent or knowledge. What would you like to do? Oh gosh, I wasn't prepared for this. What did I want to do? I wanted to go back in time and really hurt Reese Tanner, but the past was unchangeable. The future, however? I want Noah cleared of all responsibility regarding the fight in Cork, I announced. Shut that gosh down, close your case on my boyfriend, and I'll forget about what a bunch of perverts you all are. That's my girl, chuckled. Shoving his seat back, he caught hold of my hand and half dragged me out of my seat. See ya. Now wait just a very minute, Judith spluttered, furious. We're not done here, Mr. Messina. Talk to my manager, Noah shot back, grinning. We're out. Noah, get back here. I need to speak to you. Tommy's voice came from behind me, and reluctantly, I came to a halt in the middle of the empty corridor. Not now, T, I warned him, clenching my jaw. This wasn't the time or the place for the conversation I knew Tommy wanted to speak to me about.
Tegan, who was alongside me, looked up in confusion. "What's wrong?" she asked, I Tommy, who was approaching us with a thunderous expression on his face. "Nothing," I lied, reassuring her. "Nothing?" Tommy snarled when he reached us. "Are you messing with me?" Running a hand through his prematurely graying hair, Tommy laughed humorously. "1 hour and you're jumping through hoops?" "Not here," I snapped, inclining my head towards Tegan. Clearly, Tommy either didn't get my drift or didn't care, because he continued to rant in my face like a really madman. "This isn't a game, Noah," Tommy sneered. "Picking fights outside bars? Walking out of the meeting like that?" Tommy shook his head in disgust. "This is your career, man, and when your future is on the line, all of our futures are on the line." "What really did you expect me to do?" I snarled, losing my cool. "Let them rough her up?" I took a step towards him. "No one puts their hands on her." My fists clenched. "Really, no one." "I'll tell you what I didn't expect," Tommy shot back. "I didn't expect you to be so stupid." And then she was there, by my side, defending me like a lioness.
Don't you dare call him stupid, Tegan hissed. Stepping around me, she walked straight up to Tommy and pressed her finger against his chest. "Talk to him like that one more time, and I'll make you regret it severely." She was protecting me. This tiny little woman full of spunk and sass and heart. I'd never had that before. A teammate, an equal. Tegan made me feel like I was worth a hell of a lot more than I actually was. Jesus Christ, I think I fell in love with her all over again in that moment. Holding my hand up to Tommy in warning, I took Tegan by the arm and half dragged her down the corridor and out of harm's way. We rounded a corner and I sagged in relief when I spotted Lucky lounging on a bench in the foyer of the building. "Go wait with Lucky," I told her. Releasing her hand, I nudged her over to my friend. "I won't be long." Lucky, who had noticed us approaching, was already walking towards us. "Blondie," he said with a grin, "come take a walk with me." His eyes flickered to mine, and in that brief moment, I found a huge amount of relief. With that fleeting glance, he reassured me that he had my back. I could trust him with Tegan. Lucky wouldn't let me down. "Noah, if you're in trouble because of me, I want to know about it," Tegan shot back heatedly. "If Tommy Moyet has a problem with me being here—" "He doesn't," I interrupted. "It's just business, Thorn, my career, nothing to do with you." Tegan dropped her hands to her hips and puffed out a sharp breath. "I'm not dumb, Noah." She stared hard up at me, silently demanding an explanation. I didn't give her one. I didn't trust myself to speak. Turning my back on her, I stalked back to where I'd left Tommy. "I don't like this, Noah," Tommy said unapologetically when I reached him. Turning his back to me, he shoved his hands in his pockets and looked out the floor-length window. "I think she's a menace, a liability, and completely unworthy of you." I stepped back, putting a few feet between us. It was either move or hit him, and as pissed as I was at Tommy, I didn't want to hurt him. "I need you to not talk about her like that," I warned him, grasping at the last thread of my patience. "Ever again." "It's how I feel, man," Tommy shot back indignantly, swinging around to face me. "That woman is about the worst really thing on this planet for you. She's going to take you down, Noah, one way or another." I opened my mouth to speak, but Tommy continued. "Your rental was trashed. You are being threatened. Hell, we are all being threatened, and you are dangling Tegan in front of JD like a bleeding lamb to a great white." "Careful, T." Running a hand through my hair, I pulled hard on the ends, urging myself to calm a hell down. "One more word against her, and I'm going to lose my gosh." "You haven't thought this through," he said accusingly. "Bringing her over here?" He threw his hands up in the air. "Taking her on tour with us?" "I've spent the last 7 years thinking about nothing else," I snarled, chest heaving. "And if she leaves you again?" he roared. "What are you going to do then? We both know she's a flight risk." "She won't do that to me." "And what if the guy she's been seeing comes looking for her?" Tommy spat. "What if her uncle calls her home? Have you thought about that? Have you thought about how crazy this is?" Tommy ran a hand through his hair and groaned. "You don't know her, Noah. She's a girl from high school who screwed you over real bad. She's a liability to us. We're your team.
I was there when the gosh hit the fan back in high school, he snapped. I watched her ruin you, repeatedly. I know what she represents to you. Do you want to keep your job? I snarled, clenching my knuckles so tight that I felt them crack. Because one more word about her and you're fired. Do you want to keep yours? He shot back angrily. Because keep messing around with her and you'll be out of one. Obviously not, I snarled. You're fired. Are you serious? Hurt was splayed all over Tommy's face. Noah, we've been friends for 10 years, he added in a pained voice. You're putting some woman over our friendship? Not some woman. Releasing my fists, I wiped my palms against my thighs. My woman. And 100%. Noah, Tommy protested, but I was done being patient. Turning my back, I walked away from his sorry self before I did something I would no doubt regret. You have training in an hour, he called out, finally getting my message. Quincy and Bo are waiting for you at the gym on 5th. Noah, are you hearing me? Really, your training, I seethed as I continued walking. Really, the disciplinary board. In fact, really you all. And your fight next weekend? Tommy shouted angrily. Heavy footprints came from behind me. Seconds later, Tommy's hand was on my shoulder. Swinging me around, he looked straight into my eyes. Really, that too? I'll be there on fight night like always, I shot back, furious, roughly shaking his hand from my shoulder. And I'll win, like always. Noah, you need to train. No, I held my hands up between us and took a step back. If Tommy was smart, he would back up from me. I need people to stop telling me what really to do. So what? He demanded. You're not going to train anymore? I'm taking 2 weeks off, I replied. I'll be at the fight, but I need some time with her. This is exactly what I was afraid of, I heard him mutter under his breath. 7 years, Tommy, I roared. Inhaling a deep, calming breath, I forced myself to calm the hell down before adding, she comes first. She will always come first. Tommy was silent for a long moment. I'm sorry, okay? He held out his hand to me. I'm just worried to death, man. The whole JD thing has me all messed up, and now she's here? He swallowed deeply. It just feels like everything is coming full circle again, and not in a good way. My former stepbrother's face infiltrated my mind, and just like that, my bad mood turned murderous. Knowing that he had been watching Tegan all this time made my blood run cold. He found her. In one of the quietest places on this planet, that rat bastard found her. Worse, he'd intruded in her life, violated her privacy, been in her apartment. My hands balled into fists on their own accord. Rage seeped through my body. I was under no illusions that I was in the middle of a war. I also knew it was a war I had to win. Because Tegan needed me, all of me, intact and alive with blood in my veins and air in my lungs. I had sold my soul to the devil, and it just so happened that my personal devil came with an Irish accent and blonde hair. He's here, you know, Tommy whispered. In Vegas. Lewis spotted him yesterday, walking down 5th like he didn't have a care in the world. Don't tell her, I squeezed out. This was exactly why taking Tegan on the road with me was my only option. I'd followed my heart, and now my heart was in immediate danger. Whatever else happens, make very sure Tegan doesn't know he's here. I'm more worried about you, Noah, Tommy countered heatedly. You're my best friend. If anything happens... Nothing is going to happen to anyone, I said, making a promise I wasn't sure I could keep. It's a really scare tactic. JD's trying to psych us out. Sighing, I added, let him follow us. At least we'll know where to find him. What are you going to do? I'm going to take his life. That's what I'm going to do. The less you know, the safer. Tegan, that was insane, I exclaimed when Noah and I had finally made it through the throngs of fans that had been waiting outside the MFA headquarters building, all desperately vying to get an autograph or a photo taken with my boyfriend. I was quickly learning that Noah's world was a constant paparazzi-filled party. Noah smirked. I know. Maneuvering the Lexus convertible that had miraculously appeared at the back of the building, Noah drove hard and fast.
The beast of a car ate up the miles, and we were soon several blocks away. You're such a tough, I teased, twisting sideways to look at him. Blowing off your boss like that. Clearing my throat, I added, "Talk to my manager," in a deep voice. Totally tough. Noah threw his head back and laughed. "She's not my boss, Thorn." Reaching across the console, Noah took my hand in his and raised it to his mouth. "You are," he purred, before pressing a hot kiss to the back of my hand. "You are so full of nonsense," I shot back, a little breathless, because, let's face it, Noah Messina just called me his boss. "So, what did Tommy say to you?" Noah's body tensed. "Nothing important." "Are you sure?" I asked, but Noah didn't respond. Choosing to move on quickly, I asked, "So where are we going?" "Wherever you want, Thorn. My schedule is free for the next 2 weeks." Shrugging, Noah dropped his hand to his lap, keeping a hold of mine. "Actually, I could eat something." He tugged on my hand, and I had no choice but to shimmy closer. Not that I was complaining. "You hungry?" "Starving," I replied. "I feel like I haven't eaten in days." "We could check out this place in—" His phone rang, and he paused mid-sentence before letting out a heavy sigh. "Who is it?" I asked, curious as I watched him dig inside his pants pocket for his phone. "Tommy," he replied, rather dejectedly, before swiping the screen and putting the phone to his ear. "What?" was the first word Noah spoke. "If this is about earlier—" I listened intently, trying and failing to hear what Tommy was saying to Noah down the line. I suspected that whatever news Tommy had for Noah wasn't good, because the sudden tension in his body was both obvious and unnerving. Shifting closer to him, I leaned forward and pretended to adjust my sock when in truth I was just trying to eavesdrop. Noah glanced back at me briefly and shook his head reprovingly. Busted. Sheepishly, I sat back and crossed my arms. "Whoop-dee, really do. I can make that back in 3 fights," Noah argued down the line, voice rising. "Just get it done, T." With those final words, Noah tossed his phone down, unaffected when the expensive piece of technology clattered against the floor. I managed to remain quiet for all of 3 seconds before asking, "What was that about?" "He was calling about that very video," Noah shot back, clearly fuming. "It's everywhere, Thorn. T said that it's on so many sites that it would take months to clear them all." "Okay," I said calmly, wondering why on earth I wasn't freaking out right now. Noah was obviously thinking the same, because when I caught him glancing at me, his face was set in a deep frown. "What are you thinking?" "I'm wondering who on earth is sitting in my car right now," Noah shot back. Shaking his head, he ran a hand through his hair. "I was sort of expecting you to freak about 10 minutes ago." "What's the point?" I said. "Everyone in the hub saw us being together in Cashin when it leaked 7 years ago. What's another couple of million viewers?" Shrugging, I clasped my hands together. "We can't change it, and we can't make it go away." "So what should we do?" Noah asked, clearly confused. "We should download that sucker and have a good time with it." Noah's jaw fell open. "You little perv." "I happen to believe I looked very good at 17, I shot back, not missing a beat. "And I want to see what all the fuss is about." "You want to watch that video together?" he choked out, pulling at the collar of his shirt. "And you looked better than good at 17, he added. "You looked really ethereal." Smirking, he added, "You're like a fine wine, Thorn." "Please," I said, holding up my hand, stopping him from saying one of the cheesiest one-liners of all time. "But yeah, why shouldn't we watch it?" Noah's brows furrowed together. "Why watch it when we can just be together intimately?" "Why not watch it while we're being together intimately?" I offered smoothly. His brows shot up. "Yeah, I'm sold," he said with a thick voice. "Download the very video." I watched him like a hawk as he shifted around on the seat, clearly uncomfortable, and pulled at the collar of his black shirt. "By the way, I'm off the hook with the disciplinary board." "You are?" I squealed in delight. "So what does this mean for your career?" "Tommy said I'm on a probation for 3 months," he replied, a little less tense, "but I'm free to fight." "We should book into a motel somewhere." Pulling myself onto my knees, I leaned over and whispered into his ear,
So we can celebrate all day and watch the video. Oh, yeah. Twisting his neck from side to side, he pulled at his collar and let out a groan. You're not playing with me, are you, Thorn? Turning his face, he looked at me with a puppy dog expression. You're not going to shatter my dream and tell me you're joking? Your dream? I grimaced. For all of 5 seconds. 5 fantastic, really seconds, he shot back with a smirk. You'll see, I replied. My desire for him was overwhelming. Chuckling under his breath, Noah reached forward and switched on the stereo. Ironically, Selena Gomez's Hands to Myself blasted through the speakers. Smiling to myself, I pulled my hair out of its makeshift bun and knotted my hands in my messy blonde hair, moving to the beat of the song. I was on a major high after blowing off Noah's bosses. I was feeling empowered and recklessly in love with the man beside me. In all honesty, I couldn't believe how much I lucked out with this man. Being here with him now, after all the gosh and the trouble, well, it was sort of mind-blowing. Look at the trouble you're causing me, Noah groaned, glancing up at me before looking back at the road. I have no idea what you're talking about, I replied sweetly. My desire, Thorn, Noah evaluated. I'm really affected by you, baby. Oh my God, I laughed, flopping back down to a sitting position. What are you, 12? My desire is strong, Thorn. I'm really affected, he countered, unapologetically, clamping one strong hand on my thigh. You're the one moving so enticingly. Pull the car over and I could be yours right now, I teased, waggling my brows, forcing myself not to laugh as I nudged his arm with my elbow. And everything else, I added. Glancing sideways at me, Noah bit down hard on his lip and growled. Keep laughing, he warned, smirking cockily. You're the one who's going to be very tired after our time together. A shiver of intense anticipation jolted through me. I silently debated with myself for a few minutes, torn on whether or not to continue tormenting my boyfriend. I knew full well Noah wasn't joking around when he said I'd be very tired tonight. The man was a really machine. Okay, let's play a game, I blurted out, dragging my mind out of the gutter. Noah cocked a brow. What kind of game? A getting to know each other game. Reaching under my seat, I rummaged around in my purse, grinning when I retrieved my faithful iPod. Let's play songs that remind us of each other. Syncing it with the car stereo, I flicked through dozens of songs until, bingo! Taylor Swift's Out of the Woods blasted from the car stereo, and I blurted out, leave it on. Cradling my iPod to my chest, I smiled sweetly at him. Please? I knew this wasn't Noah's choice of song, not by a long shot, but it was mine, and I grinned in victory when his fingers paused over the on-off button before choosing to turn up the volume. You're a pain to me, he grumbled in defeat, and reclaimed my hand, smoothing soft circles over my fingers with his thumb. A really thorn in my side. It reminds me of you, I told him, and that's the name of the game. Really? He husked, confusion written all over his face. This one? Yes, really. It was the truth. This song had always reminded me of us, and I felt each word right down to my bones.
Kicking off my dollar store flip-flops, I rested my bare feet against the dashboard and closed my eyes. Of us, I whispered, reveling in Noah's touch, in the feel of his hand on mine. Her hand slipped beneath the towel that was covering me, and the moment her fingers curled around me, a hiss escaped my mouth. My eyes flew open. The feel of her flesh on mine really affected every fiber of my being and set me on fire. Jesus, I was burning for her. Moving closer into her touch, I watched Tegan as she watched us on the laptop. She never took her eyes off the screen, and I never took mine off her face. You were a virgin. You were so tight, but I just thought I didn't realize. Her hand moved faster, intensifying the moment I was not a virgin, Noah. I was with my last boyfriend for 3 years. We had her thumb traced over me. Stop talking. Don't talk to me about other guys. Sex. We came together a lot. Sorry to burst your little virgin bubble. She moved against me, rocking her hips gently. Your blood is on me.
and your thighs are smeared with it, so stop really lying about who's been intimate with you, Tegan, when it's perfectly clear the only person who has had the pleasure of being with you is me." The soft moan that escaped her lips drove me really wild with want. "Go away, Noah." The bed dipped beside me. "You already took care of that, Thorn." They shared intimacy, eyes darkened. Afterwards, breathless, Tegan leaned over his body and said, "We have 12 days until you officially start the tour." Kneeling back, she dragged my t-shirt that she was wearing over her head and dropped it down on the bed. That's 288 hours of no interruptions. My eyes roamed over her body, taking in every inch of her beauty. "We can lock ourselves away from the world," she continued to say as she pressed her hand against the bare skin of my chest and smiled down at me. Grunting from the feel of her hand on my chest, I covered it with mine and used my other arm to pull her down so that she was flush against me. "You had me the moment you walked your sexy self out of your uncle's house and tossed that can of paint on my car, and you know it." Stroking her cheekbone with my thumb, I exhaled a shaky breath. "I love you, Tegan Connolly. Pain in my rear, thorn in my side." Smirking, I added, "I love you deeply." "Why?" One small word from her lips that let me know Tegan wasn't as confident and uncaring as she let the world think she was. "Why me, Noah?" she added quietly. "Because you never try to impress me, but you end up impressing me anyway," I told her honestly. "You're completely yourself whether we're alone or in a room with 50 others. And you saw the good in me before anyone else realized there was any good to be found." I brushed her hair out of her eyes, tucking the long blonde strands behind her ears. "You follow your heart," I continued to say. "You're vicious, spontaneous, and reckless. And you love with the whole of your heart, regardless of the consequences." Sighing, I added, "I think the question you should be asking is how could I not love you?" "Wow," she whispered after a long pause. Slapping my chest, she sighed, "I think you just might have made me pregnant with those words." "Shut up, you little fruitcake," I laughed. Rolling her onto her back, I hovered over her, careful not to press my full weight down on her tiny frame. Tegan might be a loudmouth, but she was dainty, willowy, fragile. I was constantly checking myself when it came to this little spitfire. "You make me happy," I confessed, rubbing her nose with mine. "I've never had that before you." Another truth. This woman brought to the surface emotions inside of me that I'd long since buried. She reminded me of a summer evening during childhood when the sun shone high in the sky and youth rolled out before you like a never-ending carpet of possibilities. "You make me whole," she replied, before lifting her face up and claiming my lips with hers. "Gosh, Thorn, you can't say gosh like that to me," I groaned against her lips, "and expect me not to be completely captivated?" "Be completely captivated?" Tegan waggled her brows. "That sounds like it could be fun." Rolling away from me, Tegan threw herself onto her back and grinned devilishly up at my face. "Come on, Messina," she teased, folding her arms behind her head, her hazel eyes taunting me. "Captivate me. Go right ahead and be completely captivated." My lip curled up as I studied her pretty face. I couldn't really help it. They came together in passion. "Tegan, I don't want you to die." Dawn was breaking outside. The birds were singing. The sun was rising, and Noah and I were lying on our bed with the blankets crumpled up around us. We had spent the last 5 days crammed up in this hotel suite, snacking on unhealthy food, watching crummy movies, and not bothering to get dressed. Not having anyone interrupting us or demanding his attention was even better. We had spent the night going over everything, and I mean every little detail from our past, and it was only now that I was getting to the core of Noah's issues. "Nobody's dying, Noah," I assured him. Stretching out my leg, I used my toes to rub his bare stomach. He was lying crossways at the foot of the bed, looking stressed out. His hair was a mess, ruffled from running his hands through it. All he had on was a pair of black sweatpants. The moment my foot touched his stomach, I felt the muscles bunch together and tighten. Snaking a hand around my ankle, Noah caught hold of my foot and pressed it harder to his stomach. Famous last words, Thorn, he grumbled, caressing my ankle with his thumb. What do you mean? The only people I have ever allowed myself to care about have died at the hands of the Dennis family. His voice was gruff and thick with emotion. My mother, my father, well, the guy I thought was my father, he laughed humorously. There's only one person left. He stared pointedly at my face. I'm not leaving you, I promised, refusing to allow the fear to overthrow common sense. You saw what they did to my mother, Tegan, what they made me do? Noah covered his face with his huge arm and sighed heavily. They want to take you from me because you are the only thing I ever took for myself. You are the only living soul I ever took the risk of loving. I am not leaving you, Noah, I repeated slowly. JD can kiss my lily-white rear. It's going to take a hell of a lot more than bullets, flowers, and stupid notes to take me away from you. If anything ever happened to you because of me, Noah squeezed out, well, they better have a cell strong enough to keep me locked in because I would burn the really world down. What if we set up a meeting with him and find out his demands? Shrugging, I added, surely there's something we can offer him to make him go away. I thought that was a just and rational suggestion, but from Noah's reaction, you'd swear I'd asked him to steal the Hope Diamond for me. Are you insane? He roared. Leaping off the bed, he began to pace the floor like a caged animal. No, I shot back, insulted. I'm trying to think outside the box here. Rising up on my knees, I began to plot. If it's money he's after, then you have it. Hell, I can sell my half of the gym. It wouldn't be much, but I could get 60 grand for it. Jesus Christ, you really are really crazy. Laughing humorously, Noah ran a hand through his hair. There's must be something funny in the water over in Ireland, because the Tegan I remember wasn't so really gullible. I am trying to figure a way out of this for us. There is no way out of this for us, he roared into my face. Your really blood is the only currency he's interested in. Hearing Noah lay it out there in black and white caused my stomach to twist. I was just trying to help, Noah, I mumbled, red-faced and trembling.
You want to help? He snarled, chest heaving. Then stay alive. Stay out of harm's way and stay the heck away from J.D. Bunnis. I wasn't going to go after him myself, I choked out, wrapping my arms around my body. I just thought that, good, because he would kill you, Tegan. He would take your life the first chance he got, Noah hissed as he ran a hand through his thick black hair. I wasn't going to go after him myself, I choked out, wrapping my arms around my body. I just thought that, good, because he would kill you, Tegan. He would take your life the first chance he got, Noah hissed as he ran a hand through his thick black hair. I will fight for you. I will protect you. Hell, I'd give my real life for you, but I will not. His voice broke off as he stalked towards where I was kneeling. Cupping the back of my neck with one hand, Noah dragged me forward, leaning down to press his forehead to mine. Just leave J.D. Dennis to me, okay? He exhaled a shaky breath and then roughly kissed my forehead. Forget about him. I have everything under control. But, no buts, Noah barked, knotting his fingers in my hair. I don't want you worrying about that jerk. He kissed my forehead again, softer this time. I'll sort everything out. Fine, I said in retreat, and Noah visibly sagged. But would you at least teach me how to fight? What? Noah took a step from me, brows furrowed in confusion. Why? So I'll be able to defend myself, I replied honestly. I want the peace of mind of knowing that I have at least some measure of protecting myself. Stepping closer to him, I reached up and cupped his cheek. Teach me how to fight, Noah. Absolutely not, he said in a gruff tone. No, Tegan, he warned. I'm not pushing you around. Forget it. It's not happening. Shrugging his shoulders, he let out a sharp breath. You don't need to raise your fists, Thorn. You've got my fists to do your dirty work. And when you're not with me, I shot back defiantly, then you'll have Lewis, Noah countered swiftly. And who the heck might Lewis be? I demanded. Smirking, Noah took my hand and dragged me through the suite towards the door. Lewis is head of security, Noah announced as he swung back the door. And your new bodyguard. My jaw fell open when my eyes took in the huge barrel of a man standing outside our hotel room door. He was dressed in black from head to toe. Huge was an understatement. I'd never seen a man so big in my life. I found myself studying his bald head and the huge scar that ran from his scalp to his jawline. He was the definition of built like a brick mess house. Noah, Lewis acknowledged in a deep timbre voice. Turning his attention to me, he nodded curtly. Miss Connolly. Just Tegan, please, I replied, offering him an awkward half-wave. Christ, he was enormous. I had to crane my neck to look up at his face. Heck, Noah was 6'4", and this guy was even taller. Come to think about it, he vaguely resembled one of the doormen from a nightclub back home in Galway. Old Laurie, people used to call him for obvious reasons. Tegan, Lewis nodded in confirmation, before returning his attention to Noah. Everything okay? Everything's fine, Lewis, Noah assured him before closing the door. How long has he been here? I demanded the moment the door was closed. Since we arrived. And you didn't think to tell me? I'm sorry. Noah shrugged sheepishly. I was preoccupied. With what? I hissed. And you need to work on your communication skills, buddy. With you, Noah admitted shamelessly. Taking a step towards me, he snaked his arm around my waist and pulled me flush against him. I finally got you home, he said gruffly, eyes locked on mine. You're the only thing going on in my mind right now. Okay, I breathed, feeling my resolve melt into a puddle at my feet. Good answer. Noah, I was afraid of you. We were sitting on the floor in the living area of the suite with a half-eaten pepperoni pizza between us and a deck of cards in our hands. Tegan was beating me playing rummy, and just like the past 2 days, we were hashing up the past. I couldn't hide the fact that I was really thrilled I had Tegan back on this side of the Atlantic. Now, all I had to do was keep her here. Taking a sip from my beer bottle, I smirked. You hit it well. I didn't have much of a choice, did I? She studied her hand of cards. Not when the ever-so-powerful Ellie was sniffing around, waiting for me to let my guard down. Scrunching her nose up, Tegan tossed a card down on the pile before picking up another. She tortured me, Noah. I know. Picking up her 3 of spades, I tossed my 7 of clubs down on the pile. I'm sorry she was such a nightmare. You don't have to do that, Tegan said, frowning. You don't need to apologize for them anymore. They're not your family anymore, Noah. They never really were. I guess old habits die hard. You hated me in the beginning, she admitted, not looking up from her hand. And I hated that you hated me, so I decided I would hate you more than you could ever hate me. That's pretty messed up, Thorn. I was insecure and friendless, she shot back. I had just arrived in a new country and had made enemies with the hottest boy on my street, heck, in Boulder. What else was I supposed to do? Back down? Tegan smirked. Not in my nature. No, I mused. It's definitely not. Rummy. I win. Again. Placing her cards down in front of me, she grinned like the cat who got the cream. Pick your poison, Messina. Fine, I grumbled before taking a swig of my beer. What do you want to know? This was a stupid really game. Tegan was a really card shark, and I hadn't won a hand in 7 games. She was using this winning streak to pump information out of me, her prize for winning. I want to know about your mom. My heart began to race. My palms started to sweat. Tegan, I broke off and ran a hand through my hair, forcing down the painful memories and tsunami of regrets. I don't talk about her. Tegan, when I asked Noah to tell me about his mother, I knew it could go one of 2 ways, really good or really bad. I didn't want to upset him. That hadn't been my intention at all, but I wanted him to open up to me. We were getting so close. I wanted to know it all. Crawling across the carpet to where he was sitting, I placed my hand on his muscular thigh. You can tell me anything.
I assured him, unsure whether it was a good idea or not to ask Noah to bring up the ugliness of his childhood. I'm good at keeping secrets. Groaning, Noah grabbed the tub of ice cream and spooned a large amount of chocolate chip into his mouth before stuffing the spoon back into the tub. Flopping onto his back, he rested the tub on his bare stomach and sighed. "She was always scared," he said quietly, not looking me in the eye, "and paranoid." He covered his face with one of his arms. "She didn't trust anyone, not a very soul. She thought the whole world was out to get her." Pausing, he roughly cleared his throat. "She was a lot like me, actually." "Noah," I sighed heavily, "you're not like her." "Aren't I?" "No." Climbing on top of Noah, I straddled his hips. "You are beautiful." Taking his hand with mine, I peeled it away from his face. "You are good." "She was too," he choked out. "She was sick, Noah," I said, desperate to reassure him. "And she wasn't given the medical intervention she deserved. I know what Kyle and Lee think of her. I don't give a gosh about what Kyle Carter thinks about her. She was a sick woman who got tangled up in something out of her control. She was your mom, and I, for one, am thankful she got stuck up in all that mess. Do you know why?" I waited until he looked at me before continuing. "Because she had you." I stroked his face and pressed a kiss to his brow. "You are my life, and I'm so thankful you were born. I am so grateful to her for giving me Noah Messina." "Tegan," he groaned, capturing my hand with his, "you're killing me here." "My dad's a raging alcoholic," I continued to say, forcing myself not to give in to the desire of kissing the heck out of the man beneath me.
He as good as killed my mom, and I've spent years being told not to love him. But you can't turn it off, Noah. They're our parents. The blood runs deep. So screw what everybody else thinks. So mourn your mom, and don't be ashamed to love her. No one has the right to judge you. "You have a heart as big as the really moon," Noah said gruffly. "Do you know that?" "You're the one with the big heart," I replied, meaning every word. "You volunteered your future to protect your mother. You risked your life in a burning car when you cut me out first. You buried my name that night. I know you did. You protected me from the Dennis family and the cops and the whole world." Swallowing deeply, I placed my hand on his stubbly cheek. "You're fierce, like a lion, and you protect what's yours, regardless of how it affects you." Shivering, I added, "And you're doing it again, still protecting me, still keeping me safe, guarding me like a lion." "Don't be afraid of that piece of gosh," he hissed angrily. "I won't let JD touch a hair on your head, Thorn. I really promise you that." "I'm not afraid of him," I told him. "He doesn't have the ability to break me." "But you do, Tegan. So that's where you got the tattoo." It was day 9 of our hiatus, and Noah had just finished giving me a detailed description of Lucky's makeshift tattoo parlor in prison. I was still clutching my ribs like I was the one he had butchered and not Noah. "You were lucky you didn't get septicemia," I told him, as I lay on my stomach watching Noah work out on the floor below. All he had on were a pair of white fitted boxer shorts, and it was taking everything I had not to leap off the bed and grab him. "Trust me, Thorn," Noah said, breathless, as he continued to punish his body with brutal sit-ups. Septicemia was the last thing I had to worry about in prison. "Were you afraid in there?" I asked, resting my chin in my hands. It wasn't so much fear as it was a sense of impending doom. Noah laid flat on his back for a moment before letting out a sigh and flipping onto his stomach. Immediately, he started into a set of push-ups. Every night I closed my eyes, not knowing if I was going to open them in the morning. He tucked his left arm behind his back and continued to do push-ups using only his right. "I'm a southpaw," he explained, panting slightly. "My right's a weakness in the cage. I need to change that." "Max is left-handed too. You heard from him lately?" Not a word. Rolling onto my back, I folded my arms behind my head and sighed. Last time we spoke, we got into a huge argument. I haven't heard from him since. "Tell me about it." "He's always hated my dad," I found myself explaining. "Long before my mother died, Patrick Connolly was never good enough for the good doctor's sister." "I know that feeling." Noah grunted breathlessly. Your uncle is a jerk, Thorn, he added, seriously. He's just set in his ways, I replied. The last time we spoke, he told me that loving you was going to get me killed. He refused to make any effort of repairing our relationship because, in his eyes, the moment you were released from prison, I was going to fall into your arms, and he would rather say goodbye to me then. Sighing, I added, it was our worst fight. I've never heard him so mad. Noah was silent. Of course, I told him he was wrong, I quickly reassured him. Rolling back onto my stomach, I watched Noah as he continued to do push-ups. Say something, I whispered, noticing his darkened expression. He's right, Noah growled. I've always been the worst kind of wrong for you. Climbing to his feet, Noah stretched his huge arms over his head, and I had to force myself not to drool at the sight of this beautiful man. Reaching up over our bed, Noah caught a hold of the beams joining the 4 posts of the bed together and hoisted himself up. Hit me. What? I settled on my knees, watching Noah pull himself up with his legs tucked behind him, ankles locked together. Hit me, he repeated, tone serious. Every time I lower myself down, I want you to hit me in the stomach. And why on earth would I do that? Tightens my core. Lowering himself back down, he dangled in front of me until I gave in and lightly slapped his stomach. Harder. I slapped him again, much harder this time. Noah's response was a grunt of approval. For the next 15 minutes, Noah continued to do chin-ups, and I continued to slap him in silent harmony. I was late, I blurted out, breaking the contented silence between us. Noah's brows furrowed, but he didn't stop moving. When I got home to Ireland, I missed a period. Resting back on my knees, I felt my cheeks turning a deep shade of red. I had no idea why I was talking about something that had happened so many years ago, only that I wanted him to know everything about me. I wanted to fill him in on every single detail of my life from the moment we parted to the moment we reunited. Thought I was pregnant. Pulling at an invisible thread on the bedspread, I looked up at his face and said, turned out that I wasn't, but I got one hell of a fright. Because you thought you were pregnant with my baby? He froze mid-air, eyes locked on mine, giving nothing away. Because you thought you had a convicted felon's child growing inside you? Because I was 18 and terrified, I corrected him, and you weren't with me. Fair enough. Dropping onto his feet, Noah cracked his neck from side to side before walking over to the windowsill. But I thought about you all the time. I swallowed deeply. You did? I did. Pressing his hands against the sill, stretched himself out. Before I got up, after I went to bed, when I showered, during mealtimes. A popping noise filled the room and Noah groaned loudly. I thought of nothing else. He twisted his neck from side to side. Only you. Sighing heavily, I rubbed the skin over my heart. I missed you so much. He turned his face to look at me. How much? Enough to lose my inhibitions when you finally came back for me and not take precautions, I admitted guiltily. I should probably go about getting put on something, I offered lamely. We'd taken too many risks as it stood. You know, for safety's sake. Noah's eyes were blazing with sincerity and heat when he said, I'm clean, Thorn. Walking over to where I was kneeling, Noah tossed himself down on his back. We're giving mandatory 3-month blood tests because of the amount of blood we shed in the cage. He turned his head to look at me. And I've never been with a woman bareback before you or since you. I'm not talking about preventing STIs. Turning onto my side, I cupped his cheek with my hand and smiled. I meant preventing little Noah and Tegan's running around the place. What were you thinking of getting? I don't know, I confessed, feeling stupid for being a 25-year-old woman and clueless. Aside from one regrettable night with Liam, in which I knew for a fact we'd used a condom, I'd seen the evidence the following morning, tossed carelessly on his bedroom floor, not to mention the dreadful latex rash that had followed, Noah was the only man I'd ever been with. Back when we were in high school, Noah had always taken care of it. He'd bought the condoms, he'd disposed of them afterwards, he'd kept me safe. We'd only ever had one close call, and even then he'd protected me. It was during Christmas break of senior year. I had snuck out of the house behind Max's back to be with him. We'd taken Noah's car up to our usual makeout spot on South Peak Road. Things had gone a little far, and before we'd known it, they were intimate right there on the mountainside in his Lexus.
The condom had broken, and I remembered saying, in my passion, to keep going, but Noah had immediately stopped. Even though it must have killed him to do it, he stopped and told me that he wasn't going to risk my future by being selfish with me.
I've never been on birth control. I've never had to. My words trailed off as I pondered the notion. Hope takes the contraceptive pill for menstrual cramps, but it wrecks her cycle, and I really don't like the thought of putting a rod in my arm or having bi-monthly injections. Then I'll take care of it, Noah offered after a long pause. Leaning closer, he brushed his lips against mine. First thing tomorrow, I'll run out and grab a pack of condoms. And tonight? I've already had you twice today, he smirked. What's another night? Okay, I teased. Make sure you read the label when you're buying them tomorrow. I waggled my brows. But don't forget to buy the latex-free ones, Noah filled in. The blue box, not the green. Smirking, he added, Yeah, I remember, Thorn. I was going to say, don't forget to buy the right size, I shot back, blushing, feeling both embarrassed and aroused that he remembered something so intimate about our past. Noah frowned. What color box are those? I don't know, I shrugged. Just read the label. If there's reading involved, then you better come with me. Why so? Because I can't read good, he replied with a yawn. I'm dumb, babe. You know that. All I'm good at is using my fists. No, you're not, I all but roared. Don't you dare call yourself dumb. Calm down, he chuckled. This isn't a new thing. I've always been like this. Why didn't you tell me before? I guess it never came up before. What about school? In case it passed your attention, Thorn, I didn't do too good at school. Chuckling, he added, I missed a lot of school. Hell, I didn't even go to mainstream school until I was 7, and even then we moved around so much I never really got a chance to settle down and get my teeth into it. I didn't have time to learn. I was too busy training to fight. I was 15 before we settled down long enough for me to actually spend an entire year in one school, and by then, I didn't care. I was hooked on the gym. I thought school was pointless, and I only went for a break from George and his mess. I was every teacher's worst nightmare. Noah, you're not stupid. He shrugged. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter now. I have the basics, and it's not like I'm going to need books or anything in my career. I can help you, I offered. No thanks, he snorted. Noah, I'm serious. Kneeling on the bed in front of him, I pitched my plan. I want to do this for you. You deserve better than this. You are one of the smartest men I know. You can do anything you put your mind to. Come on, I have faith in you. You're badass. Fine, he grumbled. Get the really Kindle. Noah read exceptionally slow. He paused. He fell over his words. He threw the Kindle down more times than he held it, but he didn't give up. He kept going. And I found myself having to suppress the urge to jump on him every time he sounded out a word that he wasn't familiar with. And that's how we spent the rest of our day, taking turns reading passages from Hope's raunchy novel. Noah. My brother once told me, be careful, Noah. It's a very long drop, kid, and there's no coming back up. I hope she's worth the fall. Well, sitting in a bathtub with the woman I loved resting against my chest, I could safely say that Kyle Carter was right about 3 things. First, the drop, more like plummet, was deep. Deeper than what I'd been prepared for. Second, there was no way back up. I was sunk. And thirdly, Tegan was worth the fall. I'd never met an opponent in the ring as dangerous to me as the woman in my bathtub. What do you think is wrong with him? Tegan asked. Yawning, she rested her head against my chest and trailed her fingers down my thighs. Jordan, I mean. Who really cares? Shifting beneath her, I adjusted my position. That jerk isn't good enough to breathe the same air as Hope. Noah, Tegan scolded, splashing my feet, which were hanging out of either side of the tub. These oval-shaped tubs were not built for men of my stature. Don't be a jerk. Is he or is he not the same guy who walked out the door and never looked back? Wrapping my arm around her waist, I pulled her further up my body. I don't care what his reasons are. Cupping one of her breasts in my hands, to me, Jordan Porter will always be that little jerk who ran out on my niece. He's hardly little, she moaned, a little breathless. He's like 6'2". I could take him. Of course you could, she purred. Big, bad fighter you are. I knew we should have said something, I grumbled, moving my hand to cup her other breast. Back when they got married, I knew it was a bad idea. It wasn't our place to tell, Tegan reminded me. In fact, I was pretty sure she'd used those same words back then, too. This is a bad idea, Thorn, I growled as I sat in the driver's seat of her Honda Civic outside the courthouse on 5th. We weren't supposed to be hanging out together. Tegan was taking a huge risk by being out in daylight with me. So was I, but then again, I was used to breaking the rules when it came to her. I couldn't stay away from her. A really bad idea. Noah, Tegan warned as she applied her lipstick in the rearview mirror, she's my best friend. And her brother is my best friend, I shot back, unbuckling my seatbelt. Reaching behind my seat, I grabbed a coat for Tegan to put on. It was freezing outside. It had been snowing heavily all morning, and she had too much skin on display for this kind of weather. How long do you think he'll stay my best friend when he finds out I was in on this? We need to tell her parents. It's not our place to tell, Tegan told me before mushing her lips together and making a kissing sound. And besides, this is a happy day. She used her baby finger to wipe the edge of her pink lip. Be happy for them. Yeah, they get married, and what do I get? A one-way ticket to Kyle Carter's fist? You're being dramatic. And you are being really innocent if you think that Kyle won't hold us responsible for this mess. Shaking my head, I readjusted the silvery gray tie Tegan had bought me. I looked like a really tool in a pink very shirt and gray suit pants, and I made a mental note to never allow my girlfriend to go clothes shopping for me again. Color coordinating, she'd called it, like I gave a real set about color coordinating. From the moment I'd laid eyes on her in that tight-as-hell pink dress, my only thought had been how much I desired her. What can I do to put you at ease? Tegan purred. My mouth ran dry as I watched Tegan move closer. Well, this is a pretty good start, I muttered when she settled on my lap. Immediately, my hands moved to her hips. Gosh, you're such a tease. How badly do you want me right now? Staring into my eyes, Tegan cupped my neck with her hands. A little? She moved against me. Or a lot? Oh my gosh, I groaned, clenching her bare waist roughly. I leaned forward and caught her lip between my teeth. You have me wrapped around your little finger. I released her lip with a pop. And you know it. Have I? She batted her eyelids innocently. I think it's the other way around. Tegan, I deadpanned, I am wearing a pink shirt, which, may I add, seriously questions my masculinity because you wanted me to match your dress. She smirked and I continued to rant. I am sitting in a car with you, about to be an accessory to a wedding that I know will get me a severe beating by at least 4 men because you wanted me to be your date. Noah, Tegan chuckled, but I cut her off as I continued to complain. Not to mention the fact that I am rocking a serious case of frustration because you know touching me intimately is a surefire way of getting me to do whatever the gosh you want me to do. I emphasized my point. You know very well you have me wrapped around your finger. I happen to think you look incredibly sexy in your shirt, Thorn purred. Dipping her head to my neck, she bit down hard on my flesh. And I know you don't want to be here, but I promise to make it up to you later. Except, I know you won't. Stifling a growl, I leaned back and cocked a brow. Since you gave me a very weird and very animated rundown on your menstrual cramps this morning, and since when did a little blood scare you? Whatever I was going to say evaporated, and my jaw fell open. Was she serious? Winking, Tegan opened the driver's door and climbed out. Come on, tough boy, she said. Let's go watch my best friend sign her life away. With that, Tegan disappeared from sight, leaving me stunned in her wake. That was one boring wedding, I said gruffly, drawing myself back to the present. But I had an awesome time on the way back home. I remember, Tegan whispered softly. My phone rang out then, breaking the moment. Gosh darn it, I hissed, muttering several other curse words under my breath. I'll be 2 minutes. Tegan sat up, and I quickly kissed her temple before climbing out of the tub to retrieve my phone. So, you're alive? Those were the first words I heard when I answered my phone. Closing the bathroom door, I padded over to the bed and sat down. Who wants to know? Lucky chuckled down the line. How's the reunion coming along? My lips tipped up in a reluctant smile. Did you want something, man? My reply only made Lucky laugh harder. You're busy, it's cool, he said good-naturedly. I'm just calling to let you know that I've had Tommy blowing up my phone since the AM. Quincy and Bo, too. Yeah? I ran my free hand through my hair and stifled a growl. And what's up their minds? Well, Lucky said cheerfully, since you haven't been taking any of their calls since Blondie arrived or showed up to training, they've roped me into calling and brokering a truce. Pausing, he added, breakfast tomorrow, sound good? No way, Lucky, I growled. I told T I wanted some time off. I know, he placated, and for what it's worth, I agree you need a break, but you know what the guys are like. Lucky sighed. They're worried about the tour, afraid you're gonna bail on it. Like, gosh, I am, I hissed, jaw clenched. Standing up, I began to pace the floor. I'm taking that belt from Cole in December, man. Yeah, you are, hooted, and then added in a serious tone, just meet them for breakfast, man. Introduce them to your girl and be done with it. Fine, I muttered, reluctantly giving in. But if it wasn't you asking me, then I wouldn't be agreeing to this nonsense. Everything okay? Tegan whispered, startling me, wrapping her arms around my stomach from behind, nuzzling her face against the bare skin of my back. Catching Tegan's arm, I pulled her body against my chest. Lucky, I'll talk to you later. Dropping my phone on the bed, I slid my hands down her back. I'm so really in love with you. Tegan looked up at me with wide, lustful eyes as she curled her arms around my neck. I'm in love with you, too, she whispered. Cupping my neck, she dragged my face down to hers and captured my mouth with her soft, swollen lips. Hauling her into my arms, I kissed her deeply, putting into my kiss all the emotion I was feeling. I groaned as her tongue swept over my lips, and I opened up to take what she was giving me. The vibration of her moan against my mouth sent shockwaves through me. A tingling warmth spread through me, and I took a step forward with Tegan in my arms and her lips on my mouth. I felt the bed frame against my shins and gently lowered her onto the mattress before covering her body with mine. Resting my weight on one arm, I used the other to grab her thigh and wrap it around my waist. I settled between her thighs. Passion peaked. We came together intimately, deeply connected. I'm keeping you, I whispered against her lips. I'm never gonna let you leave me again. Holding her face in place with my hand, I looked deep into her hazel eyes and whispered, give it up to me. Give what up? She cried out, lustful eyes locked on mine. Your soul. Claiming her lips, I plunged my tongue into her mouth. I can't give you what you already. Tegan's voice caught in her throat. It was muffled in her soft, guttural moans. Own! Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Noah. We really don't know that much about each other, Tegan puffed, jogging alongside me on the deserted sidewalk first thing on Friday morning. I mean, we knew each other for a few months when we were kids. Stopping to catch her breath under a street lamp, she bent over and held her side. Dawn was breaking, but the darkness still cloaked us in invisibility for a little while longer. We're practically strangers. We're not strangers, Thorn, I chuckled as I jogged on the spot, waiting for her to catch her breath. And we definitely weren't strangers last night. Slapping her playfully, I jogged backwards, watching her watching me. Or this morning in the shower. Funny, she hissed out as she sprinted to catch up with me. Noah, your legs are almost the entire length of my body. Rounding a corner, Tegan reached out and caught hold of my hoodie. I can't keep up with you. Taking pity on her red-cheeked face, I slowed my pace to a walk.
Wrapping my arm around her shoulder, I tucked her into my side. I thought you were supposed to be a gym instructor. I thought you were supposed to be a human, she shot back, slapping my ribs with the back of her hand. This is nice. Yeah, it was. Being with her like this reminded me of when we were kids. God, I was really obsessed with her back then, putting myself in all types of shitty situations to be with her. I guess some things never changed. Her phone binged them, signaling a message, and Tegan bent down and removed it from her sock. No wonder you couldn't run, I commented dryly, as I watched her unlock the screen and grin in amusement. What's so funny? Sean, she chuckled, tapping away happily on the screen. You remember Sean, right? You met him at the club back in Ireland. Yeah, I remember Sean. Remembering one important detail about his sexual preferences was the only reason I wasn't burning with jealousy right now. He wants a picture of you, she chuckled. Come here. Tugging on my t-shirt, Tegan pulled me to a stop. Reaching up, she attempted to drape her arm over my shoulder as she held her phone out in front of us, snapping several pictures. Hey, what are you doing? I hissed when Thorn grabbed the hem of my t-shirt, raising it up before taking several more pictures. What? She shot back, tone innocent. He wants to see your physique. Perv, I muttered under my breath. Her stomach grumbled loud enough for me to hear. Are you hungry? Starving, she confirmed, wrapping her skinny little arm around my waist. I usually eat breakfast before exercising. On the walk back to the hotel we were staying in, Tegan rambled on about the stupidest freaking shit, and I hung on every word like the completely smitten idiot I was. And that's how you make meringue, she explained when we reached the entrance of our hotel. But you can forget about it if it's a rainy day, she added, tone serious. It's an old Irish superstition. Oh, that and banging doors. Really? I feigned interest as I held the door for her. I didn't care at all about meringue. In fact, I wasn't entirely sure what it even was, or why slamming doors and bad weather had anything to do with cooking. But I liked Tegan's voice. And hearing her talk gave me a weird sense of comfort, so I encouraged the conversation. That's amazing, you little weirdo. Tell me more about that TV show you love so much. I don't care what you say, just keep talking to me, and one of these days I'm going to believe this isn't a dream. What was it again? Tegan's eyes lit up as we walked through the foyer of the hotel. The Walking Dead? She offered, slipping her small hand into mine.
I have every episode saved on my planner, you know? That's the one. Keep talking. Keep touching my arm. Don't leave me again. Grinning, Tegan gave me a series-by-series guide on all aspects of The Walking Dead, leaving no character unturned. Pulling my hood up, I kept my gaze cast downwards as we made our way to the dining room, praying, like, gosh, none of the early risers in the hotel were MFA fans. I was enjoying this time with her. I didn't want extra interruptions from the outside world, other than the ones waiting for us. Over there, Thorn, I said, pulling on her arm when she moved to sit at a table by the window. She looked up at me in confusion, and I pointed towards the table where Lucky and the guys were sitting. It's time to meet the team. Tegan's eyes landed on the table, and I felt her hand stiffen in mine. What's the problem? I asked immediately, feeling like a jerk for not mentioning meeting them for breakfast earlier. Tegan, during breakfast, I was faced with the task of getting to know the men closest to my boyfriend. A backroom team that consisted of a group of 5 people, 4 of whom were professionally trained to deal with an athlete of Noah's caliber. There was Quincy Jones, his coach, Lewis McGowan, head of security, who I had already had the pleasure of meeting, Bo Brady, the physiotherapist, nutritional advisor, Tommy Moyet, head of PR, and then there was Lucky. I was actually really starting to warm to Lucky. Since we'd met, the guy had been nothing but fun and charming. Lucky put me at ease, unlike the other 4 men sitting around the table. I wasn't particularly fond of certain harsh words, but I had a feeling that Bo Brady was definitely a difficult person. Bo, I had quickly observed, was sly. It wasn't an attack on his character by stating this, it was merely a fact. He had these beady blue eyes that took everything in. I'd met men like Bo before. Sierra and O'Reilly, anyone?
and I knew that I was going to have to watch my back with that one. I could practically see the wheels of his brain moving as he watched we converse with Noah from across the table. He was taking my measure. In fact, I had a feeling he'd done that before ever meeting me in the flesh. Quincy, on the other hand, was the opposite of sly. He was a rude, obnoxious, loud-mouthed old man with an inappropriate interest in the female form. In the time it had taken me to finish my cereal, I had observed no less than 3 circumstances where Quincy had overstepped the line with the teenage waitress serving us. I also found myself biting my tongue every time he reminded us that he was the original machine, which was every spare chance he got. I wanted to scream, "Who the gosh cares, old man? You're a washed-up fighter riding the coattails of my boyfriend's success train. Shut your mouth." Louis didn't speak a word throughout breakfast, and after numerous attempts at trying to break the ice, I'd given up. I didn't think Louis was being intentionally cold towards me. I got the feeling that he was a closed-off kind of guy who took his life seriously and job even more serious. He observed the room in that subtle way only men who'd spent years in the force did. I felt oddly safe around him. The worst of them all, and the president of the I Hate Tegan fan club, was Tommy Moyet. Every time I made an attempt to speak to Tommy or make conversation with the other guys, he would either shoot me down or plain out ignore me like I wasn't sitting at the table. I was under no illusions about what Tommy and the men thought of me. His behavior at breakfast made it perfectly clear that he would tolerate me for Noah's sake, but he didn't trust me, and he liked me even less. In Tommy Moyet's mind, I was enemy number 1. In my mind, Tommy was a grade A jerk. The others followed suit, and I got the distinct feeling that I had been transported back in time to senior year of high school. Their disdain was both obvious and embarrassing, and I knew Noah noticed it too because he kept trying to draw me into conversations with the men. But the one thing I couldn't fault them on was their devotion to Noah. They all loved him. "You might not care about your career anymore, but I do." Tommy's voice broke through my thoughts, and I quickly turned my attention to where he was having a heated discussion with Noah. I watched Noah's jaw tick as he leaned back in his chair, obviously waiting for Tommy to explain. "The annual MFA benefit gala?" Tommy tossed his napkin on the table and let out a sigh. "It's tonight." "I know," Noah muttered, scratching his head. "I'm not going." "You're contractually bound to attend, Noah," Tommy replied dryly. "So yes, you are, and I've had your tux dry cleaned and delivered to your suite." "Tux?" I turned and gaped at Noah. "I didn't even know you guys had such formal events." "What?" Noah grinned widely. Ducking his face to my ear, he whispered, "What did you think we were doing this morning?" "That's not what I meant." I flushed bright red. I had aimed to slap his chest, but my traitorous hand decided to stay on the finely sculpted wall of muscle. I was talking about dances, and, oh, forget it. Seeing Noah's amused expression, I reached up and playfully poked him. "You have a dirty mind." "Learned from the best," Noah shot back with a smirk as he rubbed his pectoral. His focus was entirely on me, and I felt everyone around us disappear. "You're a little kinky, aren't you, Thorn?" he added. "Such bold moves. If you want me to return the favor, you only have to ask. I'll remind you that I was wholesome and pure before you—" I paused, racking my brain for a response. That influence you have. It was pathetic, but it was the best I could come up with. Noah confounded me. I couldn't think clearly when his face was mere inches from mine. "I wish you had mentioned this ball thing earlier," I groaned. "I have nothing to wear." Noah shrugged sheepishly. "I was kind of planning on blowing it off, but you heard Tommy. I'm contractually bound to attend." Noah pulled a face at his friend. "I really hate tuxedos." Noah in a tux? My eyes lit up in delight. "We are definitely going." "It's gonna be boring as gosh," he warned me, "full of inedible food and people who talk like they've swallowed dictionaries." And yet, none of those people are the #1 contender for the heavyweight title. Reaching over, I mussed his hair. "You are Noah Messina. You don't need to swallow any very dictionary." Grinning, I added, "You can let your guns do the talking for you." Funny. Seriously though, I have nothing suitable for a ball. "I had a dress sent up to your room for Tegan as well," Tommy announced, shocking the gosh out of me. "I gathered Noah would be taking you as his date." "You did?" My brows shot up in surprise. "Wow, thanks, Tommy." It's white, he added in a petulant tone, like the color white would upset me. Shrugging, he added, should fit you, before turning to speak to Quincy. Well, now I can't wait for tonight, Noah whispered into my ear, drawing me back to him. Oh yeah? Yeah, it will be a preview, Noah teased, trailing his fingers over my shoulder bone. I threw my head back and laughed. What? You want to marry me now, is that it? I had expected Noah to get embarrassed. I taunted him for that sole purpose. I hadn't anticipated his response. I will marry you. My heart stopped. My jaw fell open. Shaking my head, I looked up at his face and managed to squeeze out, Noah Messina, are you proposing to me? Tegan Connolly, Noah shot back with a knowing smirk. When I do propose to you, he rubbed my bottom lip with his thumb and sighed in contentment. Noah. Sitting around a round breakfast table with the 5 men I spent 24/7 with, I felt a huge amount of shame creep through me.
I had partially guessed that Tommy and Tegan's first official meeting would be an uncomfortable event, but I hadn't banked on Quincy and Beau being such jerks. They weren't just ignoring Thorn, they were flat out freezing her out. Lewis, my heavy, wasn't talking to her either, but I knew from personal experience that it wasn't an attack on Tegan. The guy barely spoke to me, and I was paying him a really fortune to stand around and look ugly. Thorn was putting on a brave face, pretending she didn't notice, and throwing herself into an animated conversation with Lucky. So, Tegan, Beau suddenly piped up from across the table, what do you plan to do all day when us guys are working? A tour bus full of men isn't exactly the right place for a woman. I opened my mouth to tell Beau to watch his really tongue, but Tegan was already answering his question. Well, Boo, she replied, purposefully mispronouncing his name the way he did hers, and I mentally high-fived her. My girl had some serious steel in her spine. Once Noah cuts me one of those pretty gold cards, I plan to spend most of my time shopping. Batting her eyelids dramatically, she flicked her long blonde braid off her shoulder and smiled sweetly. And perhaps I'll redecorate the tour bus. Beau, obviously not getting Tegan's sense of humor, looked horrified as he gaped across the table at her. Lucky looked like he was about to burst out laughing. You like hot pink, right, Noah? Clapping her hands together, she squealed, oh, how I love to shop. Tommy leaned back in his chair and sneered, do you think you're funny? Careful, T, I warned him. Dropping my hand on Tegan's thigh, I glared across the table at my friend. Be very, really careful. I think she's funny, Lucky offered up, unperturbed by the tension as he smiled warmly at Tegan like a proud teacher would his star pupil. It's okay, Noah, Tegan whispered. Covering my hand with hers, she squeezed gently before clearing her throat. I think I'm being prematurely judged, is what I think. Turning her full attention on Tommy, she picked up her fork and stabbed a piece of bacon. Pointing it at him aimlessly, she added, thanks for the dress, but you don't know me, Tommy. Shoving the piece of bacon into her mouth, Tegan washed it back with some orange juice. You didn't know me back in high school, and you don't know me now. Shoving her chair back, Tegan stood up with her chin jutting out proudly. I'm not the girl you remember. She turned her gaze on Beau and then Quincy. And I'm not the girl you were told about. With that, Tegan swung around and walked away from the table with her head held high and her dignity intact. Giving Lewis the nod to go after Tegan, I turned my attention on my so-called staff. If I wasn't so really angry with Beau and Tommy, I would have been beaming with pride for the way Tegan had conducted herself. But anger was the dominant emotion coursing through me at this present moment in time. Dropping my fork and knife down with a clatter, I shoved my chair back and stood. This is your first, your last, and your only really warning, I snarled, red-faced as I glowered at each and every person at the table. When you speak to her, you do it with the same amount of respect as you would if you were speaking to me. You got that? Sit down, boy, Quincy snapped impatiently. We've got fight tactics to discuss for tomorrow night. Knock the other guy out. Make it bloody. Win the fight, I shot back, glaring at Quincy. There, fight tactics covered. Inclining my head towards Lucky, the only one I could tolerate in this moment, I nodded stiffly before turning around and walking out of the dining room. Tegan. There were 3 things I learned about myself during dinner tonight that I hadn't known before. The first thing I discovered was that I happened to be quite partial to oysters. I would never have guessed it, but those slimy little things were actually pretty tasty. The second was the fact that I was capable of controlling my mouth when in company. Shocking, I know, but I discovered that side to me when I managed to endure a painfully long, one-sided conversation with Noah's boss, Nick Leverstein, on the side effects of erectile dysfunction during middle age. And the third thing I realized was that I was willing to do whatever it took to hold on to the man sitting beside me. As crazy and pathetic as it sounded, there was a desperation inside my heart that was urging me to hold on to Noah Messina for dear life. Before tonight, I'd never had to acknowledge that feeling. But it was there, a longing so intense I could hardly breathe through it. It didn't help that Noah looked almost godlike as he lounged beside me, chatting with several people around our table. His arm was slung over the back of my chair. The jacket of his tuxedo had long since been discarded, and the top 2 buttons of his white dress shirt were open, revealing a slither of chest hair and ink. His black bow tie was undone and hanging on either side of his neck. He trailed his fingers over the bare skin of my shoulder as he spoke to the man beside him, pulling me closer to him and further away from my sanity. I was losing myself to this man. I knew it. I couldn't stop it, and I didn't want to. A slender waiter, dressed all in black, with his hair combed back, approached me with a champagne bottle in his hand. "More champagne, miss?" "Yes, thank you." This was crazy. Last Friday night, I'd been holed up in my flat in Cork City, drowning my sorrows, and this Friday, I was bumping arms with some of the most influential athletes in sport today, not to mention several actors I'd seen in blockbuster movies. Shaking my head, I looked around, taking in the fancy decor of the ballroom. Everything looked so expensive. To the outside world, I guessed I fit in with my full-length white Grecian-style dress, but inside, I felt like a fish out of water. The band playing on the opposite side of the ballroom were amazing. They were sweet and soft and playing the crowd into their pocket with classic ballad covers. The female lead singer had the most haunting, melancholic voice I'd ever heard, and I found myself hanging on every word she sang. Noah was openly affectionate with me during dinner and dutifully ignored the countless lustful stares and come-hither looks he received from numerous women. Having Noah claim me in a room full of his colleagues was like having all my Christmases come at once. Being his woman, after all this time, meant more to me than he would ever know. If the rest of the tour went as well as tonight had, I could see a pretty great future in our horizon. "So this is the pretty little lady who tamed the machine." The little old man on Noah's left, the one he had been talking to, smiled warmly at me. Extending my hand across Noah, I smiled and said, "It's nice to meet you. I'm Tegan Connolly." "The pleasure is all mine, dear," the old man replied, shaking my outstretched hand. "My name is Trevelyan Leverstein, although most people around here call me Trav." For a frail little man, Trav's handshake was surprisingly firm, and I quickly found myself drawn into conversation with him. I quickly learned that Trav was the founder of the MFA and Noah's boss Nick's father. Although he retired several years back, Mr. Leverstein Sr. liked to keep a firm eye on his legacy. From our brief conversation, I discovered that the old man was an honest, no-nonsense conversationalist. I conversed happily with Trav Leverstein for most of the evening, and Noah moved between chatting to the couple opposite us to other random people who were all vying for his attention. We seemed to be in a place where we were comfortable enough to let the others spread their wings, and in sync enough with each other to join in when needed. Trust, I realized, was the emotion I was feeling, and I smiled to myself. Baritone. Intimate, 5 to 8% deeper. Volume, 78% to 68 to 75%. Intimate. We were finally starting to trust one another. "Do you want to dance?" Noah asked, breaking me out of my daydream. Dragging my attention away from the band, I looked at my boyfriend. Boyfriend, turning his chair towards mine, Noah clamped his hands on the sides of my chair and pulled me between his legs effortlessly. He leaned forward, and his broad chest stretched the fabric of his white shirt. His narrow waist looked edible in the finely cut waistcoat sewn to him. I asked you if you wanted to dance with me, he repeated, lowering his face to mine, giving me his undivided attention. His warm, alcohol-scented breath fanned my face and I shivered. I knew I was tipsy and teetering on the edge of full-fledged drunk. The way the room spun around me and my body felt weightless assured me of that. Noah had drunk twice as much as I had, but he was more buzzed than drunk. In my defense, I wasn't used to having so much free alcohol at my disposal, like Noah obviously was. Tucking one of my curls behind my ear, Noah grazed my chin with his thumb. "You've been watching the dance floor all night." His lips were so close to mine that I wanted to say, "No, I want to share a moment of intense passion right here, right now." But I refrained, barely managing to nod weakly instead. Noah stared hard at me for a moment, his brown eyes searing me. "Yeah," he said gruffly, before clearing his throat. "You need to stop looking at me like that, Thorn." Raising my glass, I took a large gulp of my champagne, desperate to cool the burning inside of me. Wiping my mouth with the back of my hand, I tossed the remainder of my drink back and exhaled shakily. My voice was throaty and needy, just like my body, when I said, "Like what?" Noah's Adam's apple bobbed in his throat. His dark eyes turned an even darker shade of brown. "Like, you want me to strip you bare and share an intimate moment." He reached an arm around me and grabbed a bottle of beer from the table before placing it to his lips. I wasn't sure what to do or how to react. I wasn't going to deny what I desperately wanted to happen. So I remained silent, waiting on Noah to make the next move. Standing abruptly, Noah reached for my hand. Next move decided. The band began to play a piano version of Elvis Presley's "Can't Help Falling in Love" as he took me by the arm and led me onto the dance floor. "I never thought this was how our lives would turn out," I whispered, holding on to him as he guided me around the floor. Noah chuckled. Taking my left hand, he cradled it to his chest. "It's different from the Corey, that's for sure." His other hand was splayed against my lower back, and I wanted to ask him where a street fighter learned to dance as good as he did, but I was afraid that I wouldn't like the answer, so I refrained. This night was too perfect to screw up with past issues and old scores. We were living in the now, and I never wanted the night to end. "I can do this for you now, Tegan," he announced with quiet affirmation. And for the first time in what felt like a very long time, he sounded like the 17-year-old boy I fell in love with. "I couldn't give you anything before," he continued to say as he danced me around the floor. "But I can give you the world now." "I don't want the world, Noah." Stretching up on my tiptoes, I pressed a kiss to his stubbly jaw. If he never fought another fight for the rest of his life, or if he won 1,000,000 more title belts, he was enough for me. Releasing a deep breath, I lowered myself back down and rested my cheek against his chest. "I only want you. You've always had me." Noah dropped his chin to rest on my head, and it was such a gentle, tender act that my heart raced in my chest. "We'll turn this around, Thorn," he whispered. His heart was slamming against my cheek. I was affecting him as much as he was me. It was a comforting thought. "We'll make it work," he continued to say. "I'll work harder to make this work with you than anything else." He pressed a kiss to my brow. "You'll be my first priority." He spun me out of his arms before pulling me back to his chest. "I won't ever stop trying to make our relationship work." His hand dropped to my waist. "I rushed in with you when we were in school." Spinning me out again, he pulled me back effortlessly, gliding us around the floor like a pro. I fell head first, but I have zero regrets. My body was shaking. I was literally trembling all over, and I couldn't seem to control it. "You were worth it all," he told me. The pain, the prison time, the wait. Tightening his hand on my waist, Noah buried his face in my neck as we swayed to the music.
I wouldn't change a minute of it, because in this chapter of our lives, I get to keep you. I found myself drowning in Noah's words and whispers of promise. Clenching my eyes shut, I gave myself up to all he was and all he would be, because it would be enough. He held me so close, touching my heart with his words, burning my skin with his touch, imprinting on me a lifetime of unspoken promises and goals. Maybe it was the alcohol we'd both consumed too much of, or maybe it was the atmosphere around us. But there was something special about tonight. I felt it, and I knew Noah did too. It was like we were home. After a lifetime of fighting tooth and nail for everything I had, it was comforting to be in the arms of the other half of me, the strong half, the man I could let my guard down around and trust he would keep me safe, because I knew he would. I don't want tomorrow night to come around, I confessed. Everything is going to change the moment we step out of this bubble and onto that tour. No, it won't. But it will. Tegan, I'm not changing. And I'm not either, I argued softly. But it doesn't mean the world won't. Noah's so-called team entered my mind and I blanched, clutching onto him for dear life. The universe hates us, Noah. It always has. I'm not going to let anyone separate us again, Thorn, Noah said in a husky tone. Whatever it takes to keep us together, I will do it. Kissing my brow, he pulled me tighter. You're mine, the only thing I got right in my lifetime of wrongs. He trailed the back of his hand over the fabric of my white dress. One of these days, I'm going to put a baby in your belly. He gently pressed my head back against his chest. And I'll shave your legs when your belly's so big you can't reach your feet. I held on to him a little tighter, drowning in his words and tender promises for the future. I'll do the night feeds, he continued to purr into my ear, and I'll change the sheets. Clamping his hand on my hip, Noah swung me away before pulling me back to him. I'm not a blow-in, Thorn, and I'm not your father or your uncle. He pressed a quick kiss to my lips. I won't put my career before you, and I won't drown my feelings in a bottle. He took my hand and sealed his hold over my heart. I would never get over him. For the rest of my days on this earth, I would be devoted to Noah Messina. I'm going to buy you the biggest really house in Boulder and fill it up with babies. Reaching up, I pressed my lips to his neck and released a deep breath. And I will never be your mother, I vowed, looking deep into his eye. I will never use your love for me as a weapon. I won't put you into a position like the one you've spent your life fighting to get out of. He touched his forehead to mine and smiled. I know. God. Emotions crept through my heart, spilling out of my mouth. I'm upset that I missed 7 years of this. My happiness was being upscuttled by the regrets of my past. I should have stayed with you. I should have listened to you. I was always going down, Thorn replied, comforting me. Tipping my chin upwards with his hand, he looked deep into my eye. If you had stayed, it wouldn't have changed the fact that I had to go to jail. You mean everything to me. Shivering, I bit down hard on my lip.
I don't know if it's safe to feel this way or not, but I can't pretend anymore. I can't. The heat between us was burning me. A love in my heart was too much. I felt like I would explode, and every touch, kiss, and smile from Noah drew me closer to that moment, to this pivotal point in time. The lights flickered above us, the music filled my ears. Emotions so deep coursed through my bloodstream, and I was fairly certain that Noah's hands on my body were all that were keeping my feet on the floor. I'm giving you everything I have this time, I promised him. Every single piece. I wanted to expose the ugliest parts of my soul because I knew he was the one person who would accept those parts. Noah had stopped dancing. He was staring down at me like I was a huge crossword puzzle. He cupped my face in his hands and blew my mind with his words. Let's do it. Do what? Get married. What? Like right now? Why not? We're in Vegas. We're all the family each other has. What's stopping us? My heart was hammering so hard I thought it would burst through my chest as the music continued to blare around us. Okay, I think you've had far too much to drink. I love you, drunk or sober. I want to marry you, drunk or sober. Noah grabbed my arm and pulled me flush against chest. Come on, Thorn, make an honest man out of me. You're crazy, I exclaimed, wiping a bead of sweat from my brow. You're completely insane. I know, he shot back, grinning, but it's like I told you before. The crazy in me needs the crazy in you. I took a step back from Noah and held my hands up in the air. I can't. I don't. What was he asking me here? Are you serious? I implored him with my eyes. I really begged him to be serious. My heart was screaming, get into his arms. Difficult person, but I was so stumped I couldn't move. You want to marry me? Don't fight me on this, Noah shot back, prowling towards me. Settle down with me. His eyes were dark as coal, blazing with heat and fire, scorching me. Snaking an arm around my waist, he pulled me back into his embrace. Let me keep you. Okay, I breathed, nodding vigorously. Okay, let's do it. Yeah? Yeah. Noah's lip turned up ever so slightly. It was like he could hear my subconscious screaming, "Kiss me," because he ducked his head towards mine and claimed my lips with a kiss that scorched me. I felt so safe in his arms, like his were the only lips mine were supposed to touch, and I did. I kissed him back hard, desperately, clinging to his broad shoulders, inhaling the smell of him. My hand drifted upwards, my fingers knotting in the hair at the nape of his neck. Uncle Max was going to kill me. Hope was going to flip when she found out that I got married behind her back, and yet nothing was going to change my mind. I was going to marry Noah Messina. Tegan Messina, I whispered, breaking the kiss. Mrs. Tegan Messina. Noah laughed. It has a ring to it. Taking my hand in his, he smiled down at me. Are you nervous? I shook my head and allowed Noah to lead me off the dance floor. Not about you. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted someone familiar at the edge of the dance floor. Hang on, I muttered, turning around to get a better look. I think I saw someone I know. No, you didn't. Noah's hand tightened on mine as he pulled me closer to the exit. Let's just go. Noah, hold on, will you? I pulled hard on my hand and Noah reluctantly released me. I searched the room for the person I was sure I had recognized, and when I found her, my temper flared the same color as her hair. Reese Tanner. That difficult person, I hissed seconds before launching myself across the dance floor. A pair of strong arms clamped around my waist, pulling me back. She's not worth it, Noah whispered in my ear. Come on, just walk away. You're not surprised she's here. Swinging around, I shoved against Noah's chest and stepped back from him, giving myself some breathing space. Why aren't you surprised to see her, Noah? I repeated, furious. Because she's a really immoral person, that's why. Running a hand through his hair, Noah let out an impatient growl. Thorn, that woman has been intimate with pretty much every fighter in the MFA. Last month, she was involved with Horacio Vaughn. This month, it's the heavyweight champ Anthony Cole. Next month, it'll be some other poor individual. And you? Noah's eyes darkened. Don't go there, Tegan. Guilt churned inside of me. I'm sorry. Moral of the story, she's not worth it, he continued in a gruff tone. Let's just go. Not worth it? I shook my head. I couldn't let it go. That woman took advantage of you, Noah. She did more than just take advantage of him. She drugged him and acted against his will, setting in motion 7 long years apart for us. I can't walk away. I have to say something. Noah, Tegan, don't. I didn't know why I was wasting my breath. She'd never listened to a word I said before, so why would she start now? Letting out an exasperated sigh, I chased after my girlfriend, who was hunting down the one woman on the face of this earth that I wished would drop off it. Yeah, I'd known there was a chance Reese would be here tonight,
There was always a chance she'd show up at these things, which is why I always avoided them like the plague. I couldn't stop Reese from being intimate with every name card on the MFA, but I sure could avoid her. Tegan, however, had different ideas. Reese Tanner, Thorn sneered, barging her way through the crowd to where Reese was sitting. I've got a crow to pluck with you. Reese, who was sitting on the lap of Anthony Cole, looking like the devil incarnate dressed in a blood-red dress, looked a little frightened as Tegan approached. Her eyes momentarily widened in shock before she quickly snapped the shutters down and glowered back at Tegan. "Walk away, difficult person," Reese warned, curling her arm around Cole's neck. "Oh, I plan to," Tegan shot back, "when I've scratched your poisonous eyes out of your plastic face." With that, Tegan snaked a hand out and grabbed Reese by the hair. Dragging her off Cole's lap by the hair, Tegan managed to knock Reese to the floor before climbing on top of her. A part of me wanted to jump in and pull Thorn to safety, but I refrained from doing so. She could handle herself. My girl was putting a beating on Reese, and pride was swelling inside me. Cole moved towards the women who were brawling it out on the floor, and I took a step towards him and shook my head. "Touch her, and you won't make that fight in December," I warned him. Anthony Cole had nothing on me, and he knew it. This was the last year he'd be sporting that shiny belt because I was coming for him. "I bet you thought you were so clever," Tegan hissed as she scratched and tore at Reese's face. "Doing that to him, and the text message you sent me?" A scream ripped through her throat as she grabbed Reese on either side of her head and slammed her skull against the floor. "Clever. You're crazy," Reese snarled, catching Tegan on the cheek with her nails. Tegan fell back and Reese managed to climb to her feet. Reese's face was marked with scratches and blood. Her hair was in complete disarray, and her red dress was torn at the arm. "I'm going to sue you for this," she hissed, clutching her cheek in her hand. "Haven't you heard, difficult person?" Tegan shot back viciously. "I'm certifiable." Scrambling to her feet, Tegan hacked back a huge ball of phlegm and spat it into Reese's face. "Try and sue me. I really dare you." "Get her away from me," Reese screamed, rushing over to Cole. Throwing her arms around him, she sobbed into his chest. "She should be in a mental institution." "And you should be in prison," Tegan shot back, seething, "being someone's submissive wife." Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a line of security heading for us, headed by Nick. "Gosh," I groaned, wrapping my arm around Tegan's middle.
"We need to go, Thorn." "You better watch yourself with that one," Tegan hissed at Cole as I hauled her away. "She's like a rampant bout of herpes. You'll never get rid of her." Tegan fought against my hold every step of the way as I carted her out of that ballroom. "Let me go," she screamed, hissing and flailing her arms and legs. I wasn't finished with her. I wanted my pound of flesh, and that difficult person hasn't nearly suffered enough for what she's done to us, Noah. "It's over, Thorn," I snapped, struggling to keep a hold of her. She was like an octopus in my arms. I'd never seen a woman squirm like her. "Let's just go before we both get arrested." "I had her," she hissed. "I know, baby," I soothed when we reached the sidewalk outside. "You got her good." "I'm so mad." "With me?" "Yes, with you," she hissed. "You should have let me kill her." "And let you get arrested?" I cocked a brow. "Oh yeah, 'cause that's what a good boyfriend would do." "This is all your fault." Shaking off my arms, Tegan stalked off in a huff. "Don't talk to me again." "Of course it is. Everything usually is." Running a hand through my hair in exasperation, I called out, "Come on, Thorn, where are you going?" "Go away," she hissed as she walked a little faster. "Gosh darn it," I muttered as I chased her crazy self down the strip. "You're a crazy woman," I growled when I caught up with her. Clamping my hand around her arm, I pulled her back into my embrace. Surprisingly, this time she came without a fight. Wrapping my arms around her, I pulled her in for a hug. "Thanks for not letting me get arrested," she mumbled, burying her face against my chest. "No problem." And I'm sorry for telling you to go away. Again, no problem. I'm a pain in your rear, aren't I? A huge one. But you love me anyway. That's right, I smirked, knowing she needed to hear me say it. I'm in love with your crazy self. So? She looked up at me and smiled sheepishly. Do you still love me enough to want to marry me? Yeah, Thorn. For my sins, I do. Noah. As I stood in front of an obese version of Elvis with an over-the-top hairpiece and Tegan by my side, I couldn't stop myself from shaking my head. This was without a doubt the tackiest, craziest, most insane thing I'd ever done. But I swear it felt right all the way down in my bones. I didn't care if Elvis or the Pope officiated this. All I cared about was getting her signature on that marriage certificate. The newlyweds, whose wedding Tegan and I had just witnessed, were sitting behind us, snapping away like crazy on their cell phones. They'd wrangled us into their impulsive nuptials, and we were now returning the favor. If I hadn't drunk so much, I would have known better than to allow cameras in here, but I was buzzed and excited and desperately in love with the woman whose hand was in mine, the woman I had committed crimes to keep. She was putting her life in my hands, giving me her word and pledging me half of her soul. I knew a boy when I was 17, Tegan announced when it was her turn to wing a speech together. Swaying slightly, she turned her body to face mine and smiled so bright my heart squeezed in my chest. And that boy taught me a lot about myself. Swallowing deeply, she exhaled a shaky breath. That boy taught me how to live in the moment. He taught me how to go after what I wanted. He taught me that it was okay to lean on someone else, that it was okay to admit when I was wrong. Her voice caught in her throat then, and she quickly looked away and took a few deep breaths before continuing. That boy turned out to be more of a man than all the others, and he cemented himself inside the deepest parts of my heart without me even noticing. Thorn, I managed to croak out. My voice was thick with emotion. My legs were shaking, like really crazy. I was bursting with pride, standing here, hearing these words coming out of her mouth. You're my soldier, Noah Messina, Tegan whispered, smiling. You always have been, and I want you to know that you can build your foundations of trust on my love for you because there's nothing more real and permanent than what I feel in my heart for you. Officiating Elvis cleared his throat. And you? Waggling his bushy brows, he said, You got anything you'd like to say to this pretty little lady? Yeah, I muttered. Pulling at the collar of my shirt, I forced myself to calm down and just tell her how I felt. Without the slightest idea of what I would say, I decided to take a page from Tegan's book and wing it. Tegan, choosing you wasn't something I had the privilege of doing. Pausing, I looked down into her hazel eyes and sighed. Because there was no choice. You forced your way into my life, and you blew it up. You were reckless and wild and crazy beautiful, and I fell completely in love with you. There was no choice. You've always been the realest thing I've ever had. My throat tightened, and I had to take a minute to calm myself before continuing. I will take care of you, I promised. I will be faithful to you. I will lay my life down to keep yours alive. Whatever you need, I will be the one to make it happen. Squeezing her hand in mine, I added, I love you, Tegan. I don't know what else to tell you other than I'm in and I won't ever be out. I'm in too, Tegan sobbed. Wrapping her hand around my neck, she pulled my face down to hers. God, Noah, I'm so in. Pressing her alcohol-flavored lips to mine, she moaned softly, and I always will be. Do you have rings? Elvis asked, breaking the moment between us. Sighing heavily, I pressed my forehead to hers. I hadn't thought about anything. Sorry, Thorn, I muttered, feeling stupid. It's fine. Just keep going. We don't need rings, Tegan told the officiator. Turning her attention back to me, she grinned and whispered, I have an even better idea. Tegan. You're all mine now, Thorn, rasped.
claiming my mouth with his, and I knew I would never care about another thing for as long as he kept kissing me. I had done it. I had married Noah Messina, and what was even more miraculous was he had married me of his own free will. This man was absolutely lethal to me. His smile alone seemed to have the power to control my mood, to elevate me, and now he was my husband. God. With devotion in his eyes and desire in his thoughts, Noah broke our kiss and grinned down at me. So what was your better idea? Rubbing my nose with his, he sighed contentedly. You said you had a better idea than wedding bands. I don't want a ring on your finger that you have to take off every time you fight. I want something permanent. Smiling, I pressed one more kiss against his lips. I want a tattoo. Noah threw his head back and laughed. Coming from the girl who once told me I needed to buy a coloring book and stop drawing on myself. What can I say? Titling my head to one side, I grinned. A girl can always change her mind. Several hours and several bars later, Noah staggered out of elevator in our hotel with me in his arms. Stop laughing, he grunted as he struggled to put one foot in front of the other. You're putting me off balance. Oh yeah, I choked out. I'm the one putting you off balance? I couldn't stop laughing as he tried and failed miserably to swipe the door with the key fob. It has nothing to do with the alcohol you consumed. You're a bad influence on me, wife, he slurred, finally managing to open the door of our suite. Misjudging his steps, my usually balanced husband, staggered over his feet, resulting in us landing in a heap just inside the doorway of our suite. Oh my God, I cackled through fits of laughter. I can't breathe. Everything was spinning, the walls, my head, my words, and I'd never been happier. You're so funny. Told you I'd do it, Noah slurred from somewhere underneath me. You're so funny. Told you I'd do it, Noah slurred from somewhere underneath me. You're so funny. Told you I'd do it, Noah slurred from somewhere underneath me. You're so funny. Told you I'd do it, Noah slurred from somewhere underneath me. You're so funny. Told you I'd do it, Noah slurred from somewhere underneath me.
Told you I'd carry my wife over the threshold. Threshold? My laughter turned into screams of hysteria. Oh, I can't even. Struggling to calm myself, I managed to choke out, "It's called a threshold." "You'll be laughing," Noah shot back, managing to roll me onto my back, "when we share intimacy tonight." "You couldn't manage much in your condition," I teased. Not that I was in much better condition. I can't feel my tongue. Sticking my tongue out, I touched it with my fingers. Irriously, I unfeelung. "I'm in love with you," he slurred, dropping his head onto my chest. "I'm in love with you too." Pushing against Noah's shoulders, I tried to dislodge myself from under his body. "Let me up, I need to pee." "Stay." Clamping his hands on my hips, Noah nuzzled his nose against the fabric of my dress covering my stomach. Be close. Really? I sighed happily. You remember that? I remember everything, he chuckled as he struggled to climb to his feet. When he finally managed to stand up, he reminded me of the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Reaching down, he grabbed my arm and pulled me to my feet. Struggling to maintain my own balance, I padded after Noah, who was staggering into the bedroom and attempting to strip his clothes off on the way. What are you doing? I giggled, following after him. Getting ready for our time together. Noah. My phone was blowing up. For the last 40 minutes, a constant stream of vibrating and really beeping noises had been drilling through my brain. I wanted to make it stop, but I couldn't get off the very bed. My hands were shackled to the bedpost, and the only person who knew where the keys to release me were just so happened to be passed out beside me. Noah, Tegan moaned, twisting in the sheets. Make the noise stop. I can't. Pulling on the handcuffs that had me bound like a difficult person, I let out a heavy sigh. Didn't think I'd be back in cuffs so soon. The hammering on the door began out of nowhere, followed by some more beeping. Noah, please, she wailed. Dragging a pillow out from underneath her head, Tegan cradled it to her stomach. I'm dying here. Whimpering, she curled up in a tiny ball. My head is trying to leave my body. It's so bad. I told you to stop after the second bottle of Jack. I specifically remember telling her that right before she tied me to the bed. That was right after we had been intimate for the third time. Their intimacy had been truly unbelievable. I needed to encourage such moments more often. You told drunk Tegan to stop, Tegan moaned. Opening one mascara-smeared eye, she peeked up at me and held a finger in the air. Drunk Tegan didn't give hungover Tegan the message. Sitting up ever so slowly, Tegan held her arms out at her sides as if she was genuinely afraid she would topple over. Her hair was the definition of a crow's nest, and I swear to God she never looked more beautiful. Noah, she whispered, eyes locked on the black ink circling her ring finger. Did we? Turning her face to me, she blinked rapidly. Jesus Christ, we did. Getting married on a whim in Vegas may have been my idea, but tattoos instead of bands on our ring fingers? Well, that was all Tegan. Hangover forgotten, Tegan scrambled onto her knees and crawled up my body. Oh my God, she breathed. Grabbing a hold of my left hand that was still cuffed to the bedpost, Tegan examined my freshly inked ring finger. We're married. Grabbing my chin with her hand, Tegan lunged forward and planted a kiss to my lips. You actually married me? At what point in time last night did I give you the impression I had cold feet? You didn't, Tegan replied sheepishly. Shaking her head, she let out a laugh. God, Noah, I'm your wife, your freaking wife. She flopped back onto the bed beside me and giggled. I still blush when buying tampons at the pharmacy, and now I'm someone's wife. My wife, I corrected, not someone's, mine. Wife, Tegan bit down on her lip and breathed. Noah Messina is my husband. Absolutely straight. You managed to tie me down, save me from prison, and tramp stamp me all in the one night? Letting out a whistle, Tegan patted my sigh. Your powers of persuasion are beyond impressive. Noah, you better open the really door now, boy. Quincy's voice filled my ears and I groaned. Do you have any idea of what time it is? Do you think you could kill him for me? Tegan asked. Or throat punch him to shut him up? Baby, unless you untie me, I can't do a very thing, I told her with a smirk. I can't. I sort of made the keys fly. Tegan nodded towards the window where it was barely bright out. Shrugging, she smiled sheepishly. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, I laughed and pulled on my shackles. You will be when I get out of these. Shaking my head, I asked, where did you get those anyway? You don't remember? Tegan grinned. They were a wedding gift from Bill and Betty. Bill and Betty, my brow furrowed in confusion. The couple that got married before us? Yup. Tegan cocked a finely curved eyebrow and smirked.
And I might have been drunk, but from what that Betty woman told me, I think it's safe to say that old Bill had a memorable night. I can hear you guys. Tommy's voice filled the room this time as the merciless banging continued on the door. Open the door right this second, or I'll have Lewis kick it down. What's the really emergency, jerk? I roared, losing my patience. Tegan flinched and covered her ears, and I mouthed sorry before calling out, "It's too very early for banging down hotel doors." Tegan, "I'll get it," I told Noah. I didn't particularly want to open the door and let Tommy and Quincy inside of our little bubble, but the jerks wouldn't stop banging, and my poor head couldn't take much more. Climbing off the bed, I covered Noah's waist with a sheet before rummaging around the carnage on the floor in search of a shirt. Finding one, I slipped it over my head before padding through the suite to the door. "How are the newlyweds?" Tommy sneered when I threw back the door, glaring at me like I was a poisonous insect. I opened my mouth to answer him, but Quincy shoved past me, storming through our hotel suite like a hurricane. With one last look of disgust, Tommy stalked past me. Lewis, who was standing outside in the hallway, nodded politely to me. "Good evening, Tegan," he acknowledged, before turning his back on me. His guarding resumed. "Good evening?" Shaking my head in confusion, I closed the door and wandered back into the bedroom where it was going down like Donkey Kong. "Are you really crazy?" Quincy was roaring. "You're all over the very internet. Getting hitched in Vegas? Real classy." When he reached the bed, Quincy flung his iPad at Noah. The device bounced off Noah's rock-hard abs before landing on the carpet alongside the bed. "That cost me $1,000, guys," Tommy groaned, diving for the device. Noah shrugged nonchalantly from where he was still shackled. "I didn't tell him to throw it." "I thought you had more than one brain cell in that head of yours, boy," Quincy continued to roar. "No prenup, no very nothing. You think you can storm in here like you own the place and throw things at him?" Noah must have some serious self-control, I thought to myself, because right now I was burning mad. Bending down, I grabbed the first thing that caught my eyes, which just so happened to be one of my heels from last night. Standing up with the silver heel in my hand, I swung my arm back and let it fly. I couldn't begin to describe the satisfaction I felt when my heel clocked Quincy on the back of his head. "You crazy, really difficult person," Noah's coach snarled, swinging around to glare at me. "What the hell is wrong with you?" "You want to keep this going?" I demanded. "Fine." Reaching down, I grabbed my other heel. I can go all day. I aimed my shoe at his head. "Call me crazy again?" "I dare you." "Noah," Quincy hissed. "Call your girl off before I do something I regret." "Wife?" With a strength that I knew he possessed but still surprised me, Noah yanked one hand roughly, shattering the cuff before doing the same with the other. So much for needing keys. Noah then proceeded to climb off the bed and walk across the room, unconcerned by his state of undress, without a blush on his cheeks. "Wife," Noah said when he reached my side. "Call off my wife." Pressing a kiss to the top of my head, Noah stepped around me and pulled open one of the dresser drawers. "The media are all over this," Tommy said, before quickly averting his eyes from the sight of my husband. "Getting married in Elvis's chapel?" Quincy piped up, tone laced with disgust. "Classy. Did you have a reason for bursting into our room this early?" Taking out a pair of black shorts, Noah quickly stepped into them and pulled them up to rest on his perfectly proportioned narrow hips. "Or couldn't you wait to offer your congratulations? Considering it's past 8 in the evening and you were supposed to be at the arena fighting in 45 very minutes, then yeah," Quincy hissed, chest heaving. "I'd say I have a pretty good reason for bursting in on you." Grabbing Tommy's hand, Noah muttered a string of swear words when checked the time on his watch. Jesus Christ. Holding the back of his head with his hands, Noah inhaled a deep breath. "Really?" he finally whispered, eyes locked on mine. "How long were we asleep?" "I don't know. I was so drunk when I fell into bed this morning that up until now I'd thought it was still Friday. It couldn't have been more than—" "It doesn't matter," Quincy growled, interrupting me. "What the hell are you waiting for? Let's go." Checking his watch, Tommy cursed under his breath. "If we're lucky, we'll make it."
Go, I urged when Noah's worried eyes landed on my face. Hurry up, I added, shoving him towards the bedroom door. What about you? Noah asked as he slipped on his pants and then his shoes. I don't want you here on your own. I'm not alone. Lewis is outside. Pushing him towards the door, I reached up on my tiptoes and pressed a kiss to his cheek. Go fight. I'll clean up and follow after you guys with Lewis. Noah, I didn't want to leave Tegan on her own less than 24 hours after we got married, but if I didn't make that fight in time, Nick would be furious. Tommy and Quincy were on one side of me, urging me towards the door. Tegan was on the other, and I did something completely out of character. Leaving this room went against my gut instinct. I couldn't explain why I felt this way, only that I had a niggling feeling in the pit of my stomach. That feeling was screaming, "Don't go, don't let her, you'll regret it." As soon as I grab a shower, I'll be there, Tegan continued to reassure me, smiling up at me through mascara-crusted eyelashes, looking more beautiful than any other woman I'd ever laid my eyes on. She cupped my stubbly cheek with her small hand. Noah, go, she added, noticing my hesitation. I'll be fine with Lewis. She's right, Noah, Tommy interjected. You trust Lewis. Opening the door, he pushed me out before following after me. You handpicked the guy. He's perfectly capable of manning the fort while you're gone. But I didn't want to be gone. I didn't want to do anything except spend every second of the day with Tegan. What was I doing? Tell me everything's okay, I said to Tommy when we were sitting in the back of a cab on the way to the arena. Everything's okay, he replied quickly. Throwing my head back, I sighed heavily. I feel irked up. I had no idea why I felt so out of sorts, but it didn't bode well with me. I never would have guessed, Tommy replied dryly. Shrugging, he added, it's probably the alcohol still in your bloodstream. You know you're not supposed to drink that crap before a fight, Quincy growled, offering up his 2 cents worth. Yeah, I replied, not believing for 1 minute that alcohol was the root of my worries. What a really horrifying feeling it was to have everything you ever wanted and know that at any moment in time, it could be snatched away from you. That's how I felt about Tegan. Unluckily for Roy Wicks, that feeling followed me all the way into the cage. Tegan Tommy wasn't lying when he said the media were all over mine and Noah's hasty nuptials. By the time I had showered and made myself somewhat decent, Lewis and I had spent 20 minutes trying to get from the foyer of the hotel to the car. Paparazzi over here were insane. I'd never seen the likes of it. Noah was obviously prime meat to them, and because I was his former flame and current squeeze, their words not mine, I was now hot property. I'd had at least a dozen cameras shoved in my face already. Even now, as I sat in the back of the fanciest car I'd ever been in, waiting for Lewis to escort me in to watch Noah's fight, paparazzi continued to snap furiously outside the limo. I didn't know why they were bothering when the windows were tinted, but whatever. The moment the car door opened, flashing cameras and the sounds of screaming infiltrated my senses, both blinding and deafening me. Whoa, this is crazy, I whispered to myself as Lewis opened my door and gestured me out. Climbing unsteadily to my feet, I studied the crazed mob surrounding me. Startled and, quite frankly, overwhelmed by the media, I wrapped my arms around myself in dismay as I studied the hordes of people blocking the sidewalk to the arena entrance. Mrs. Messina! That's her, the one in the pictures. Can we get a comment? Who is she? The girl from the video. Oh yes, the delightful video of my first intimate experience. The CCTV footage of Noah and I sharing an intimate moment in the elevator of the Henderson Hotel was still doing the rounds on the net. That's her. That's his wife, Tegan Connolly. Unintentionally famous. Her? I could hear the disbelief oozing from their words. But she's so plain. I know, right? Super. As if I didn't have enough issues. He could have any woman and he picks her? He probably got her pregnant. Cameras and microphones were thrust towards me as Lewis led me through the crowds. Keeping my head down, I kept close to Lewis, feeling completely out of my comfort zone, not to mention underdressed in jeans, flip-flops, and a gray tank top. When we eventually got inside, Lewis and I were escorted to our seats by several security guards.
I was shuffling into my seat in the third row, with Lewis close on my heels, just as Noah's entrance song, Roy Jones' Can't Be Touched, blasted through the arena. I sagged in relief. For a while, I'd been worried I wouldn't make it on time. The screaming around us went through the roof. Everyone was on their feet cheering for my husband, everyone's clear favorite. Ladies and gentlemen, for your pleasure, for one night only, we have a knockout fight. That's right, folks. MFA veteran and three-time former heavyweight champion, Roy the Ringer Wicks. And going against him tonight, a crowd favorite. It's your very own bad boy from the wrong side of the tracks, Noah the Machine Messina. When he entered the cage, Noah bounced lightly on his feet, a challenge for a man who was 6'4" in height and 245 pounds of pure muscle. Ignoring his opposition, who was already in the cage and trying to taunt him, Noah rolled his shoulders and twisted his neck from side to side, loosening up. I'd never thought much about the arenas MFA fights took place in when I watched them on the television, but being here in the flesh was intense. The place smelled of sweat and blood and bleach. The cage, the metal bars, the scent of sweat mixed with tobacco and alcohol was poignant. The bloodthirsty screams of the crowd was kind of arousing in a screwed-up way. Did you have a reason for bursting into our room this early? Taking out a pair of black shorts, Noah quickly stepped into them and pulled them up to rest on his perfectly proportioned narrow hips. Or couldn't you wait to offer your congratulations? Considering it's past 8 in the evening and you were supposed to be at the arena fighting in 45 very minutes, then yeah, Quincy hissed, chest heaving, I'd say I have a pretty good reason for bursting in on you. Grabbing Tommy's hand, Noah muttered a string of swear words when checked the time on his watch. Jesus Christ. Holding the back of his head with his hands, Noah inhaled a deep breath. Really, he finally whispered, eyes locked on mine. How long were we asleep? I don't know. I was so drunk when I fell into bed this morning that up until now, I thought it was still Friday. It couldn't have been more than— It doesn't matter, Quincy growled, interrupting me. What the hell are you waiting for? Let's go. Checking his watch, Tommy cursed under his breath. If we're lucky, we'll make it. Go, I urged when Noah's worried eyes landed on my face. Hurry up, I added, shoving him towards the bedroom door. What about you? Noah asked as he slipped on his pants and then his shoes. I don't want you here on your own. I'm not alone. Lewis is outside. Pushing him towards the door, I reached up on my tiptoes and pressed a kiss to his cheek. Go fight. I'll clean up and follow after you guys with Lewis. Noah, I didn't want to leave Tegan on her own less than 24 hours after we got married, but if I didn't make that fight in time, Nick would be furious. Tommy and Quincy were on one side of me, urging me towards the door. Tegan was on the other, and I did something completely out of character. Leaving this room went against my gut instinct. I couldn't explain why I felt this way, only that I had a niggling feeling in the pit of my stomach. That feeling was screaming, "Don't go, don't let her, you'll regret it." As soon as I grab a shower, I'll be there. Tegan continued to reassure me, smiling up at me through mascara-crusted eyelashes, looking more beautiful than any other woman I'd ever laid my eyes on. She cupped my stubbly cheek with her small hand. Noah, go, she added, noticing my hesitation. I'll be fine with Lewis. She's right, Noah, Tommy interjected. You trust?
When the match official called both men to the center of the ring to touch gloves, the screaming and cheering went through the roof. The bell rang, and Noah curled his lip up and smirked, and then he attacked. Noah looked so fricking hot, I could hardly contain myself as I screamed out his name like a lunatic, cheering him on all the way. His opponent reminded me of a ninja. He was all high kicks and fancy foot patterns, but Roy Wicks was old, and it showed. He was no match for my guy. Blocking Roy's aggressive uppercuts effortlessly, Noah embarked on an impressive onslaught of shots, and he did all this while dancing around the mat like it was second nature to him. Fortunately for Noah, I knew that it was true. This was what he'd been brought into the world to do, and my man was the best. He's doing well tonight. Tommy's voice came out of nowhere, surprising the hell out of me. Maneuvering through the row, he settled down on the empty seat to my right. Startled by Tommy's appearance, I sank down on my seat and smiled. He's incredible. When he didn't say anything else, I refocused my attention on the cage. My heart soared in my chest when I saw that Noah had managed to get Wicks on the mat, where he had him locked in a submission maneuver. "I know what you're trying to do," Tommy whispered in my ear. My blood ran cold in my veins. "And what's that?" I replied, not taking my eyes off my husband. "Quit acting, Tegan," Tommy sneered, moving closer to me. "You didn't want a very thing to do with Noah when he was down on his luck, and, lo and behold, the minute he gets back up on his feet, you're back sniffing around like the proverbial penny." "You're wrong about me," I said shakily. "I'm not that kind of woman." "Every woman is that kind of woman," Tommy laughed harshly. "I give it a month. You'll be draped in his money like every other gold digger." His voice turned colder. "Clever move, by the way, not having him draw up a prenup. You move fast, Tegan." "I love him," I snapped. Turning to face Tommy, I looked into his eyes and said, "You might not want to believe that, but it's true." Scraping together all my courage, I added, "And I'm not going anywhere, so you might as well get used to me being around the place." "Is that so?" Tommy raised a brow. "Well, I want you to know that I'm going to make it my life's mission to expose you for what you truly are." "And your winner, ladies and gentlemen, Noah the Machine Messina," the announcer called out, freeing me from Tommy's nerve-wracking glance. On shaking legs, I stood and cheered for my husband, forcing a smile. Inside, I was terrified. Tegan to Hope Carter. Subject, reread my surname. From Tegan Messina. Don't freak out on me, but I got married. Yes, you read that right. I am officially a married woman now. And before you say that I've made a huge mistake or that I've rushed into things, just remember how supportive I was when you wanted to marry Jordan the jerk. P.S. I love you, I miss you, I need you to come see me 3. To Tegan Messina. Subject, what in the world? From Hope Carter. Did you smoke something? What the heck am I reading here? You got married? When? Where? Details, Tegan. I need details ASAP. Also, please refrain from calling my husband a jerk. Though he is a very difficult man, you know how stabby I get when people talk crap about him. Also, now that you're married to Noah, does that make you my aunt? Ugh, creepy. And I miss you too, weirdo. To Tegan Messina. Subject, I've always been your agony aunt. Now it's on paper. From Tegan Messina. Oh my gosh, I didn't think about it like that. I married my best friend's uncle. But yeah, I guess it kind of does make me your aunt now, at least by marriage. And if we ever take the plunge and have kids, they'll be cousins. Weird. To Tegan Messina. Subject, has Uncle Dearest knocked you up already? From Hope Carter. Be careful, Teagues. The men in my family are known to breed like rabbits. My grandfather seems to have an army of sons littered across Colorado, and my dad's never knocked out less than 2 at a time, 3 in the case of Cam, Colt, and Lowe. Breeding multiples could be a hereditary thing, you know? To Tegan Messina. Subject, has Uncle Dearest knocked you up already? From Hope Carter. Be careful, Teagues. The men in my family are known to breed like rabbits. My grandfather seems to have an army of sons littered across Colorado, and my dad's never knocked out less than 2 at a time, 3 in the case of Cam, Colt, and Lowe. Breeding multiples could be a hereditary thing, you know? To Tegan Messina. Subject, my uterus is empty. From Tegan Messina. No, he hasn't knocked me up yet, and don't even think it. You know how superstitious I am. You could jinx me with that kind of talk. Ugh, now I'm all freaked out. Thanks a lot, Hope. To Tegan Messina. Don't be silly. Use protection. From Hope Carter. Anytime, precious. Now go and guard that uterus with the best contraceptive money can buy. You're going to need it. Just ask my poor mother." "What's so funny?" Noah's voice drifted through my ears, dragging me back to the here and now, which just so happened to be a tour bus on the interstate between Las Vegas and Phoenix. "Hope," I chuckled, before locking my phone and slipping it back into my pocket. She has an uncanny ability of terrifying me to my core. Shuddering, I filled Noah in on Hope's emails about multiples and breeding like rabbits. "No wonder she's a writer," Noah said in an amused tone when I had finished my tale. Shaking his head, he ran a hand through his hair and smirked. "The girl has some imagination." "True," I agreed. "Do we have much further to go?" Noah looked out the window and then down at his watch. "Another hour or so." Great. Not. I was feeling stiff and uncomfortable after 3 hours of constant driving. Another hour in this heat? I gestured towards the window of the bus. There wasn't a blade of grass in our peripheral. Sweet Jesus, I couldn't breathe. Back home in Ireland, the month of April usually consisted of a touch of sunshine and the odd shower of rain. Over here, it was like a fricking desert. Pulling at the collar of his shirt with his hand, Noah twisted his head from side to side before reaching up above our heads and switching on the aircon. "Better?" After a moment, a steady flow of cold air blew into my face, and I nodded in relief. Noah wrapped his arm around my shoulders, and I snuggled back into his embrace, preferring to melt rather than move an inch away from him. "I like this," I mused, stroking my cheek against the cotton of his shirt. "Just being here, with you." "Good," Noah said in his deep, gruff voice. Tightening his arm around me, he leaned over and kissed the top of my head. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Beau walking towards us, and I quickly averted my eyes, not bothering to look at him or attempt to make eye contact. We'd been on tour for a little under 3 weeks now, and I'd learned pretty quickly not to bother trying to talk to any of Noah's team. With the exception of Lucky, none of them gave me the time of day. They just loved to run to Noah whenever I did something inappropriate. Like last weekend in Vegas, when I threatened the busboy for touching my butt, or the weekend before when I drank a teeny tiny bit too much after Noah's victory over Roy Wicks and had decided it was a good idea to break into Tommy's hotel room and teepee the hell out of it. Honest to God, it was like I had 3 evil stepsisters waiting in the wings to throw Gosh on my path and upscuttle me at any given time. The poor choices I had made when I was 17 were still hanging over my head and blackening everyone's opinion of me. Beau stopped at our seat to talk to Noah about something or other. I turned my face towards the window, pulled my phone out of my pocket, and busied myself with answering some long overdue emails. I was trying this new thing where I didn't allow Beau or any of the guys to draw me into arguments. Every time they were close to me, I found myself mentally reciting the age-old saying, "Not my monkey, not my circus," over and over again in my head. It marginally helped with my rage over how they treated me and the way they spoke down to me when Noah wasn't around. Well, I still wanted to throat punch both of them, but so far I was managing to restrain my natural instincts. I was under no illusions as to what these men thought of me or the threat they posed to my marriage. Tommy had said as much. Forcing myself to refocus on my phone, I stared down at the screen and quickly swiped through the junk mail cramming up my mailbox. I was in the process of deleting a newsletter from a gym I'd subscribed to back home when my eyes landed on an email listed below from heartyboy3829csgym.en. Immediately, I knew who the email was from. It was the same address he'd had since secondary school. My thumb hovered over the screen for a long moment while I contemplated reading it or not. What good would come out of it? Liam had hurt me beyond repair. There was no going back for me, no friendship to repair, no nothing. Clicking the delete button, I erased Liam's email before letting out a bittersweet sigh and curling into my husband's chest. "You good, Thorn?" Noah asked when Beau was gone. Keeping quiet wasn't my thing. I'd never been known as a person who minced her words, but Noah looked so happy. I didn't want to ruin it by complaining about his staff. After all, they were like family to Noah and had been with him since his release from prison. Who was I to come in and mess that up? The girl who ran out on him when things got tough? Nodding against his chest, I whispered, "I'm good, Noah." "Do you want to do some reading?" My head shot up in surprise. "Do you?" Noah shrugged. "I've been thinking about that story of Hope's we were reading." "Love Recaptured?" I squealed, clapping excitedly. "It's her best work yet." "Yeah," Noah smirked. "Get your Kindle out. I want to know what happens." Blinking rapidly, I repressed the urge to swoon. "So you fight, you work out, you're hot, and you like the same books as I do?" Fanning myself dramatically, I grinned like an idiot. "What can I say?" he shot back with a cocky smirk. "I'm perfect." Tegan. I couldn't feel my rear. Never mind being asleep, I was fairly certain my bottom was flat out dead. Sitting on an upturned crate in the corner of a downtrodden gym for the past 8 hours wasn't exactly my idea of fun times, but Noah was on fire tonight. I'd never seen a man do so many chin-ups in my life. I'd stopped counting at 87. I'd had to because if I had to watch Quincy punch Noah in the gut one more time during a chin-up, I was going to kick some rear of my own. It was a masochistic training regimen, taking a beating while working every muscle in his body to the max, but it worked for Noah. He seemed to thrive on the pain and intensity. We had arrived in Dallas just before noon this morning, and just like he'd always done in every new place we'd stayed since we arrived in the States, Noah went straight to the gym to check out his latest facilities. It didn't matter what city we were in, Noah always sought out the gyms populated by lower middle class to work out in. It was obvious that he preferred being around people similar to those he'd grown up with. Fancy equipment and shiny boxing rings weren't my husband's thing. He was a backstreet fighter. He made no apologies for who he was and how he was raised, and his fans loved him more for it. And me, being the pathetic, careerless woman I was, tagged along with him. It was now 8:15 in the evening, and I was very starving. The fans that had been in the gym earlier had graciously dispersed an hour or two ago, giving Noah some time to focus on his training for his upcoming fight tomorrow night. The only ones left now were Noah, Quincy, Tommy, Bo, Lewis, and 3 other men whose names I didn't know or care to learn. I'd met so many new people lately that I'd quickly given up trying to remember names. The only ones I kept count of were the ones who were continuously present. As usual, I sat alone in the corner, and as usual, no one spoke to me. I was dutifully ignored by every member of Noah's team. At least they were consistent in their treatment of me. Lucky was out running errands. I knew what kind of errands Lucky was running, and they involved the illegal kind. He was hunting around every low-down bar and strip joints in town for JD and his men. He did the same thing every time we arrived in a new place. And to be fair to Lucky, he was very thorough, because none of us had gotten so much as a whiff of JD or his gang of goons since Ireland. The guys thought I didn't know about their little routine, but I was blonde, not stupid. "Tegan?" Lifting my head, I noticed Bo walking towards me, and I think I withered a little inside. Oh God, this was all I needed. It was a real pity Bo was such a jerk. His good looks and pretty blue eyes were overshadowed by that horrible personality of his. "Yes?" I forced myself to say when Bo was standing in front of me, clad in his standard gym attire that consisted of shorts and a wife beater. "You're distracting him," Bo said coldly, arms crossed over his chest. "Quincy's wants you out of here while he's training." What was new? "Quincy never wants me anywhere Noah is," I replied in a weary tone. Yeah, being unwanted was a joy to behold. Inhaling a calming breath, I placed the paperback that I had been reading down on my lap before answering him. "Look, Bo, I was trying real hard to stay out of these jerks' way. I'm not bothering anyone. I'm sitting in the corner." Picking up my book, I waved it in front of my face. Reading. "Don't get comfortable, Tegan," Bo hissed in a low tone before slowly backing away. "Your time here is temporary." Yeah, I shot back, smothering my hurt with sarcasm as I waved him off with my hand. I'm nothing but a difficult person draped in Noah's money. Refocusing on my paperback, I pretended that I didn't care that nobody liked me, and in all honesty, I'd endured worse bullies in my life. Bo and the guys were a litter of kittens in comparison to Ellie Dennis and Reese Tanner.
Ugh, the mere thought of Reese's name caused every nerve in my body to stand on end. One of these days, I was going to cut that difficult person. It was a silent vow I had made to myself when I discovered she had raped my husband, one that I repledged when I discovered she would inevitably show up on this tour at some stage. Unable to push the difficult person from my mind, I tucked my book into my purse and stormed through the gym in the direction of Noah. I had too much anger burning inside of me, and Beau's taunts and threats only antagonized me further. "Will she be there tomorrow night?" I demanded when I reached my husband. Stopping the punching bag he had been pummeling from swaying, Noah wiped a fine layer of sweat from his brow with his forearm. "Will who be where tomorrow night?" He was breathing hard and was dripping in sweat. "That difficult person, Reese Tanner," I all but snarled. Anger burned inside of me. "Do you know when we'll see her again?" Noah had a fight tomorrow night. Those fights were always followed by after parties. I needed to know if I was going to run into her again. I wanted to be prepared. "I couldn't care less about that woman, Thorn," Noah told me in a breathless tone, "and neither should you. She's going to get her comeuppance for what she did to you." I rested my hip against the huge training bag and mentally patted Noah on the back for being able to make this 200-pound bag bend to his will. "I've been known to throw a mean right hook, you know," I added, making a conscious effort not to drool over my husband. He wasn't making it easy, though. Bobbing back and forth on his bare feet, Noah looked inhumanly beautiful. Clad only in a pair of black shorts, his muscles were on full display, not to mention his sinfully sexy tattoos. On Noah's back was a huge crucifix with wings sprouting out of each side. The wolf on his left calf had been there for as long as I'd known him. His arms were covered in swirls and loops.
My eyes wandered over his stomach to the Celtic scribe on his hip bone, and then to the red rose on his side with a jagged lone thorn sticking out. Letting out a grunt that sounded like a mixture of impatience and lust, Noah hooked his hands under my arms and lifted me out of the way. "Stem the homicidal notions, Thorn." Pressing a quick kiss to my forehead, he fell back into stance, fists up. "She's not worth the hassle." "No," I countered evenly, "but you are." "Am I?" he muttered under his breath. "Could have fooled me." Ouch. I would not cry. I refused to give any of these people the satisfaction of knowing they were getting to me. I could handle their jeers and their hate, but I couldn't handle that from Noah. He hadn't thrown gosh at me for a while, and I'd honestly hoped that we were over that part. "I'm here," I offered, loathing myself for my weakness. "I'm with you." Folding my arms across myself protectively, I forced back a cold shiver. "I've given up my whole life to follow you, so let me back in." Stopping the punching bag once more, Noah turned and faced me. "I'm sorry, Thorn." He was slightly breathless. Sweat trickled from his brow as his eyes roamed over my body. "I shouldn't have said that," he added before falling back into a furious pattern of uppercuts and body blows. "No," I whispered in defeat before turning away and heading back to my crate. "You shouldn't." Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Lucky had returned from his errands and was prowling towards me with a pair of boxing gloves. I sagged in visible relief. Lucky was fast becoming my best friend around here. His eyes met mine, and he smirked. "Ready for round 2, Blondie?" I forced a smile and crooked a finger towards him. I was born ready. Noah. My wife was too very sexy for her own good. Tegan looked really gorgeous as she bounced around on the gym mats, fists primed in front of her face like a spunky little kitten poised and ready to pounce on Lucky. My former cellmate, who was enabling this sparring session, was grinning at Tegan, fondly too fondly. In fact, he was too really close to her altogether. He needed to back up and quick. This play-acting friendship those two had quickly struck up was riling me up. I was beyond agitated, and I didn't like it. Not one really bit. "Concentrate, Messina," Quincy snapped, drawing me back to the task at hand. Shaking my head, I dropped back and began jabbing the speed bag furiously. I couldn't concentrate at all when she was here,
And when she wasn't, my concentration levels were even worse. I was a mess, sabotaging my very marriage with cheap jabs and pathetic, really grudges. Gosh, I wanted to kick my own rear for being such a jerk to her. I'd been trying so hard to put it all behind me, and hell, I'd been doing a good job. Good, 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 attaboy. Now, release. I did. Putting every ounce of strength I had in my body into my left fist, I slammed it against the bag, enjoying the feel of pressure in my muscles as the bag jolted back and forth violently. Good. Now switch, Quincy ordered, breaking through my thoughts, and immediately my foot pattern changed. I fell into stance, jabbing with my left, a sensation that was really alien to me. Jabbing viciously, I worked myself up until my last ounce of energy released in the form of a right hook. Gosh, really, damn it, Messina, Quincy snarled, tossing a bottle of water at me. You couldn't beat on a weakling with that right hook. You don't beat on a weakling, Q, I shot back, stopping the bag with my hands. You respect what you care for. Reaching down, I picked up the water bottle and took a deep swig. You make what you care for yours. Moving over to the heavy bag, I fell into stance, throwing punch after punch, enjoying the pain rippling through my body with every blow. You dominate. Slamming my fist against the bag, I turned my head towards Quincy and smirked. If you're fighting a weakling, then you're doing something very wrong. You're a smart aleck, ain't ya? Quincy shot back, red-faced. Think you're the only one who's been at the top of the food chain? Snarling, he turned his attention to the bag. I was the king of this world long before you were a twinkle in your daddy's eye, Messina, he growled, slamming his fist into the bag. Remember that. I watched as Quincy stalked out of the gym, followed by Pepe, Fornez, and Cabrek, 3 suits from one of my main sponsors. My attention quickly landed on Thorn and Lucky play-acting around. Immediately, I was incensed with this visceral urge to mark my territory. Jesus Christ. My feet were moving towards her before my brain could catch up. That wife of yours is like a miniature ninja, Lucky chuckled as he dodged Tegan's flaunting fists. Can you give us... I let my words trail off as Lucky nodded, quickly getting my drift. Okay, time out, Blondie, he called out to Tegan. Holding his hands up, he slowly backed away from us. I need a smoke. Can we talk? I asked, turning my attention on Thorn when Lucky was out of earshot. I needed to fix this, somehow. I just wasn't sure how. Nope, Thorn huffed. I'm busy. Doing what? I shot back, amused. Looks like you've lost your sparring partner. Keep on walking, King Jerk, she countered, face red. I've had enough verbal sparring for one day. I'll let you hit me, I offered, feeling like the king of jerks for hurting her. Fine, Tegan growled, turning to face me. I'll spar with you if you promise not to go easy on me. Cocking a brow, I smirked. I don't hit girls, baby. Let's go, Messina, she growled, holding her fists up all really wrong as she danced around the mat. Hit me with your best shot. I stood with my hands on my hips and a gosh-eating grin on my face as I watched my little Thorn stalk me, pouncing at me like a playful kitten and then skipping a few feet out of my reach, concentration etched on her pretty face. Careful, I teased, blocking one of her jabs with the palm of my hand. You don't want to break a nail. Tegan's face reddened in frustration, and I let her pound me. I'm going to KO your rear, she hissed, throwing her fists wildly towards my midsection. I considered it foreplay for later, when I would return the favor and share intimacy with her. Stepping closer, Tegan faltered when I reached out and clenched her hip with one hand. Hooking my foot under hers, I toppled her with one clean sweep. She hit the mat with a thud, with me landing on top of her. If you were a gentleman, you'd let me beat you, she groaned, eyes closed, as she lay on her back on the mat. I thought you said I wasn't supposed to take it easy on you. Straddling Tegan's hips, I pinned her arms above her head and smiled. And whatever gave you the impression that I was a gentleman? Her sweat-glistening chest was rising and falling quickly, causing me all sorts of problems. Lowering my face to hers, I kissed her deeply. You... Ex-ode, she growled, struggling to speak. The worst kind of road age. Chuckling, I released her lip and claimed the soft skin on her neck that was covering her hammering pulse. Road rage? I teased. We're in a gym, Thorn. And now you're laughing at me and making me even madder, she moaned. Perfect. Thanks for that, jerk. I'm sorry, I confessed guiltily. Tegan tensed beneath me. Pressing a soft kiss to her skin, I tucked my face into her neck and sighed. About earlier, about everything. Don't do it again, Noah, she whispered. Sighing heavily, she wrapped her glove-covered hands around my neck. I'm tired of having my past thrown in my face. A sudden shadow fell over us, followed by the sound of someone clearing their throat. Are you going to get some actual training done today, Noah? Tommy asked, annoyance evident in his tone as he glared down at us. Don't make me ban her from the gym because I will. I bet you'd love that, Tegan muttered under her breath, eyes narrowed on Tommy. I need to fix this, somehow. I just wasn't sure how. Nope, Thorn huffed. I'm busy. Doing what? I shot back, amused. Looks like you've lost your sparring partner. Keep on walking, king jerk, she countered, face red. I've had enough verbal sparring for one day. I'll let you hit me, I offered, feeling like the king of jerks for hurting her. Fine, Tegan growled, turning to face me. I'll spar with you if you promise not to go easy on me. Cocking a brow, I smirked. I don't hit girls, baby. Let's go, Messina, she growled, holding her fists up all really wrong as she danced around the mat. Hit me with your best shot. I stood with my hands on my hips and a gosh-eating grin on my face as I watched my little Thorn stalk me, pouncing at me like a playful kitten and then skipping a few feet out of my reach, concentration etched on her pretty face. Careful, I teased, blocking one of her jabs with the palm of my hand. Tegan's face reddened in frustration, and I let her pound me. I'm going to KO your rear, she hissed, throwing her fists wildly towards my midsection. I considered it foreplay for later, when I would return the favor and share intimacy with her. Stepping closer, Tegan faltered when I reached out and clenched her hip with one hand. Hooking my foot under hers, I toppled her with one clean sweep. She hit the mat with a thud, with me landing on top of her. If you were a gentleman, you'd let me beat you, she groaned, eyes closed, as she lay on her back on the mat. I thought you said I wasn't supposed to take it easy on you. Straddling Tegan's hips, I pinned her arms above her head and smiled. And whatever gave you the impression that I was a gentleman? Her sweat glistening chest was rising and falling quickly, causing me all sorts of problems. Lowering my
Baritone. Intimate, 5 to 8% deeper. Volume, 78% to 68 to 75% intimate. Slapping her hands against my chest, Tegan pushed against me and said, I'm going back to the hotel. I'll see you after training. Reluctantly, I rolled off Tegan and let her up. I remained on the mats, watching until she had stalked out of the gym, followed closely by Lewis. Was that necessary? I asked, climbing to my feet. She's screwing with your form, Noah, Tommy shot back, unapologetically. You've been missing training sessions. The ones you show up to, you're constantly distracted. You have a fight tomorrow, man. Shaking his head, he added, if you don't start getting your head in the game, Conroy is going to hand your rear to you. The only person who's going to get his rear handed to him is you if you don't start being nicer to her. I had enough problems without having to worry about this crap. He was convinced she would be the prime ingredient in my downfall. Either way, I wasn't giving her up again. I loved her harder than I knew what to do with it. Everything and everyone she knows is on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, and you need to start being a little more welcoming. I am being nice to her, Tommy shot back with a glare. Nicer than she deserves after all the mess she's pulled on you. Be nicer, I warned him. I mean it. Tegan is my wife. I won't have you disrespect her. We'll see how long that lasts, Tommy muttered under his breath. Don't make me choose, I snarled before turning my back on my best friend. You won't win. Noah. There is something very wrong with you, Lucky drawled as he leaned with his back against the bar, whiskey tumbler in his hand. Seriously, you're a jerk. He didn't have to tell me what I already knew. I really messed up earlier, I admitted, knowing full well what Lucky was talking about. My stupid really comment to Tegan in the gym. He'd heard it, and he was letting me know that he wasn't impressed. So you did, Lucky mused, pressing a bottle to his lips. So you continue to do. Ordering 2 glasses of whiskey from the bartender, Lucky pushed one towards me. Keep really up, and you'll be sleeping on your own. Picking up his tumbler, he tossed the amber liquid down his throat before setting the glass back down, permanently. I'm trying, I said in a warning tone, not to push me. Then try harder, he shot back just as vehemently. That's your woman, jerk, in the flesh. With that, Lucky walked off, muttering something about needing a smoke, leaving me alone at the bar. Sinking down on one of the stools, I tossed my drink back and ordered another one. I wasn't supposed to be drinking. I was on a strict regime, but the more whiskey I poured down my throat, the more tension drained from my body. Lucky was right. I was a jerk. I needed to make it up to Tegan, make her happy. I could make her happy through our intimacy. We shared passion every night, but I needed to give her more. She deserved more from me. No prizes for why you're drinking the night before a fight? Tommy's voice filled my ears, and I bit back a groan. Woman troubles? He was all I really needed right now. Careful, T, I warned in a low tone. I'm feeling really unstable right now. Picking up another glass, I tossed it back and flagged down the bartender to bring me another. One word against my wife, and I'm going to lose my temper. Taking a seat on the stool beside me, Tommy continued to goad me. You're slacking in the gym, Noah. You're distracted and your form is weakening. Gaps are opening in your defenses. We've all noticed. Standing up, I knocked back another drink. Shut up, T. Stepping around my bar stool, I walked over to my oldest friend and said, let's not pretend this intervention has anything to do with my form. He didn't even try to deny the fact that this conversation had nothing to do with my fighting and everything to do with my marriage. Holding on to my temper by the skin of my teeth, I leaned into Tommy's face and said, if you can't respect my wife, then you have no business working for me. Noah. I was done. Turning around, I stalked out of the bar and headed straight for the elevators. Slamming my hand down on the keypad, I stepped inside and continued up to the top floor of the hotel. I spent a good 5 minutes standing outside our suite, calming myself down before going inside. Lewis, head of security, was outside, standing guard, and right about now, he was the only one doing what he was really paid to do. When I found my wife, she was sitting cross-legged in the middle of our bed with her acoustic guitar resting on her lap. With her eyes closed, Tegan strummed her fingers against the strings as she sang her own version of Banks' Beggin' for Thread. Her rich tone captivated me completely. The words wrapped around my heart like ivy. I could listen to her sing for the rest of my life and never grow tired. I forget I'm not there anymore, I blurted out when Thorn had finished her song. Her eyes sprang open in surprise. God, Noah, she breathed, sagging against her guitar. You almost gave me a heart attack. I meant in prison or in a ring. That was a beautiful song, by the way, I continued to say as I approached her. Thorn, the way I was brought up, I'm used to being hard, being on guard, being cruel. Sinking down on the edge of the bed, I sighed heavily. But with you, everything's different. Frowning, Tegan set her guitar down on the bed before crawling over to where I was sitting. Noah, what's going on? Throwing the past in your face earlier, I dropped my head in shame. It was really bad of me. My shoulder sagged. I don't know why I did it. Oh, that? Tegan waved her hand in the air like it was nothing. No biggie. Waggling her perfectly shaped eyebrows, Tegan fell onto her back and patted the mattress beside her. If you're feeling bad about it, I know ways you can make it up to me, she said playfully. Be serious, I shot back, feeling too guilty to joke around. You were upset. She shrugged. And now I'm over it. Biting down on her bottom lip, she purred, Last chance, machine. You're so lovable. Tossing myself onto my back, I laid down beside my wife and turned my face to hers. Do you know that? I never had a fighting chance with you, did I? Noah, it's okay.
Reaching down, Tegan took my hand in hers, entwining our fingers. I'm not leaving again. I'd been a jerk and she was reassuring me, understanding me. Christ, this woman never ceased to amaze me. Let's go out. What? Excitement sparkled in her hazel eyes. Where would we go? Whatever you want, I shot back, with a smirk, desperate to please her. Just the two of us. Spending time alone together was something I knew we both desperately needed. Okay, Tegan squealed, leaping onto her knees in a move that would have made a ninja envious. The latest Jurassic Park movie is out. We could go see it. I nodded. Sounds good. Okay then. Pressing a quick kiss to my lips, she leapt off the bed like a woman on a mission. Racing over to her purse that was resting on the back of a chair, Tegan dug inside it and retrieved her phone. Let's see. She scrolled through her phone for a few minutes before saying, "There's a showing at 9 at the theater 3 blocks from here." Tegan's phone suddenly began to ring in her hands. Frowning, she swiped her finger across the screen and placed it to her ear. "Hope? What's up? Hope? Hello? What's up?" I asked, sitting up. Tegan shook her head in confusion. She must have called me by accident. Oh my God! Slamming her phone against her chest, Tegan ran over to where I was sitting and turned on her loudspeaker. Immediately, the sound of Jordan and Hope's voices filled the room. "You had this amazing family," Jordan was saying, "and you had my dad, Hope, mine. I never got anything from him, but all of you guys did."
Derrican, intimate, 5 to 8% deeper, volume 78% to 68 to 65%. Derek chose your family over my mom, over me. My gaze immediately went to Tegan, whose eyes were bulging so much they looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets. "I'm not your father, Hope," Jordan continued to say. "That perfect love, you won't get that from me because I can't give you normal, and you deserve normal." This wasn't right, listening in on their private conversation. "Maybe we should hang—" "Shh," Tegan interrupted, clamping her hand over my mouth. "You're afraid to give me more," Hope shot back in a furious tone of voice. "You're a coward, Jordan Porter. Tell me the truth. Gosh, be honest with me for once in your life." "You want honesty? Fine. I'm not the person you think I am," Jordan roared. "Don't push for more, Hope. You don't want to know the truth." "I do," Hope screamed back at him. "Tell me, give me a gosh explanation for why you left. You'll never look at me the same way again." "Tell me," she screamed louder. "Give me something. Gosh to hell, Jordan, stop hiding behind your built-up walls and tell me." "You want to know?" "Yes." "You really want to know?" "Yes, Jordan. Gosh, I want to know." "Fine," he roared, voice breaking. Okay, I interrupted, ending the call. "No!" Tegan screamed, throwing her hands up in sheer dismay. "Why?" she asked in a pained tone. "Why would you do that to me?" She looked truly distraught. He was about to tell her something. "Exactly," I shot back. "He was about to tell Hope something, not us." "I can't believe you ruined that for me," she muttered sullenly. "Believe it or not, I happen to have morals, Thorn," I chuckled, "and those morals include being against eavesdropping on people's private conversations." "Well, I don't," she glared at me. "This is the worst kind of cliffhanger." Noah, mortification wasn't the reaction I'd been hoping for when I handed my wife the bridal set I'd bought her from Tiffany's, but that's what I got. Maybe I should have chosen a more private location to give her the gift. A gym full of sweaty men wasn't exactly romantic. I was really clueless. "You can exchange them for something else if you don't like them," I said as I watched Tegan study the diamond engagement ring and matching wedding band. "I know you said you wanted something more permanent, but every man should buy his wife a ring. Or at least that's what I'd thought. Going off Tegan's reaction, I'd got it wrong. Very wrong." "Noah," she whispered, cheeks reddening. "It's too much." Swallowing deeply, she looked up at me. "These must have cost you a fortune." 130 grand, but I wasn't about to tell her that. "You're worth it," I went for instead. "And a hell of a lot more besides."
She needed to know that our wedding might have happened on a whim, but our marriage was something I'd been planning for a long time. There was only one woman for me, the only person I'd ever commit myself for a lifetime to, and she needed to know that woman was her. "They're perfect," she whispered, cheeks stained pink. With shaking hands, I watched Tegan slide both rings onto her ring finger. "So, am I forgiven?" I dared to broach the subject. "For hanging up on the call?" "I suppose you are." Tegan cocked a brow, clearly deep in thought. "If you promise to never tease me about the dinosaur thing ever again." "Thanks for this," Tegan said. She had taken a seat in the back row of the theater, and I had handed her the bucket of popcorn she'd demanded. "It means a lot," she continued to say with her mouth full of popcorn. "It's fine, Thorn." Guilt swarmed inside me as I took my seat beside my wife. She shouldn't have to thank me for taking her to the gosh movies. It was something I should be doing on a regular basis. Reaching my arm around her slim shoulders, I pulled her close. "I've heard good things about this one," she said, snuggling into my side. Tegan continued to ramble on throughout the entire movie, and my mind continued to torment me with images of her with that jerk. "I need to leave," Tegan blurted out towards the end of the movie, startling the gosh out of me. "Why? What's up?" I turned to look at her and was really horrified to see tears streaming down her face. "Jesus, Tegan, are you okay?" I can't." Blubbering, she wiped her nose with a tissue I hadn't realized she'd been holding and shuddered. "They killed him, Noah." "Yeah?" Confused, I looked back at the screen to see if I was missing something. Nope, I wasn't. "Thorn, he was the bad guy, baby." "It's just so sad," she sobbed into the tissue. "I didn't want him to die." I racked my brain. The guy just killed millions of innocents? Was she kidding? "You didn't want him to die?" "Don't make me feel bad for it," she wailed, jerking out of her seat. Smothering my laughter, I nodded. Consider it done. "What you got there, man?" Tommy said when he came to stand beside me, eyes locked on Tegan's hand. "Nothing," Tegan was quick to reply. Frowning in confusion, I watched as she tucked her hands behind her back. Letting out a whistle, Tommy reached out and grabbed Tegan's hand. "You better win your next 3 fights if you want to break even after buying that." "I didn't ask him to buy it," Tegan hissed, looking up at Tommy like she'd done something illegal. "What?" Shaking my head, I looked down at my wife. "He knows that, Thorn," I said slowly. "Right, T?" "Right, man," Tommy agreed. "It suits you, Tegan," he offered, before wandering off in the direction of the punching bags. "Why are you so embarrassed?" I asked her once Tommy was out of earshot. "Is it because of the price?" "Because Tommy was only screwing around about winning 3 fights, Thorn. I can easily afford it." Tegan's face flushed bright red. "It's just I'm not used to this," she confessed, biting down on her plump lower lip. "The last present I got from a man was—" She frowned for a moment before looking up at me. "Well, from you, back when we were in high school." An abnormal amount of guilt shot through me then. Guilt for being gone all those years. Guilt for not being there for her. "Well, get used to it," I said, tone gruff and thick with emotion, "because this is only the start of what's to come." "Tegan, what are you doing down there?" Lucky's voice sounded from above me, and I groaned internally. Busted. Looking up from my perch, I smiled sheepishly. "Hey." "Hey back." Lucky's blue eyes searched mine, clearly looking for an answer to my unusual dining preferences. "Care to explain why you're sitting in a bathroom stall eating your lunch?" "Only if you care to explain why you're peeking over said bathroom stall to ask me," I shot back with a smirk, tucking my dog-eared paperback back into my bag. "I was worried about you," Lucky replied without a hint of embarrassment. "Haven't seen you around all day." "That's because I've been hiding." Standing up, I tucked my half-eaten sandwich back into my bag before opening the stall door and stepping out. "From who?" Following in to step beside me, Lucky followed me back into Noah's dressing room. "The 3 hounds of the Baskerville," I offered, not caring that Lewis was standing at the door of the dressing room, dutifully guarding me from nothing. "Ah," Lucky said knowingly, "the delightful trio that consists of Bo, Tommy, and Q." Nodding, I tossed my bag down on the wooden bench and sank down beside it. They're such a bunch of jerks, Luck, I whispered, finding myself confiding in my husband's former cellmate who had come to sit beside me. Tommy is still judging me based on my 17-year-old self. Dropping my head in my hands, I stifled a groan. And Quincy and Beau are hating on me because Tommy told them a bunch of ugly stories about me. I inhaled a shaky breath before looking up at him. I'm not that girl from high school who goes around breaking guitars off her boyfriend's head or destroys his car with paint anymore. Wait, Lucky interrupted, holding his hand up.
You broke a guitar off Noah's head? When I nodded, Lucky burst out laughing. Badass, Teagues. Bad really ass. Shame crept through me at the memory. I did worse than that, I admitted. A lot worse. Lucky was quiet for a long moment before he said, "People change, Taken." Yeah, they do. And I wished like hell everybody else would realize that too. I don't care, though, I added, lying through my teeth. I don't need anyone's approval to feel validated. I didn't, but it would be nice. It wasn't easy not fitting in everywhere I went. I'm here for Noah, I reaffirmed, not his money. The memory of Tommy's expression when Noah had given me a credit card the other day was still imprinted in my mind. I didn't care about his cash. I didn't care about anything except Noah. Why couldn't they get that? The guys can think what they like. Hurts, though, Lucky replied carefully, being the odd one out. No, I shot back. I'd have to care about them for it to hurt, and I don't. Whatever you say, Blondie, he chuckled, but for what it's worth, I find you thoroughly amusing. Thanks, I cocked a brow and studied the grin on his face. I think. It's a compliment, he reassured me with a wink. Keep doing you, Tegan. Be yourself, and eventually everything will fall into place for you. It's just so exhausting, I admitted, my voice barely more than a whisper, constantly having to watch my back around them, and I miss home. But I knew I would miss Noah more if I weren't here. Forget I said that. I shook my head. I'm just being dumb. It's not dumb, Lucky countered quickly. It's human nature. Shrugging, he added, I'd miss home too, if my roommate looks like yours. He let out a whistle and pulled at the collar of his shirt dramatically. I ain't never seen a woman like her before. As much as I think you'd be good for her, and, weirdly enough, I did think Lucky would be good for Hope, she's taken, I told him. Hope has been in love with Jordan since the day she was born. Who? Lucky cocked a brow. The flinching guy? The what guy? That guy who was with her in the hotel, Lucky informed me. Well, he flinches. A lot. How do you even know these things? God gave us 2 ears, 2 eyes, and 1 mouth for a reason, Blondie. I rolled my eyes, which caused Lucky to laugh. You don't agree? Lucky, all I know is that I don't fit in here. That was the understatement of the century. 1 month on tour, and it was safe to say that I was most definitely the cat amongst the pigeons, or in my case, the pigeon amongst the cats. That makes 2 of us. Lucky's response caused me to turn and frown at him. What? He chuckled. Do you honestly think they want his former cellmate on tour with them? Lucky cocked a brow and grinned. Teagues, you may be the Scarlet Woman, but I'm Noah's white trash homeboy. White trash homeboy? That brought a smile to my lips. You do realize that from now on, every time I look at you, the words of the Offspring's Pretty Fly for a White Guy will be playing in my head? Do you want to know a secret? Lucky teased, his blue eyes dancing with mischief. Always, I shot back, shifting closer so Lewis didn't overhear us. Okay, but you can't tell anyone, he added, tone suddenly serious. I won't. Cupping his hands around his mouth, Lucky leaned towards my ear and whispered, I had that CD when I was a kid. You. Shaking my head, I poked him in the side with my elbow. I thought you were going to actually tell me something real. It was a real CD, he shot back, innocently. A good one, too. Something real about your life, Luck, I grumbled. There's really not much to tell, Lucky said after a pause.
I was just your stereotypical good guy. I did good things for people. I got good grades." He stared straight ahead as he spoke, jaw clenched. And then bad came into my life, and bad took all the good away. I didn't know what to say. Noah had told me what had happened to Lucky's girlfriend, but I didn't want to bring it up until Lucky told me personally. He was hurting. I could see the pain in his eyes, the unresolved anger and silent rage. My God, Lucky was hurting so bad inside. So, in typical Tegan fashion, I said the first thing that came to mind in my bid to cheer him up. "I'm allergic to latex." "You're allergic to latex?" Lucky deadpanned. "Yep," I nodded. "How does that even happen?" "Oh, it happens," I replied solemnly, "and it's no joke." With that, I began to animatedly recall the first time I realized my aversion to the proteins inside latex rubber. Noah and I had been sleeping in my room, and I'd woken up 15 minutes ago, feeling like someone had doused me in gasoline and set me on fire. "Jesus Christ, it burns!" I howled as I stood in the bathtub in the upstairs bathroom of Uncle Max's house with the shower nozzle directed towards my thighs. "What did you do to me?" "Nothing, I swear," Noah shot back in a hushed voice, pleading his innocence as he drew back the shower curtain. "Keep your voice down," he added. "Your uncle is right down the hall." Noah wasn't supposed to be in my house, let alone in my bathroom with me naked, but I didn't care about that right now. All I cared about in this moment was the fact that it was killing me. "Oh gosh," Noah choked out when his eyes locked on my inner thighs. "Thorn." "I'm on fire," I wept, keeping a continual, steady flow of ice-cold water on my area. "Noah, make it stop, please." Running a hand through his hair in despair, Noah leapt into the tub in his boxer shorts. Dropping to his knees at my feet, he began to blow, and not in a sexy way. "God, baby, your skin is blistering." "Why is this happening to me?" I cried out, grimacing in agony. "I don't know," Noah shrieked back. I don't." The bathroom door slammed inwards so hard that it knocked against the opposite wall, and in walked my uncle. "Oh my God," I screamed out, grabbing at the shower curtain. "Get out." "Jesus," Noah grunted, quickly climbing to his feet to shield my body from view. Lamely, he said, "This isn't what it looks like, Dr. Jones." "She's allergic to latex," Uncle Max announced in a livid tone as he picked up a towel from the hamper and tossed it at Noah before throwing another at me. "And oh my God," I repeated, dying on my feet of mortification. "I didn't know," Noah shot back, horrified. He turned to look at me. "I didn't know, Thorn." "I'm going downstairs to get some antihistamines for my niece," Max said in a deathly cold tone of voice before turning his back on us. "If I find you still here when I get back, I'll have you arrested for trespassing." "I don't know what's more disturbing about this picture," Lucky chuckled when I finished giving him a rundown. "Noah trying to blow on you, your uncle walking in on you two, or the fact that you just told me all of that in vivid detail?" I grinned. "I tend to be over-divulging of details when I'm around people I trust." He raised a brow. "And you trust me?" "Is there a reason I shouldn't?" I countered with a smirk. Lucky shrugged. "The rap sheet from my old correctional officer would drum up several reasons not to." "Look at me." I raised my left hand in his face. "I'm married to Noah Messina. Do you think I care what some stupid rap sheet says?" Tegan. If someone was to ask me to describe my feelings for Quincy Jones, then I would have to tell them this. I hated my husband's coach with every fiber of my being. I loathed him worse than I did the dark, and I wished him a lifetime of uncontrollable bowel movements. Unfortunately for me, hating the man didn't make him disappear. Being nice to him didn't help my cause either. So instead, I tried to ignore him. I ignored his cruel comments, and I forced myself to hold my tongue when all I wanted to do was go really crazy on his dumb jerk. Like earlier tonight, for instance, when Noah knocked Dimitri Malloy out in the first round. "I don't care, though," I added, lying through my teeth. I don't need anyone's approval to feel validated. I didn't, but it would be nice. It wasn't easy not fitting in everywhere I went. I'm here for Noah, I reaffirmed, not his money. The memory of Tommy's expression when Noah had given me a credit card the other day was still imprinted in my mind. I didn't care about his cash. I didn't care about anything except Noah. Why couldn't they get that? The guys can think what they like. Hurts, though, Lucky replied carefully, being the odd one out. No, I shot back. I'd have to care about them for it to hurt, and I don't. Whatever you say, Blondie, he chuckled, but for what it's worth, I find you thoroughly amusing. Thanks, I cocked a brow and studied the grin on his face. I think. It's a compliment, he reassured me with a wink. Keep doing you, Tegan. Be yourself, and eventually everything will fall into place for you. It's just so exhausting, I admitted, my voice barely more than a whisper. Constantly having to watch my back around them, and I miss home. But I knew I would miss Noah more if I weren't here. Forget I said that. I shook my head. I'm just being dumb. It's not dumb, Lucky countered quickly. It's human nature. Shrugging, he added, I'd miss home too if my roommate looked like yours. He let out a whistle and pulled at the collar of his shirt dramatically. I ain't never seen a woman like her before. As much as I think.
Instead of actually being happy for his protege, Quincy had chewed Noah up for not giving the crowd a better fight. And then, when we'd arrived at the casino-styled nightclub to celebrate Noah's victory, Quincy had hissed the words, "Sit down, look pretty, and keep that smart mouth of yours shut," in my ear before dragging my husband off to mingle, leaving me all alone with jerk 1 and 3. Sipping on my glass of Chardonnay, I pretended Tommy and Beau's stares and dirty looks weren't affecting me, when in truth, they were making me feel all of 2 feet tall. I knew what they said about me behind my back and to my face. I knew they wanted me off this tour. The only thing I wasn't sure of was the lengths they were prepared to go to in order to make that happen. "Do you have a drinking problem?" Beau asked as he studied my almost completely drained glass. "That would be her father," Tommy offered up. "Did you know that alcoholism is an inherited gene?" Beau taunted. "A genetic defection, a mutation of sorts that is passed down." Shrugging, he added, "Maybe you should get yourself tested." "Maybe you two should get yourselves a hobby," I shot back, forcing my features to remain impassive, even though I was breaking inside. That way, you wouldn't have so much time on your hands to worry about my family genetics. Standing up with as much dignity as I could muster, I placed my glass down on the table and walked away from them before I caved and showed them how much their words had hurt. Slipping through the crowd, I didn't stop walking until I was inside the ladies' bathroom, with a stall door barricading me from the rest of the world. Lowering the lid of the toilet, I sank down and dropped my head in my hands. Even though I was mentally ordering myself not to cry, traitorous tears continued to fill my eyes. I wasn't sure if I could take much more of this. I loved Noah, I did, but those guys were making my life miserable. I was lonely, and I desperately wanted to go home, but I couldn't bail on him, not twice. That's why I kept my mouth shut when the guys threw jibes at me. That's why I pretended I didn't care. That's why I was currently sitting on a grime-infested toilet lid and weeping into my hands. When I finally managed to compose myself, I let myself out of the toilet cubicle and walked back through the bar to our booth. Ignoring Beau and Tommy, who were still sitting around the table, I lowered myself onto my seat and stared straight ahead, refusing to make eye contact with the men who were determined to make my life a living hell. I spotted Noah over by the bar and decided to focus my whole attention on him. Stone-washed denim jeans hung low on his hips. A crisp white shirt melded to his chest like a second skin, emphasizing his bulging muscles and deep, sun-kissed tan. His black hair was wet, ruffled, and, as per usual, standing on the top of his head in that sexy, natural way. A beer bottle hung loosely from his right hand as he leaned against the bar, deep in conversation with Lucky. Rolling his shoulders, Noah twisted his head from side to side as he spoke to the man beside him, obviously loosening up from his fight earlier on tonight. My mouth ran dry as I coveted him from my perch.
It didn't pass my attention that every female in the bar was gawking at my husband. Knowing that all those women wanted him and he was going to bed with me tonight was one hell of an ego boost. Every once in a while he took a sip from the bottle, and when he did, my eyes immediately went to his throat. Watching his Adam's apple bob as he swallowed caused the muscles deep in my groin to tighten and flex. Lucky said something then, something funny, and Noah threw his head back and laughed. It was a rare sight, and I felt oddly jealous that I wasn't the one making him laugh. Guilt churned inside me as I studied his handsome profile. How could I even contemplate leaving him again? As if he felt my gaze on him, Noah turned around. His eyes roamed across the bar as if he was seeking me out, and when he found me, his gaze was so intense, his brown eyes penetrating me, owning me with a single glance. He was choosing me with his eyes, claiming me with his smile, and owning me by just breathing. It was in that moment I realized something. It didn't matter how much we hurt each other or how badly we fought. I was his beta and he was mine. Our love was permanent and unfaltering. It was so strange how Noah had forced his way into my world at 17, and just like that, my internal arrow had switched. Without my permission, my heart had directed itself towards Noah Messina. My soul had unanimously claimed his soul as its mate, and wherever he would go from that point on, I was sure to follow, regardless of common sense, heedless of the consequences. Turning his back on his friend, Noah prowled towards me, and my toes curled in nervous anticipation. The way he bit down on his bottom lip caused my skin to tingle all over. "Thorn," he acknowledged in a deep, gruff tone when he reached me. His dark eyes flickered with heat, just like his infamous temper. Except it wasn't anger I saw in his eyes tonight, it was concern. Snapping out of my lust-induced trance, I forced a smile. "Noah," I replied, a little breathless. His eyes were locked on my face, and I couldn't look away. Sitting down beside me, so close that I had to twist around to face him, Noah leaned into my ear and whispered, "You good, Thorn?" His voice held a tint of uncertainty, though he hid it well. "I'm good, Noah," I replied, not taking my eyes off him. "You?" He took a swig from his bottle before settling it down in front of him. "Tired," he admitted gruffly. Leaning back in the seat, Noah turned his body to face me, giving me his full attention. I could sleep for a year, and it wouldn't be enough. He studied my face with dark, perceptive eyes. "What's wrong?" "Everything." "Nothing," I lied, forcing a smile. Twiddling my thumbs, I struggled to find something to say that wasn't going to ruin this rare moment of peace between us. "I'm in." His dark brown eyes softened. "I know, Thorn. Me too." Hearing Noah say he was in was more important than hearing the words "I love you." Being in meant everything. He'd told me that all those years ago. You could love someone, but being in love with them was so much deeper, so much more. Stateless's bloodstream was blasting from a nearby speaker, and I swear I felt the words of the song right down in my bones. It was as if the lyrics had been written to describe how I felt for this man. The love I felt for Noah, it was so overwhelmingly consuming. Shifting closer to me, Noah drew me against him and circling me in a haven of safety. "I'm so really nuts for you," he whispered in my ear, and I had to bite back a moan. His alcohol-scented breath was fanning my cheek, and when I felt his thumb brush over my bare thigh, my eyelids fluttered shut of their own accord. My little Thorn. Biting down hard on my lip, I sagged against him, wanting nothing more than to be completely enveloped by my husband and never resurface. It was soft, tender, intimate moments like this that made all the guy's cruel comments and nastiness so worth it. "I'm drunk," he added in a slightly slurred voice, "but I mean it, Thorn. I love you. I love you so really much." "I believe you," I replied quickly in a pained tone as I clenched my eyes shut and inhaled the smell of his cologne and soap. I struggled to stay in my seat. The urge to climb onto Noah's lap and bury myself in his arms was almost too strong to resist. "I love you too." "When this tour's over and done with, I'm going to take you home," he continued to say. "Back to Ireland. Hell, I'll even face your uncle with you if that's what you want." Dipping his face to the curve of my neck, he nuzzled my skin with his nose. "Whatever it takes to make you happy and keep you happy." He pressed a kiss to my collarbone.
I'll do it. The things he could make me do, the way he could alter my way of thinking, he had so much power over me. I was weakened in his presence and built up in his absence. Desperation mixed with raw emotion swirled through my veins, bounding me eternally to him. He was my forever. I just want you, Noah, I choked out, drowning in my feelings for him. You're my home, and you're my family. All I want is a happy life with you. We were running from danger, and I was playing with fire by simply being with this man. He was treacherous to my body, dangerous to my soul, and irresistible to my heart. I couldn't contain my feelings. I was bursting to the seams with love for this man. Passion was overriding my common sense, my sense of shame. Everything evaporated around me, and all I was left with was Noah. Noah Messina. I caressed his face with my hand, tracing over every line and curve that I'd already memorized by heart. Noah closed his eyes as I touched him. You have no idea what that does to me, he confessed, leaning into my touch, nuzzling the palm of my hand with his grisly jaw. Your touch. He exhaled a sharp breath. Feeling you? Feeling me? My heart was going wild in my chest, hammering and fluttering against my ribcage. Every nerve in my body was alive with electricity as I trailed my fingers over the faint scar line above his left eyebrow, then the slight bump on the bridge of his nose that had been broken more than once, before moving lower to stroke my thumb across his whiskered chin. He was so beautiful, inside and out. Tegan Messina, Noah whispered tenderly, opening his eyes to look at me. A small smile broke out across his face. I never had a fighting chance against you, had I? I told you I could take you, I teased before leaning in and claiming his lips with mine. Noah growled against my mouth. His arms came around my waist. Seconds later, he was pulling me onto his lap and taking control of the kiss, taking control of my heart. Digging his hands into my hair, Noah pulled my face towards his. Dropping his face to touch mine, he stared so intently into my eyes that I almost couldn't handle the raw emotion of it all. You saved my life, he rasped, nails digging deeper into my scalp. I welcomed his touch. I savored the raw, rough feel of his touch. From a life of crime. He kissed me hard before pulling back to look into my eyes. From a future of being alone. Sighing heavily, I trailed my fingers through his hair as both adoration and desperation coursed through me. Noah, you never needed saving. You just needed to wake up. I'm awake now, he whispered. He shifted closer. Yeah, I breathed, feeling his closeness. His hands tightened on my waist. Yeah. I couldn't keep my hands off Tegan all the way back to our hotel room. Staggering out of the elevator with my wife wrapped around me, I kissed her frantically, hardly able to hold back. I wanted her so badly. Her lips were on mine, our tongues dueling viciously, scorching me, burning me to within an inch of my life. The alcohol in my veins, mixed with the adoration in my heart for this woman, was driving me out of my very mind. The moment we were inside our room with the door closed behind us, I was on her. I love you, she cried out when her back slammed against the door, with my body covering hers. I love you too, I growled against her lips as I ripped at her little red dress, desperate for their intimacy. So very much. We shared intimacy, eyes darkened, afterwards breathless. Tegan, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Thanks, Hope replied sadly. It's not the same without you here, though. I know. Hope and I had celebrated our last 8 birthdays together. Being on opposite sides of the Atlantic Ocean for her 26th one felt all wrong.
Did you get my present? The backup hard drive. Yeah, it was real thoughtful, babe. Don't say I'm not looking out for you, I teased, feeling elated at the sound of my best friend's voice. So, how's married life on the road? I glanced across the table at Lewis, who was sitting opposite me, and then down at my plate. It's lonely, isolating, nothing like what I thought it would be. Different. I looked around at my surroundings, and then down at myself. I was sitting in the restaurant of the latest swanky hotel we were staying. Noah was working out at the gym down the street, and as usual, I was alone. It wasn't exactly the vision I'd anticipated when I'd left Ireland with Noah 2 months ago. It's definitely different. Good different? Hope asked, letting her voice trail off. I could hear the concern in her voice. It's good when I'm with Noah, I filled in brightly, but those moments were far and few between. And how often is that? Hope countered observantly. He's a busy man, I replied defensively. Because of his crazy work schedule, I hardly spent any time with Noah. In the 10 weeks that we'd been on the road, I'd discovered that the life of an MFA fighter's wife was a lonely one. When we were together at night, everything felt right for a little while. It was the only time we were completely alone, but then we woke up, and it was back to training and traveling. He has like a bazillion interviews every day and endorsement commitments to uphold, not to mention his inhumanely intense training regimen. Did you know he's the face of Huzzah for Men? I didn't, or at least I hadn't until last month. They're like the biggest sports clothing company this side of the hemisphere. I did know, actually, Hope replied, but I'm more concerned about you. I love him, Hope, I told her, biting my knuckle. Loving Noah made me weak. It made me pathetic, and I loathed the woman I was turning into. And it's only been a couple of months. Things will calm down after the tour. I was clinging to that little spark of hope, praying like gosh that one day soon we would be able to settle into a home, a permanent one. Are they still being jerks to you? She asked, and I felt my cheeks turn pink. I couldn't talk about it, not with Lewis sitting across from me, but I wanted to. I wanted to complain and moan and howl to my best friend about the bullies that were making my life difficult. Same as always, I replied, hoping that would be enough for Hope. And what about JD? She asked. Any more delightful bullets on pillows? Hardly. I mentally sabbed in relief. We haven't gotten as much as a whiff from JD the troll, and long may it last. It's been blissfully quiet on the JD frontier. Thank God, Hope said with a sigh of relief. I'm worried about you, Teagues. I'm safe, I assured her, feeling a stinging sensation in my eyes. But I'm missing my best friend like crazy. This was only the second phone call we'd had since I left Ireland in March. We texted and emailed each other, but it wasn't the same. I missed her. Gosh, I missed Uncle Max, even though he was a stubborn jerk. I missed Sean. The people I'd spent the last 7 years of my life with are gone. I was surrounded by strangers who hated me, and a man most women would cut my eyes out to have. Ditto, she chuckled, though it sounded more like a broken sob. We don't talk enough anymore. So, I said, daring to breach the topic, how's Jordan? Is he being nice to you? I knew he was still in Ireland. She'd said as much in her last super vague email. He's not like I remember, she finally replied after a long pause. He's changed, Tegan. He's not my Jordan, not anymore. Change is good, I offered. Lifting up one half of my sandwich, I bit down. You know the saying, I mumbled between mouthfuls. A change is better than a rest. No, Teagues, Hope argued sadly. He's a grown-up now, like a real man. He's not my Geordie. He's Annabelle's fiancé. He's your husband, I corrected, speaking for the first time about the biggest secret I'd ever kept from my best friend.
Gosh, the biggest secret I'd ever kept, period. The secret that had floored me all those years ago. I was loitering around in the back stairwell of the Henderson Hotel, where I was waiting on my boyfriend, who wasn't supposed to be my boyfriend, to come out of the gym. Hope, who had given me a ride because Uncle Max had my driving privileges revoked, was keeping me company. I hadn't seen Noah since the whole allergic reaction incident the day before yesterday, and I was worried. Actually, I was more than just worried. I was very mortified. It wasn't every day a girl broke out in a blistering rash after an intimate encounter with her boyfriend. It also wasn't every day said girl's legal guardian walked in on the scene. "If I tell you something, do you promise not to tell a soul?" Hope asked, drawing me out of my reverie. "The jury's still out about whether or not Noah has a soul, so can I tell him?" I joked. Noticing Hope's expression, I turned and gave my best friend my full attention. "Hope, you can tell me anything." Hope turned to face me and grinned. Her crystal clear skin looked flawless, her blue eyes danced with mischief, and I was immediately green with envy. Hope was gorgeous, blatant, eye-catching gorgeous, and it was hard to be around her without feeling slightly inferior, or in my case, majorly. "I'm getting married." My jaw fell open. "You're getting what now?" "Married," she grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "Tomorrow. It's all arranged, and I want you to be my witness." "You cannot be serious?" I deadpanned. Hope scrunched her nose up and frowned. "I don't need advice or a lecture, Teagues." I'm not. Gosh, this was too much to take in at 10 o'clock in the morning. "So let me get this straight," I muttered, more to myself than Hope. "You're getting married tomorrow?" Hope nodded earnestly. "To Jordan?" "Yes," Hope chuckled. "To Jordan. Who else?" Oh my gosh. I wanted to scream, "Are you crazy?" But I didn't. I couldn't. I was freaking speechless. "I know this sounds sudden and rushed," Hope continued to say, interrupting my panicked thoughts, "but it's really not. I've been planning this day my entire life." Gosh, the guys. Grabbing onto my shoulders, Hope turned me towards the glass doorway before hissing in my ear, "Not a word of this in front of my brothers." The moment my Noah walked through the double doors with Colt and Cam at his side, the air expelled from my lungs in a heady gasp. His eyes locked on my face, and I could see his surprise at seeing me here. "All right, boys," Hope announced as she stepped towards her brothers and wrapped her arms around their shoulders. "Let's leave the lovebirds to it." Surprisingly, Colt and Cam didn't toss out any smart comments or illicit innuendo. Well, Cam winked dramatically at Noah as they walked past, but that was all. Remaining perfectly still, I forced myself to breathe, all while my heart thundered in my chest as I waited for Noah to claim the space between us. "Thorn," Noah said gruffly when he reached me. Dropping his gym bag on the ground at my feet, he cupped my neck with his hands, eyes locked on my face. "You good, Thorn?" I knew what he was asking me. Was I all right? Suppressing the urge to close my eyes and shiver at the feel of the heat emanating from his body, I whispered, "I'm good, Noah." "Let's get out of here," he growled, his breath fanning my neck. This time, I did shiver. It was an unstoppable reaction. Shaking my head, I sagged forward slightly, finding my balance against my boyfriend's huge frame. "You're treacherous, Noah Messina." "I'm life," he shot back with a smirk before wrapping his muscular arm around my shoulders. "Let's go." Even when it all went to mess between Hope and Jordan, she had continued to wear her wedding band on her pinky finger. Right up until the last time I saw her, Hope had been wearing that ring. I was dying to ask her more about Jordan, but I managed, barely. I begrudgingly had to admit that Noah was right. It wasn't morally ethical to eavesdrop on people's conversations. Whatever. "He's yours, Hope," I noted before taking another bite of my sandwich. "Remind him of that." "Like you reminded Noah?" Hope teased. "Exactly." I was 3 bites into my prawn sandwich when something happened inside of me. Something strange. "Oh my God," I heaved, gagging. "Tegan?" Hope's concerned voice came through the line. "Are you okay?" "Hope, I have to go." Tossing my phone down, I clamped my mouth shut and froze in my seat, unbreathing, as a huge wave of nausea washed through me. Lewis, who up until this moment had been dutifully ignoring me, cocked a brow. "Are you well, Tegan?" Was I? I didn't think so.
Swallowing the piece of fish in my mouth, I inhaled a slow breath, but that only made the queasiness worse. I, Speaking was a really bad idea. Dropping the remaining piece of my sandwich onto my plate, I covered my mouth with my hand and sprang out of my seat. A bead of sweat trickled down my forehead as I desperately rushed towards the restroom, all while fighting back the overpowering urge to throw up. I could hear Lewis calling my name from somewhere behind me, but I didn't dare stop or attempt to answer him. I didn't have to look back to know that he was following me. The man shadowed me everywhere, and I guessed Noah paid him a pretty penny to do so. I had no idea why my body had decided to turn on me like a traitorous, difficult person, but right now I couldn't think too much about it. I was a woman on a mission, and that mission was finding an outlet for my regurgitated prawn sandwich and fast. Barreling my way through the holy grail of a door with the symbol of woman on it, I sprinted into a cubicle and dropped to my knees just as the contents of my stomach decided to make a dramatic exit from my mouth. Noah watching Tegan suffer through 4 days of food poisoning was really torture. Knowing there wasn't a very thing I could do to make her feel better made it even worse. Even now, as I swam lengths in the hotel pool with Lucky, all I wanted to do was turn around and run back upstairs to check on her. I was fully aware that these things had to run their course, but it didn't make it any easier. "How's Blondie today?" asked me when I stopped to catch my breath beside him. "Still sick?" "It's really awful, man," I growled, thinking of my wife thrown over the toilet in pain. I didn't like feeling helpless. It was a feeling that sure as gosh didn't sit well with me. She's so small, you know. Shaking my head, I removed my swimming cap and tossed it away. I swear she's lost 10 pounds since Sunday. I climbed out of the pool and waited for Lucky to join me before heading over to the hot tub. She's just about keeping water and crackers down now. "She'll be okay, man," he assured me, climbing into the hot tub. "Remember that time I got food poisoning after eating that hot dog?" He shuddered. "It was 2 very weeks until I could put one foot in front of the other. "That was prison food, man," I countered gruffly. "I'm surprised either of us made it out of that hole in one piece given the mess they fed us." "Isn't that the truth?" Lucky agreed solemnly. "By the way, I might need to go away for a few weeks next month." "Really?" I turned and looked at him. "Where?" "It's Haley's anniversary is coming up." Lucky rubbed his face with his face and sighed. "It'll be my first one out of prison." "Sure, man," I choked out, not knowing what else to say. "Take as long as you need." Here I was complaining about Tegan having food poisoning when Lucky's girl was 6 feet under. I was an insensitive jerk. Tegan. "So good," I mumbled around my burger as I tucked into the delicious meat and seasoning, groaning in delight when the mayonnaise hit my tongue, sending a riveting attack of flavors through me. "Oh my God," I heaved, gagging. "Tegan?" Hope's concerned voice came through the line. "Are you okay?" "Hope, I have to go." Tossing my phone down, I clamped my mouth shut and froze in my seat, unbreathing, as a huge wave of nausea washed through me. Lewis, who up until this moment had been dutifully ignoring me, cocked a brow. "Are you well, Tegan?" Was I? I didn't think so. Swallowing the piece of fish in my mouth, I inhaled a slow breath, but that only made the queasiness worse. Speaking was a really bad idea. Dropping the remaining piece of my sandwich onto my plate, I covered my mouth with my hand and sprang out of my seat. A bead of sweat trickled down my forehead as I desperately rushed towards the restroom, all while fighting back the overpowering urge to throw up. I could hear Lewis calling my name from somewhere behind me, but I didn't dare stop or attempt to answer him. I didn't have to look back to know that he was following me. The man shadowed me everywhere, and I guessed Noah paid him a pretty penny to do so. I had no idea why my body had decided to turn on me like a traitorous, difficult person, but right now I couldn't think too much about it. I was a woman on a mission, and that mission was finding an outlet for my regurgitated prawn sandwich and fast. Barreling my way through the holy grail of a door with the symbol of woman on it, I sprinted into a cubicle and dropped to my knees just as the contents of my stomach decided to make a dramatic exit from my mouth. Noah watching Tegan suffer through 4 days of food poisoning was really torture. Knowing there wasn't a very thing I could do to make her feel better made it even worse. Even now, as I swam lengths in the hotel pool with Lucky, all I wanted to do was turn around and run back upstairs to check on her. I was fully aware that these things had to run their course, but it didn't make it any easier. "How's Blondie today?" asked me when I stopped to catch my breath beside him. "Still sick?" "It's really awful, man," I growled, thinking of my wife thrown over the toilet in pain. I didn't like feeling helpless. It was a feeling that sure as gosh didn't sit well with me. She's so small, you know. Shaking my head, I removed my swimming cap and tossed it away. I climbed out of the pool and waited for Lucky to join me before heading over to the hot tub. "She's just about keeping water and crackers down now. She'll be okay, man," he assured me, climbing into the hot tub. "Remember that time I got food poisoning after eating that hot dog?" He shuddered. It was 2 very weeks until I could put one foot in front of the other. That was
Baritone, intimate, 5 to 8% deeper, volume 78% to 68 to 75% intimate. By the time I had reached the hotel restaurant, I discovered they had already finished serving dinner, so I headed to the front bar instead. Not bothering to scope out the menu, I'd chosen a burger and fries. Not the healthiest of options, but after almost 9 days of crackers and water, I needed some greasy comfort food. I didn't ask Noah if he wanted to join me for dinner. I knew what the answer would be after last time, a predominant no. According to Beau, I was the devil on my husband's shoulder when it came to his diet. According the rest of his team, with the exception of Lucky, I was just the plain devil. One stinking room service order of junk food in Phoenix, and I wasn't to be trusted with my husband's nutritional requirements anymore. It wasn't like I didn't know what I was doing. I'd trained as a fitness instructor in college, I'd co-owned and managed my own gym, and I was in very good shape myself. The food thing was just one more black mark to add to a long list of the invisible "Tegan isn't good enough for Noah" checklist that everyone seemed to have. "Sounds it," Lucky, who had decided to join me, replied dryly, drawing me out of my reverie. "Don't forget to chew, Blondie," he added with a smirk before taking a sip from his beer bottle. "Lucky, have you ever heard the phrase, 'sarcasm is the lowest form of wit'?" I shot back, reaching for a fry. "And if wit was a mess, you'd be constipated." Grinning, I poked out my tongue and waggled my brows at him. Did you just compare my personality to a bowel movement?" he asked, blinking. "Well, do you ever stop to think about the words you're planning to say before you actually say them?" "Okay, I'm pretty really confused with this conversation right about now," he shot back with a wolfish grin. Folding my arms, I leaned back in my seat in delight. Good, I aim to please. "You know," he teased, leaning across the table towards me, "if your goal is to please me, then maybe you could try a different approach?" Shrugging his shoulders, he added, "Just saying." Ugh, I fake gagged and tossed a fry at him. "Take that, convict." "You know I'm only yanking your chain, Teagues," Lucky chuckled, taking my comment on the chin like a real trooper. "You know I'd never look at you like that." Yeah, I shot back, rolling my eyes. Lucky was a strange guy. For all his darkness and secretive behavior, he had a really great personality. He sort of reminded me of the older brother I never had. "Glad to see you back to yourself," he added in a genuine tone. Noah was worried. "I know," I replied dryly as I devoured my meal. Noah had been like an attention-deprived puppy dog all last week. I'd had food poisoning. I wasn't dying, but you'd have sworn I had been, the way he behaved. Even though I'd told him not to, he'd skipped most of his training sessions, choosing to remain in a vomit aroma-scented hotel room with me instead. So why the quick exit from the gym earlier? Tearing off little pieces, Lucky tossed them aside absent-mindedly, all while he looked straight at me, steel blue eyes locked on mine. "The guy's giving you a hard time again?" "You could say that." Grabbing my beer bottle, I put it to my lips and swallowed deeply. "Or you could say I've reached my quota of jerks for one day." Of course, I was the one who'd paid for Noah's tardiness. First thing this morning, when I walked into the gym, I'd gotten an earful from Quincy on how my sick self was wrecking everything, and if Noah didn't win the fight tonight, it was on me. Setting my bottle back down, I clasped my hands together and forced myself to block all thoughts of Quincy Jones from my mind. "Do you think I could duck him if I tried?"
I asked instead, inclining my head towards Lewis, who was standing at the bar several feet away from us, discreetly doing his job. I cocked a brow and studied Lewis's ginormous build before taking another bite of my burger. He's strong, I'll give him that, but I'm faster. Nah. Picking up a coaster, Lucky began to pick away at the edges. He'd enjoy the chase. You know, I'm really going to miss you when you're gone, I admitted, feeling a pang of loneliness at the thought of Lucky not being here for a while. Do you really have to leave tonight? You'll survive, Blondie, he shot back tenderly. And yes, checking his watch, he let out a sigh. My flight's booked and paid for. Needing to go home to Colorado for a few weeks to sort some stuff out was all the information Lucky had given me when he told me he was leaving earlier, but I had a feeling it had to do with Haley. You're still in love with her, aren't you? I blurted out tactlessly. Lucky didn't reply, but the way his jaw strained as he stared through me was answer enough. It hurt my heart to think that Lucky was still trapped in the past, loving a woman who had been dead for over a decade, knowing that any future love of his would have to compete with a ghost. I'm sorry, I whispered guiltily. Forget it, he said after a moment, voice strained. He cleared his throat before adding, Are you going to order dessert? Is the sky blue? I shot back with a smirk. Of course I'm going to order dessert. My words trailed off the second my eyes landed on Noah, who was walking towards our table. He had a beer bottle in one hand and a hotel fod in the other. Jesus, I breathed, appreciating my husband's appearance as he prowled towards me, freshly showered and dressed in blue jeans and a tight white t-shirt. Noah's voice trickled down my spine like an ice cube when he reached us. You good, Thorn? Lowering my beer bottle to rest on my lip, I looked up at him through hooded lashes. I'm good, Noah. I studied his beautiful face and the sexy stubble sprinkled over his jawline. How was the gym? Okay, Lucky announced, interrupting us. Reluctantly, I tore my eyes away from Noah. What? As much as I'd love to stay and watch you two stare intensely at each other, Lucky stared pointedly at me first and then Noah. I have places to be. You're leaving tonight? Noah's tone was full of surprise. Yep, there's a flight to Denver with my name on it, Lucky shot back, clapping my husband on the shoulder. I'll see you guys in Vegas at the end of the summer, Lucky added before he slipped silently away, leaving me alone with my husband. Taking the seat opposite me that Lucky had vacated, Noah picked up the half-torn beer mat and twisted it around between his fingers. He stared hard at me for a long moment. How are you feeling? His brows furrowed in concern as his eyes trailed over my body. You look smaller. Relax, I pointed to my half-eaten burger and laughed. A few more of these and I'll be back to my pre-poisoned self. Picking up a fry, I dipped it in mayo before stuffing it into my mouth. You need to stop worrying about everything, I added, touched by his concern. You got a dress for the after-party tonight? No, I groaned, suddenly remembering that Noah had an appearance at some high-flyer club after his fight tonight. Shaking my head, I took another swig from my bottle. Count me out. Why? Noah's visibly muscles bunched beneath his shirt. Are you still sick? No. God, I'm just tired, Noah. Aside from being sick last week, I was still suffering the repercussions of not getting to bed until 5 every morning for the past few months. I'm not made like you guys. Noah sat forward, placed his bottle down, and rested his elbows on the table, clasping them loosely together. His broad chest stretched the fabric of his t-shirt. Tegan, I know these parties aren't exactly your thing. Cracking his knuckles, he let his words sink in for a moment before continuing. But you're my wife. Your place is with me. The tone of voice he used this time left no room for protest. I want you there with me. I fought the urge to get snotty with his macho attitude, choosing to go down the road of tact instead.
To be honest, I'd be happier just staying in the suite tonight. I shrugged, uncomfortable. I'm dizzy and tired, and all I want is my bed. In truth, I felt emotionally drained and physically exhausted. It wasn't easy being on the road with all these men. Noah leaned back in his chair, considering me with a caged expression. Nervously, I took another sip of my drink. This isn't my world, I found myself explaining. Wiping my mouth with the back of my hand, I forced myself to look at him. Mine is filled with green grass, yoga pants, and braless Saturday nights in. And besides, they're coming to see you, Noah, not me. That I was sure of. Most appearances Noah did were filled with overly zealous women. It sickened me. You are me, so if I'm there, you're there too. I rolled my eyes. You know what I mean. No, Thorn, I don't. His tanned, muscular hand reached across the table. Taking my hand in his, Noah stroked my knuckles with his rough, calloused fingers. We're a team. All those women that go to those functions have strong desires for you, Noah, I muttered in a petulant tone. It's a fact, a gross, sickening fact, one I don't care to be subjected to every really night of the week. Are you getting pissy with me? He asked, amused. I'm stating facts, I shot back, red-faced. I was getting angry. Why was I getting angry? Let's be very clear about some facts, he said, his tone suddenly void of all humor. There will be no intimacy of any kind unless it's with me. I don't want to go, I muttered, appalled, and, if I were being honest, a little turned on. I'm not going. And you think I do? He shook his head and growled under his breath. I hate those things as much as you do, Thorn, but I'm contracted to attend, and you're not staying on your own. Don't even start thinking you're going to tell me what to do, Noah, I warned him right back. Okay, I was feeling irrationally angry. Everything has been quiet on the JD front. No death threats, no rose-covered beds or bullets. I'm sure one night alone won't kill me. I'll be safe as houses. Safe as houses, he snorted. You have some weird sayings, Thorn. You're not safe. Really demented, yes, but safe you are not. Did you come over here with the sole purpose of pissing me off and bullying me into doing what you want? I shot back. Because it's working. The pissing me off part, that is. The bullying, not so much. Actually, I came over to apologize. I gaped. To me? Yes, to you. Reclaiming my hand with his, Noah continued to stroke my knuckles absent-mindedly. I should be doing more stuff with you, he added cautiously as he looked at my face with a puzzled expression etched on his. I've been spending too much time training, Thorn, and not enough time with you. I'll fix it. Okay, now I was going to cry. What the hell was going on with me? Are you crying? Noah asked, horrified. No, I snapped, wiping my eyes with the back of my hand. I'm not. Okay. Standing up slowly, Noah stretched his arms above his head and stretched. I'm going to run up to the room and grab a shower before we have to leave. Concern was etched on his face when he added, You sure you're okay? Yes, I'm sure. Grabbing a fistful of fries, I stuffed them into my mouth before gesturing towards my half-empty plate. I'll be up when I'm done. Tegan, I was rounding the corner of the foyer, feeling bloated and extremely satisfied when the sound of my name being spoken caused me to halt mid-stride and Lewis to bulldoze into the back of me. Shh, I whispered, steadying myself with Lewis's outstretched arm. Creeping over to the wall, I pressed my back against the concrete and urged Lewis to do the same. Reluctantly, he followed suit and stood with his back to the wall beside me. I want her off this tour. That was Quincy. Holding my breath, I glanced sideways at Lewis. The look on his face told me he'd realized who was talking too. The red stain of his cheeks told me he was embarrassed. Suddenly, it wasn't queasiness filling my body. It was rage. She's distracting him. 3 months of her trailing around, and he's down in rank. He barely won his last fight against Dupree in points. If he doesn't win tonight, he drops down in rank to 3rd. The woman needs to go. She's a problem for him, all right, Bo piped up. Quincy's right, T. Noah's form is all wrong. He's tense as hell. He's not giving the tour his full attention or commitment anymore. For Christ's sake, he's missed an entire week of training because of her. If we even suggest Tegan going home, it will cause mutiny. Tommy sounded like he was trying to placate the other men, but I knew he was enjoying them hating on me.
And Noah? Well, he married her, didn't he? He's not going to just send her away now, is he? He might just do that, Bo piped up. When he sees what I've got planned tonight, Noah might just put her on a plane and send her packing. What the hell's more important? Quincy demanded, cutting Bo off. Chothering his intimate companion around the country or winning the very title? Because I've got to tell you, Tommy, I didn't sign up to coach no very loser. Pushing myself off the wall, I made to lunge around the corner, but Lewis quickly dragged me backwards by the back of my shirt. "Don't," he grunted into my ear as he half-dragged me in the opposite direction towards the elevators. "Do not prove them right." "That bastard just called Noah a loser," I hissed in a low tone. "And me, his intimate companion? No one was going to talk about Noah like that, not while I had a breath in my body." Lewis shoved me into a weigh-in elevator and slammed his hand on the keypad. "What do you think confronting them would have achieved back there?" he asked calmly when the doors closed. "It would have made me feel better," I said hoarsely, rubbing my arm where he'd grabbed me. "And Noah?" he countered coolly. "Did you stop to think how it could affect him, having his wife and coach going at each other?" The elevator doors opened and we were walking. "Your husband is 21 months into a heavyweight title quest," Lewis continued to say as he ushered me down the hallway towards my hotel room door. "A fallout in the camp at this late stage in the game will not bode well for him." "But I didn't do anything to those guys." My voice cracked, and I quickly snapped my mouth shut, refusing to show any emotion. Lewis was as bad as the others. Lewis was with me all day, every day. He knew how the guys treated me when Noah wasn't looking, and he stood back and did nothing. Using a key fob, Lewis unlocked the door of mine and Noah's suite and held it open for me. "It doesn't matter what you did or didn't do," he told me in a regretful tone. "You're a liability to Noah, a distraction, which makes you a nuisance to those of us whose livelihoods depend on keeping him safe and in fighting form." "Is that what I am?" My eyes were watering. Traitorous, really, tear ducts again. A nuisance? Lewis's gray eyes softened, but the words he spoke hurt worse than his previous. "Noah's enemies have only one way of tormenting him, you. Noah's opponents have one way of distracting him, also you. I would be a liar if I said it wouldn't be easier for all of us if you had never resurfaced." Noah, I knew there was something wrong the second Tegan came barreling into our bedroom. The moment she'd noticed me sitting on the bed, tying my laces, she'd rushed into the adjoining bathroom and locked the door. 20 minutes had passed since she barricaded herself into the bathroom, and I was running out of patience. And time. "Come on, babe." Banging my fist for what felt like the 100th time on the door, I rested my forehead against the wood. My phone was blowing up in my pocket. I knew I was running late to get the fight, but wild horses couldn't drag me out of this room. Not while she was in there.
Let me in. I just need a very minute, Noah. I heard her scream from behind the door. Please. You've had 20 of those, I informed her, all out of patience now. So you can either open that door or I'll kick it down. Either way, I'm coming in there for you. A few seconds passed, and then the sound of lock clicking filled my ears. Opening the door inwards, Tegan greeted me with a fake as really smile and 2 huge swollen eyes. "What happened?" was my immediate response to her tear-stained face, followed quickly by, "Who the gosh upset you?" "No one," Thorn replied, sniffling. Using the back of her hand to wipe her eyes, she stepped around me, moving through the bedroom to her closet. "I'm fine." I watched as Tegan removed a gray, sparkly dress from a hanger in the closet. Whipping off her shirt, she quickly pulled the dress on over her head before shimmying out of her jeans. "Okay," she announced after she'd slipped her tiny feet into a skyscraper pair of heels. Shaking out her long blonde hair, she adjusted her dress against her slender frame. "I'm ready." "Well, I'm not," I shot back, gaping at her. Did she think I was going to just forget about her meltdown in the bathroom? "Christ, Tegan," I growled, stalking towards her. When I reached her, I gestured my hand towards the bathroom door. What the hell was that? I was just having a moment, she replied. I'm over it now. Some moment, Thorn, I countered. You all but stopped my really heart in my chest. I exhaled a shaky breath. I thought something serious was wrong. Nothing's wrong, okay? She countered, in a tone that was far too bright, considering less than 5 minutes ago she'd been crying her eyes out in the very bathroom. Bullshit. You're a wreck. I walked straight up to her and placed my hands on her shoulders. I know something is wrong. I could see it in her eyes. You're keeping something from me. I begged her with my eyes to open up and let me in. Tell me. I'm just upset about all those female fans, she finally whispered. It's hard having to watch them leer at you all the time. What? Sagging in relief, I ducked my head and pressed my forehead against hers. You little fruitcake. You know I only see you. Wiping her cheeks with my thumbs, I kissed her forehead. You have nothing to worry about, Thorn. She didn't. The girl owned me, heart and soul. Tegan, I didn't want to be here tonight. Even though I had no doubt that my husband would win, his was the main event, which happened to be the last fight of the night. And the thought of sitting around watching men pummel each other into the mat caused my stomach to churn inside of me. I had never suffered from a sensitive stomach before, but for some reason I just couldn't bear to watch another very fight. Even now, as I sat on a bench in the far corner of Noah's changing room with Lewis beside me, I felt off-kilter. I felt wrong. I knew that was a weird thing to say, but it was the truth. Dozens of people at the other side of the room fawned over my husband. Some reporters, others were fans begging and screaming for some pre-fight photographs, and all I could do was sit numbly on this messy bench and breathe slowly. What's wrong with you? Lewis grunted. I'm not sure, I whispered quietly. This was the first time I'd spoken to Lewis since we'd arrived at the arena. Usually I sat in the stands with Lewis and watched the other fights, but tonight I simply wasn't feeling it. I was still reeling over what I'd overheard Noah's team saying about me, and the reason it hurt so bad was because deep down inside, I knew that some of what they had said made sense. Some of it had been true. I was screwing with Noah's future. Unintentionally, but I was. He was constantly watching over his back because JD had hit the nail on the head when he decided to use me to hurt Noah. I was a weak point for my husband. Noah had said as much to me once, and I didn't like it one bit. Are you going to throw up again? Lewis demanded, looking at me with an appalled expression on his face. Because if you are, then go and do it in the bathroom. I'm not paid to attend to sick women. No, I said wearily. I didn't want to speak to him. I didn't even want to look at him. Any of them, for that matter. But I was feeling too very bad to put up a wall. I'm just tired. You look out of sorts, he added, staring down at me. I feel out of sorts, I whispered, agreeing wholeheartedly with the big ape for once. Can you just... I paused and looked over at Noah, who was still surrounded by a mob. I could tell it was going to be a long night. Can you... take me back to the hotel, Lewis? His brow set in a deep frown. Don't you want to watch your husband's fight? I shook my head. I just want to go. Forcing back a sudden bout of nausea and tears, I choked out, please take me home. I'll have to run it by Noah first, Lewis said, and without waiting for a response from me, he quickly got to his feet and trudged over to Noah. Of course you do, I muttered under my breath, even though I knew Lewis was out of earshot. My opinion means sweet gosh to any of you guys. Thorn. Instantly, Noah had barged through the crowds and was by my side. Lewis said you want to go home? His brown eyes were full of concern as he studied my face.
Crouching down in front of me, he cupped my cheek with his bandaged hand. "Are you sick?" I could hear the announcer calling Noah's name out over the microphone. He was up next. "I'm tired," I admitted, flinching when a spasm of pain panged inside of my lower belly. "I'll be fine, though," I quickly amended. "Noah," Quincy repeated, tone furious. "You need to get out there now." Reaching up, I covered his hand with mine. "Go on," I encouraged. "You have a fight to touch." "Are you okay?" he asked, panicked when I grunted as a sharp pain jolted through me. "Yes," I spluttered. "Go, Noah." "What?" Noah shook his head as if I'd spoken a foreign language. "No very way." He stared up at my face in horror. "I'm not going anywhere, Thorn." "Noah," I said, a little firmer this time as I clutched my stomach, "I want you to go out there and defeat him." I wasn't going to be responsible for Noah losing everything he'd worked so hard for. "I'll be fine." "But you're sick," he whispered, looking at me like I was about to disappear at any moment. "Noah, you need to get out there," Quincy roared from somewhere nearby. "You're going to get yourself disqualified, boy." "Go away, Q," Noah snarled. "I'm not leaving her." He turned his attention back to me. "How the hell am I supposed to fight knowing you're in here?" His voice broke off, and he looked me up and down again. A strangled noise tore from his throat. He looked truly conflicted. "If you don't get yourself in that ring, you'll be disqualified and automatically lose your title shot." "Are you deaf?" Noah roared, livid. "I said I'm not leaving her." "I'll be fine," I added firmly. "I just need to lie down for a little bit." "I can't." Noah stared hard at me for a long moment before saying, "I'll come home with you." "I'll take her back to the hotel." Lewis, who was hovering nearby, interjected in a calm tone. "I'll wait with her until you get back." "Go on," I urged, seeing Noah's resolve weakening. "I swear I'll be okay." Standing abruptly, my husband ran a hand through his hair in obvious agitation. "I'll be there as soon as I can." I felt myself sag in relief when Noah turned around and walked out of the changing room with Quincy. I knew he didn't want to leave. I knew it was going against everything inside of him to walk away. But I was glad. I didn't want him to wreck his career over me. "Noah, it went against everything inside of me to walk away from Tegan tonight. I wasn't stupid. I knew my title shot with Cole was on the line and would be pulled if I put a foot out of line. But she was so much more important to me."
I was disgusted with myself all the way to the cage, and that self-loathing only escalated when I was faced with my opponent. In my really messed up state of mind, this jerk was the reason I wasn't with my wife right now. Gosh, she had some special sort of hold on me. I was raised hard. I grew up with difficult people 10 times worse than JD Dennis. I was taught the tricks of the trade, the keys to surviving in a gangster's world. But gosh, my emotions for that woman were blinding my survival instincts. When the bell rang, I left it all in the cage. Every frustration, every worried thought and notion. My anger and fear was overpowering me and driving me to inflict more pain than necessary on the poor opponent fighting me. I put every ounce of tension and angst into pummeling the poor opponent, not caring about giving the crowd a decent show. My desire to get back to my wife was overriding all professionalism inside of me, and I knew they would have to drag me off his body tonight. Tegan, I felt better the moment I stepped into the shower back in our suite. The spray of boiling hot water on my body had instantly made me feel a little better and a little less icky. Sinking to the shower floor, I wrapped my arms around my knees and bent my head forward as my mind continued to torment me about what I'd heard earlier tonight. There was nothing I could do, I thought to myself sadly. Nothing I said or could say was going to change Beau, Tommy, and Quincy's opinions of me. Suddenly, I missed Lucky desperately. He was my only friend out here, and I wouldn't see him until the final leg of the tour in Vegas. I was going to miss that strange guy something fierce. The sound of male voices rising from outside the bathroom dragged me from my reverie, alerting me to my first sign of trouble. The sound of a door slamming was my second. Scrambling to my feet, I switched off the shower before reaching for the towel I had hung over the glass door. Wrapping the fluffy white towel around my body, I stepped out of the shower and padded over the bathroom tiles, stopping when I reached the door. Curling my fingers around the brass knob, I held my breath and listened to the conversation taking place in our bedroom. "What are you doing here?" That was Louis, the same Louis who had never come into our suite before without permission. His voice rang loud and clear through the air when he said, "Who's this guy?" The very first thought that popped into my head was that Louis McGowan was a spy and I was about to get my head blown off by J.D. Dennis. Fear gripped hold of me so tight in that moment that I thought I might faint. With my back to the door, I remained exactly where I was, heart in my mouth and my eyes clenched shut. Praying to God for a miracle, I blessed myself repeatedly. I didn't want to die tonight. Please don't let me die tonight. "None of your business," a strange voice said, drawing me back to the present. "Things to discuss." I strained to hear the person Louis was talking to, but I could hardly make out the voice with the sound of the contractor fan over my head, and I couldn't very well stick my arm around the door to switch it off without being seen. Releasing the doorknob like it had burned me, I curled my fingers around the lock and, as slowly as I possibly could, switched it sideways. The tiny click it made was barely audible, and I sagged in relief. In here, that was Louis's booming voice again, piercing the air. "Are you really with me? I don't answer to you." Definitely a man's voice, I decided. Whose, I couldn't be sure of, but the other person in my bedroom was 100% male. "Never said you had to." Louis's tone was laced with disgust. "But you sure as gosh should have to answer to your conscience." Quiet mumbling was followed by the sound of footsteps retreating. I didn't move a muscle. The seconds rolled into minutes and then hours, and the longer I stayed behind the bathroom door, the longer nothing continued to happen. Surely if JD was here, he would have killed me by now. I was in the perfect position to get my brains blown out. He was never going to get an opportunity like this again, so why wait? It didn't matter what JD was plotting, I decided. I wasn't going to risk my life by going out there. I knew exactly what happened to the curious kitty, and this cat planned on staying the gosh alive. Nuh-uh, I had watched too many episodes of The Walking Dead to even contemplate leaving my safe place. But that notion sprung to life a new problem for me. They obviously knew I was in here. I mean, Louis would have told them. He wasn't guarding the door for fun, and it was pretty freaking obvious by the steam creeping out from under the door that I was inside the locked bathroom. On my hands and knees, I crawled across the damp tiles in search of a weapon. If I was going to die tonight, then I sure as gosh wasn't going down with the mother of all fights. Maybe if I drew blood from my perpetrator, the cops would have enough forensic evidence to make an arrest. Glancing wildly around the room, my eyes landed on a bar of soap. What the gosh was I going to do with a bar of soap? Wash my killer to death? Stupid, really. Hotel bathrooms. I wanted to kick myself for being such a girl. When had I turned into a defenseless princess that hid and waited for a man to save her? Forget this. Scrambling to my feet, I grabbed the metal toilet roll holder in my hand. Rushing over to the bathroom door, I unlocked it before swinging it open. My mouth was open. The words, "Die, you jerk," were on the tip of my tongue, but the moment my eyes landed on the broad back of a man sitting on our bed, my voice vanished into thin air. Shock encompassed my features as I stared in bewilderment at the stranger sitting on my bed. The naked stranger. Not just any naked stranger, I realized, when my eyes landed on the tricolored green, white, and gold flag tattoo on the top of his right upper leg. Liam? Liam? I repeated his name out loud as I stood mere feet away from the bed, absolutely shell-shocked. "What the gosh are you doing here? And naked?" I squeezed out, mortified. "Teagues." Liam jerked to his feet. He turned to face me, and immediately I felt a deep flush of embarrassment waft through me as I took in his nakedness. I watched Liam's gaze rake over my bare skin. "Do you mind?" I snapped, tightening my hold on the towel covering my dignity. Liam shrugged. "It's nothing I haven't seen before." Resting his hands on his hips, he added, "Nothing you haven't seen either." A cocky smirk lifted his full lips. "Or ever will again," I shot back with a glare. Rushing over to the pile of clothes on the floor, I grabbed the jeans and tossed them at my ex-boyfriend. "Are you sure you want me to put those on, Teagues?" he purred. "We could revisit our past for old time's sake." And just like that, everything began to make sense. Liam's reappearance, the hushed voices outside the bathroom. "He might just do that," Beau piped up, voice suddenly smug. "When he sees what I've got planned tonight, Noah might just put her on a plane and send her packing." Awareness smacked me straight in the face. I was being set up. This room was stinking of betrayal. I wasn't stupid. I knew exactly how this looked. I was soaking wet and naked beneath the towel I had wrapped around me. My ex-boyfriend was alone with me. Bending down, I grabbed the rest of Liam's pile of clothes and tossed them at him. "Do you honestly think I don't know what you're doing?" I shook my head in disgust. "Get the gosh out of here before I call the cops on your dumb jerk." "I'm here for two things," Liam countered evenly. "Once I get them, I'll go." I stood, unmoving, on the opposite side of the bed, refusing to speak to him until he put his pants back on. Finally, he did. "I need you to sign off on the business," he told me, as he dragged the denim up his narrow waist and slipped his feet back into his shoes. Pulling a folded envelope out of the back pocket of his jeans, Liam tossed it towards me. The envelope landed in the middle of bed, and I frowned. Hoisting myself onto the bed, I reached over and retrieved the envelope before quickly opening it. "You want to buy me out?" "No, Tegan, I don't want to buy you out," Liam replied in a clipped tone. I shook my head in confusion as I reread the paperwork in my hands. "This says you want to buy me out." I lifted my gaze to his face. "For less than a quarter of what I'm owed?" "Yeah, well, I didn't sign up to run a business on my own, but gosh happens," Liam shot back coolly. "So you're trying to rip me off because I left and sabotage my relationship with Noah?" I narrowed my eyes in disgust. "I never would have put you down as so vindictive, Liam." "Come home with me and we'll forget about it," he blurted out, stunning me. "You must be joking," I deadpanned. "Come on, Teagues," Liam urged, tone gentler. "You don't belong over here with these people." Taking a seat on the edge of the bed, Liam stared into my eyes. "You belong at home with me. I belong with Noah." My voice was rising like the panic in my gut. "Are you sure about that?" he countered. "Liam, why are you making this harder than it needs to be?" I sighed. "Just leave." "You loved me once," Liam countered with a smirk. "When we were children," I retorted, purposefully bursting his bubble. "And it was puppy love, Liam. It wasn't real. It wasn't a smidgen of the love I felt for Noah. If you hadn't moved to America in 6th year, then we'd still be together," Liam hissed. "We were supposed to be together, Tegan." "Well, gosh on a stick," I shot back sarcastically. "I'm so sorry that my mother's death and my father's imprisonment inconvenienced your plans for the future. If I recall, you found someone pretty fast to make you feel better." My stomach churned inside of me again, but I was too furious to acknowledge the pain. "You haven't thought this through," Liam argued, meeting my glare with one of his own. "You're spontaneous and reckless, so I understand the appeal a guy like Messina has," he added. "I truly do. But it's not permanent, Tegan. He's not permanent." Letting out a heavy sigh, Liam twisted his body to face me. "This won't last," he continued to say. "It's lust. It's not real." Shaking my head, I forced myself to rein in my temper. "It's about as real and permanent as it gets," I shot back. "He married me." "You're kidding?" Liam deadpanned. The tattoo circling my ring finger caught his attention then, and Liam yanked my hand towards him. "Tegan, tell me you are really joking? You have no right coming here demanding anything of me." Burying my hurt under my sarcasm, I snatched my hand away from him and sneered up at my oldest friend. You screwed me over years ago when you dumped me and became intimate with Katie Horgan. Liam paled, and I continued, furious. Yeah, I sneered. You didn't think I knew about her? Well, I did. I was 17, he shot back, tone shakier now. You were 25 when you allowed a man to harass me for months, I countered, not giving an inch. What's your excuse for Ciara and O'Reilly? I demanded. Your age? Or the financial state of our business? I didn't allow him to harass you, Liam shot back, clearly disgusted. It wasn't like that. It's always excuses with you, Liam, I hissed. You're full of them. And you're a really idiot, he roared into my face. You've made a huge mistake with that one, Tegan. The only mistake I ever made was becoming intimate with you. Liam flinched. Don't. I thought of him the whole time we were together, I continued to taunt him. It was the only way I could bear your touch, pretending it was Noah. You know what? Liam stood up and sneered down at me. You deserve him. Laughing humorlessly, Liam ran a hand through his blonde hair before retreating a few steps. Don't say you weren't warned when he loses his temper and uses you as a punching bag, or when he comes home reeking of perfume and after being with someone else. Get out of here, I seethed. He wanted to make me mad. Well, I was burning mad, but I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of knowing his words were getting to me. Reaching for the pen on my nightstand, I scrawled my signature on the paper he'd given me. Replacing the cap on the pen, I placed it back down on the nightstand. Take your papers and your pathetic attempts of ruining my marriage and get the heck out of here. Don't ever contact me again. Liam glowered at me. You're only a body for that one kid, he said, continuing to taunt me. Someone to satisfy his desires. Enjoy it, jerk, I sneered. Scrunching the paper in a tight ball in my fist, I tossed it towards Liam. Now, get the heck out of my life. Liam bent down and picked up the papers. I am going to enjoy reading about your life going to mess, because it will go to mess, Tegan. Burn in heck. Smoothing the paper against his thigh, Liam shoved it back into the pocket of his jeans and glared at me. Last chance, Tegan. Walk out of here with me now, and we can forget this ever happened. I stifled a scream. Just get the heck out of here before Noah gets back. Noah appeared in the doorway of the bedroom, flanked by a baffled-looking Quincy and a smug-looking Beau. Dread bloomed inside of me. I was alone in a hotel room with my ex-boyfriend and naked beneath the towel I had wrapped around my body. Noah! My voice was strangled as I slid off the bed and rushed towards my husband. Listen to me. Reaching him, I cupped his face in my hands and forced him to look at me. This is not what it looks like. How does it look, Thorn? Noah asked in a deceptively soft voice. His entire body was trembling. His dark eyes were wild, flickering between my face and the bed. He was breathing hard, and I felt like I was holding a bomb in my hands. Noah was holding on to his self-restraint by the skin of his teeth, and the rage emanating from him terrified me. A bomb that was about to detonate at any moment. Bad, I admitted, voice torn. It looks bad, but it's not, I swear. Yeah, well, Noah, mocked, clearly provoking my husband. It's not what it looks like. His provocation caused Noah to explode like a firecracker. Roughly shoving me out of his way, Noah lunged towards the bed, taking Liam to the carpet with a spear to his midsection. You must have a really death wish. Straddling Liam, Noah tortured him with punch after violent punch to the face. I didn't touch her. Liam threw his arms up to protect his face, but it was no use. Noah was destroying him with blow after blow. Get the heck off me, man. Do something, I begged. Grabbing my hair with my hands, I turned to Quincy and Beau. Stop him. Neither one moved a muscle. Don't hurt him, I begged as tears pooled in my eyes. Noah, please. Hurt him? Noah roared. I'm not going to hurt him, Tegan. I'm going to kill him. Petrified of what was unfolding before me, but knowing I couldn't stand aside and do nothing, I raced over to where I was pretty sure my husband was killing my former flame.
He's not worth going to prison for, I cried out as I pulled on Noah's shoulders, desperate to stop him from making a mistake that could take him away from me again. Please, I growled. A bead of sweat trickled down my brow from the sheer force of trying to pull my husband off Liam. Noah, don't. Tommy's voice suddenly came from behind me. Brushing me gently aside, Tommy lunged forward and wrapped his arms around Noah's chest before roughly dragging him off Liam. Lewis, who had followed Tommy, reached down and picked the bloodied heap that was Liam up off the floor. "Get him out of here," Tommy hissed as he struggled to retain his grip on Noah. Wordlessly, Lewis walked from the room with a battered but thankfully breathing Liam in his grasp. The other two men followed until it was just Tommy, Noah, and myself left alone.
"Are you stable?" Tommy asked. "I wouldn't hurt her," Noah snarled, shoving hard against his friend's hold. Releasing Noah, Tommy backed away slowly. "I'll get rid of him," he added, eyes locked on me in pure and utter disgust. The second he closed the door behind him, Noah went berserk. Ripping one of the dressers clean off the floor with his bare hands, he tossed it against the wall, cracking the plaster when it landed with a huge bang. "Gosh!" Snarling, he picked up a vase and tossed it across the room. I watched the vase smash into pieces in a horrified daze. What the heck had I gotten myself into? This man was violent, he was deranged, dangerous. So why did I have an unstoppable urge to comfort him, to reassure him and calm him down? When had I become a masochist? Everything inside of my body was telling me to run, get the heck out of here before he does worse. I didn't move a muscle. Walking over to the window, Noah kept his back to me as he spoke. What was he doing here? His body was shaking violently. Broken pieces of furniture shattered everywhere, fragments of glass sprayed over every surface of the room. His hands were gripping the windowsill so hard, his corded arms were bulging with veins. Why was he in here, Thorn? I approached with caution. I know what it must have looked like, but you have to believe me when I tell you I have no idea why he was here. Shaking my head, I racked my brain for a better way of explaining this mess and came up empty. I was in the bathroom and I came out and he was just there. "I've been set up," Noah laughed humorously. "Set up?" Yes, I nodded vigorously. "I've been set up." Closing the gap between us, I wrapped my arms around his waist and pressed my cheek to his back, but Noah wasn't having any of it. He roughly shook me off before swinging around to face me. "Did you do it on purpose?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. "Pretend you were sick so you could flake out on me and meet up with him?" "What?" I balked. "Of course not. I told you, I've been set up." "It's too really late to leave me now," he blurted out, as if the thought just entered his mind. "I'm not like Jordan Thorn. You're not leaving me without a fight." "I don't want to leave you at all," I screamed, desperate to make him calm down. "You're my husband." "I can't." Running a hand through his hair, Noah grabbed his wallet off the dresser and moved towards the bedroom door. "Where are you going?" I demanded, appalled. Noah's tone was clipped. "Out." "I haven't done anything wrong. You can't just walk away from me," I cried out. "We're not done talking here." "I'm done talking, Tegan. I am," he tossed over his shoulder, not stopping. "But hey, if you get lonely, you can always call him over again." "Noah!" Springing into action, I raced after him. "Don't go." I was making a habit of chasing after this man. The second my eyes landed on the rosewood six-string resting on the couch, my feet came to an abrupt halt. "Martin?" I approached the six-string like it was an oasis that could disappear at any moment. Closing in on the guitar, I reached a hand out, trailed my fingers over the strings. My eyes roamed over the body. It looked exactly like the one my mother gave me when I was a child. This is... Pausing, I shook my head and trailed my fingers over the strings. Tears pooled my eyes. "Why would you do this?" "I ordered it a while back," he said gruffly.
must have arrived tonight. I didn't know why I was being so emotional. I was built from tougher bricks than this. Crying over men because they hurt my feelings wasn't me. Crying when a man bought me a gift was even more out of character. I couldn't afford to replace it for you back in school, Noah added, tone clipped, jaw straining. I can now. But you didn't break it back then. He didn't reply. Thank you, I choked out. This means a lot to me. Do whatever you want with it. With one final glance, he walked towards the door. Use it for firewood for all I care. Noah! And what about you? Tegan roared from the doorway of our hotel suite. Kissing all those female fans, behaving promiscuously and touring like you were God's gift to women. Not telling me about that promiscuous person Reese sniffing around the place again? Stopping halfway down the hallway, I turned to face her and narrowed my eyes in disgust. Are you honestly going to throw mess in my face after what I just saw? Yes, she hissed, because you didn't see anything. Slamming the door shut, Tegan stalked down the hallway to where I was standing. I haven't done a very thing wrong here, Noah. I felt my skin heat with anger. My temper was rising. Forget rising, I was incensed with anger. I was really raging. Then why was he in our bedroom, Thorn? I roared into her face. Tegan had broken that fundamental element of trust inside of me years ago, and what I'd walked in on tonight had just shattered every bit of progress I'd made. Tell me why he was in there alone with you. I've already told you, she growled. I was set up. Stop really lying to me. I needed to get a grip, but I couldn't take it anymore. Tell me the gosh darn truth, Tegan. Deep down in my heart, I knew there had to be a logical explanation for this, but logic wasn't coming to me right now, and the realism of seeing him in that room with her, it really killed me. And knowing that it was my own gosh darn fault he'd touched her in the first place, well, that took pain to a whole new level. Did you get bored of me? My pain spewed out of my mouth like really poison, and Thorn was the victim of my rant. I knew I was being unfairly harsh on her. I'm training too much, so you needed a little extra attention? I knew I needed to stop, but I couldn't. How was he? I physically really couldn't stop myself. I got up in her face, my words accusing her of intimate betrayal and comparing their connection. You jerk! Tegan screamed. I didn't bother to protect myself from the hand my wife suddenly raised. Her palm smacked my cheek with more force than usual, and I welcomed the sting. Holding my hands out, I locked eyes with her. Go ahead, I sneered. Really hit me again. Why? She cried out. So you have a reason to hit me back? I paled and staggered back. I would never hurt you, Thorn. You're hurting me now, Tegan screamed, crying hard and ugly. And you are really destroying me, I shot back in a torn voice. Do you want to break me? I took a step back from her. I had to. Is that it? Because you're really killing me right now, Tegan. Gosh. I don't know why he was there, Tegan cried out hoarsely. She was trembling all over, and it was only then that I noticed she was still wrapped in a towel. I was in the shower, and I came out, and he what? I taunted, furious. He was just there. He was just there without a shirt on? I sneered in pure disgust. What happened? I demanded. Did his shirt just fall onto the gosh darn floor? You're not listening to me. Shaking her head in what looked like genuine confusion, Tegan threw her hands up in the air and screamed, Why won't you listen to me? Because you're not telling me the truth, I roared into her face. I can't. Her voice broke off, and she swung around and rushed over to where Louis was standing, back watching our little domestic. Tell him, she begged, clutching Louis's arm. Tell him I had nothing to do with this. Tegan, I snapped, this is between you and me. Shut up, she hissed, before refocusing her attention on her bodyguard. Please, Louis, she sobbed, tell him they set me up. Sniffling, she added, tell him what we heard. Louis stared down at Tegan for a long time before locking eyes with me. I was instructed to let him inside when he arrived at the suite, he told me. Their meeting was prearranged. That's what I thought. What? Tegan's jaw fell open.
Why are you lying about this? Why are you lying about this? Turning her attention to me, her eyes were wide and full of unshed tears when she said, "Noah, I'm telling you the truth." For what it's worth, it was strictly business, Lewis continued to say to me, ignoring my wife's plea. I remained in the suite the entire time they signed the paperwork and dissolved their business relationship. Paperwork? My brow furrowed in confusion. What the heck are you talking about? He's talking about my life's work, Tegan choked out, voice breaking. The gym, she sobbed. I gave it all away to him. Then why was his shirt off? I demanded, shaking my head, unable to process everything I was hearing, everything I'd just witnessed. Why was she in a towel? Your wife was in the shower when he arrived, Lewis replied without missing a beat. He made an inappropriate comment about her attire, and she responded by drenching him with a bottle of water. Why didn't you just say that? I whispered, feeling like the wind had been knocked out of me. Oh, because you know me, Noah, Tegan snapped. Hurt and betrayal were evident in her hazel eyes. I was hoping to get a quick, intimate moment in before you came home. I flinched, the harshness of her words ripping through me like a blade through flesh. With that, she turned on her heel and rushed back into the suite, leaving me reeling. Dawn was breaking outside when I finally went back upstairs to my wife. I'd spent the night in the residence bar with Lewis, mulling over what I'd witnessed. I should have come to bed earlier, but I needed breathing space. I needed time to digest everything that had gone down. Lewis had assured me nothing had happened between them, but that wasn't why I was hurt. I was really in pain to think that she'd go behind my back like that. Gosh darn it, why didn't she just tell me she was meeting him? I would have understood. Well, no, I wouldn't have understood, but I could have handled it a heck of a lot better if it weren't done behind my back. The image of that jerk, shirtless in my bedroom, would forever be imprinted in my memory, no matter how innocent it was or not. Tegan was sitting on the bed with her arms wrapped around her knees when I walked into our bedroom. I wanted to, she whispered, nodding at the empty case lying open beside her. Her red-rimmed eyes were puffy and swollen. But I made you a promise I wouldn't run again. Thorn, I croaked out, closing the bedroom door behind me. My eyes were locked on the suitcase. My heart was squeezing so hard in my chest that I thought it would burst. I know you don't believe me about Liam, she said quietly, but I had nothing to do with him coming to our hotel room. Gosh, why did she have to keep really lying to me? I'll be real here, I managed to slur. I'm mad as heck that you didn't tell me he was coming. Clearing my throat, I managed to add, I'm really hurt, Tegan. Huge teardrops slid down her cheeks, dampening the sheet wrapped around her body, but she didn't make a sound. She was graceful in her pain, that was for sure. Gosh, I muttered, appalled, as I stumbled clumsily over to my wife, stinking of whiskey and cigarettes. Sinking down heavily on the edge of the bed, I reached over and wiped a teardrop from her cheek with my thumb. Letting out a sigh, I wiped another tear from her cheek before dropping my hand to her thigh. I get why you had to meet up with him, okay? My tone was laced with pain. This wasn't easy for me. I understand you had loose ends to tie up. Loose end, she muttered under her breath. Stop, I begged her. Please just stop lying about it. You're only making it 50 times really worse. I exhaled a sharp breath. I'm not accusing you of having an affair here, I added, voice torn, but I'm really wounded to think that you went behind my back on this. Fine, she ground out through clenched teeth. I won't say another word about it. Tegan. I want to go to sleep, she snapped, clenching her eyes shut. Curling up in a tiny ball, she whispered, I'm tired. Of all of it. Of me? My mind thought the words my mouth would never speak, and fear engulfed me.
Thorn. I paused. I wasn't sure what I was trying to say. I knew I needed to say something, but I had no clue as to what. Good night, Noah, she whispered, turning away from me. Good night, Thorn, I muttered, feeling at a loss. Tegan. This morning, like most others for the past few weeks, I found myself not wanting to get out of bed. Lucky was in Colorado, which meant I was completely friendless on this tour, surrounded by a bunch of men that hated me. So instead of accompanying Noah to the gym, I feigned sleep and waited until he was gone before getting up and collapsing in a heap in the shower. Aside from being completely miserable, I was feeling off. I wasn't sure how to explain it, only that I wasn't myself. My body was aching all over, and I felt completely shattered, both internally and physically. I felt all wrong inside. I was teary and lonely, and every morning I woke up, I found myself slipping into the shower to have a good cry. That shower floor had quickly become my therapist, and each morning I found myself sitting under a steady flow of piping hot water and reflecting over my life and the mistakes I'd made. Of course, everything good, bad, and indifferent always fell back to Noah. It was always Noah. When I'd confronted Lewis the morning after Liam's appearance and demanded to know why he'd allowed Liam into the suite, he'd simply shrugged and turned his back on me. When I'd accused him of helping Beau to try and ruin my relationship, because I just knew that this had to do with Beau Brady, Lewis had neither admitted or denied it. Why didn't you tell him? I screamed, clinging onto the doorframe, refusing to allow Lewis to close the door and return to his post. I had nothing to do with Liam being here, and you know it. I covered for you, didn't I? He shot back, flustered. I made it right for you. Made it right for me? I shook my head, not understanding any of this. The only way you can make it right for me is if you tell Noah the truth. Tell him I was set up. I'm not getting involved. You're already involved, I shot back, seething. You involved yourself the moment you let Liam into my suite. He didn't even try to deny it. So it was Beau? I continued to prod. He's the one you were arguing with outside my room? Again, Lewis remained silent. You said, "What are you doing back here?" I gripped the door so hard, chips of pain came away under my nails. If Beau hadn't come so close to ruining my marriage, I would have been impressed with his devious methods. You meant Beau, didn't you? If I had been expecting an answer from Lewis that morning, then I would still be waiting. His secret-keeping skills were exceptional. He'd had the chance to defend me once and had let me burn. Granted, he'd scrambled together some pathetic tale to take the heat off me, but that gosh darn it float with me. Lewis knew I had nothing to do with Liam being there that night, and trying to take the heat off me when he could have exonerated me was something I could never forget. Thinking about the way I had been treated made me feel so very homesick. I was barely hanging in here. I wanted to run. I wanted to pack a bag and get as far away from all these horrible human beings as I could, but I couldn't leave him. I couldn't leave Noah. I wasn't sure who I was madder with. Liam for being a jerk, Quincy, Tommy, and Beau for being the sneaky people they were, Lewis for betraying me, or Noah for not believing me. He was different now, cooler. Our communication skills were worse than bad, and we barely spoke more than 4 words to each other most days. Last week, he told me that he understood why I had to meet Liam, and that he wasn't mad anymore, but wished that I'd spoken to him about it first. I'd replied by making a rude gesture and telling him to go away.
He was hell-bent on not listening to a very thing I had to say, and I wasn't prepared to accept his acceptance of an apology I hadn't given. He was mad at me for lying to him, and I was furious with him for not believing me. Climbing to my feet, I switched off the shower and wrapped a towel around my body before heading back into the bedroom. Sinking down on our bed, I looked around the room sadly. Noah's clothes were laid in neat piles, his sneakers stacked and paired neatly by the closet. Everything he owned was in order. Everything I possessed, on the other hand, was scattered and thrown around. We were so different in every possible way, and we never seemed to be able to stay on the same page. It was like Noah had said before. He was either fighting with me or messing with me. There truly was no middle line between us. Sex seemed to be the only thing we got right. Anger, love, sex, and hardcore lust, I'd fallen in love with a boy who came from a different world than me, and when our worlds collided, sparks flew. Noah tied me up in a bazillion different knots, each one more intricately entwined than the next. We had moved too quickly, I thought to myself, as I studied the room, its contents, and the hastily maimed tattoo on my ring finger. We should have taken baby steps, taken it slow, but I wasn't going to run again. Painful or not, I was going to see this through. Exhaling a shaky breath, I reached forward and grabbed my cell phone off my nightstand before unlocking the screen and dialing the one phone number I knew by heart. The moment I heard his familiar voice on the other line, my eyes filled up with tears. "It's me," I sniffled as I sat cross-legged on the ginormous bed, feeling more alone than I'd felt in months. "I miss you," I added, voice breaking. There was silence for so long that I thought Uncle Max had hung up on me, but then I heard him say, "I miss you too," and silent tears that had been trickling down my cheeks turned to full-blown, snot-ugly crying. Hearing my uncle admit that he missed me caused a dam to burst inside of me. "I miss you so much," I choked out, cradling the phone in my hand. "I don't want to fight with you anymore. Please stop hating me." My voice was rising higher and higher. "I love you so much." I could hardly talk through my tears. "I'm sorry for being a disappointment." I was crying hard and ugly. "Please say you still love me." "Tegan, stop," I heard my uncle say in as gentle tone as I'd ever heard him use. "I have never hated you." I sniffled. "You haven't?" "Never," he vowed with a sigh. "I've been disappointed in your choices. Gosh, I've been downright furious. I still am. But at no point in time have I stopped loving you. I want what we used to have back," I admitted brokenly. "I want a relationship with you again." I heard my uncle sigh heavily. "I don't think that's possible." My heart cracked clean open. What little hope I had inside of me evaporated. "I suppose I should congratulate you on your marriage," he added after a pause. "I'd like to say that it came as a surprise to Reed, but I always knew you'd run back into his arms again. Please don't start a fight again, Uncle Max. I hated begging anyone, but I needed him. I felt so bad. I missed him so much. All I wanted to do was run home to my uncle." "I'm not," Uncle Max surprised me by saying in a gentle tone. "I'm just acknowledging the fact that my niece is a married woman now. Please, can't we at least try to get back to the way we used to be?" Swallowing deeply, I added, "We're coming to Colorado. Noah's last fight of this leg of the tour is against Gary Bash in Boulder. After that, Noah gets a month off to rest. Can I see you then? Can we spend some time getting back on track?" "Tegan, I'm actually in the middle of something here," Uncle Max replied. "Can I call you back?" "Yeah," I sobbed wearily. "Okay." The line went dead, and I tucked my phone under my pillow, knowing it wouldn't ring again. Noah. My marriage had gone to a very bad place in a handbasket. For the last several weeks, my wife had holed herself up in whatever hotel we were staying at. She hadn't shown up to any of my training sessions that she used to sit in on, and nothing I seemed to say made a blind bit of difference. On top of that, she wasn't eating. She had all of 3 bites of toast at breakfast this morning and even less for dinner last night. I had no idea what to do. I was the one who was supposed to be mad. She'd invited her ex into our very hotel room, but she was acting like I was the one that had betrayed her. "I'm not hungry," Tegan hissed when I asked her why she had only taken 1 bite of her sandwich. "Don't make an issue out of this," she added before climbing off the bed and disappearing into the bathroom. Seconds later, the motor of the shower running filled my ears.
How am I not supposed to worry? I called out over the noise, but she didn't respond. She was such a little liar. Didn't she know by now that I could read her like a book? Gosh, she was about the only thing I read clearly. Standing up, I followed her into the bathroom. I had a fight tonight. Gosh, I was supposed to be in the cage in under 2 hours, and Tegan looked like death warmed up. She was pale and jittery, and even though she futilely denied it, I really knew that she'd been sick earlier this morning. Stripping off my clothes, I opened the shower door and stepped inside, forcing myself to keep my emotions in check as I stared down at her. First thing tomorrow, I'm making you an appointment with the best very doctor in this city. Noah, I'm fine, Tegan shot back, firmer this time as she pressed her palm against my chest. Now, do you mind? I'm trying to shower here. Water cascaded down her body, and I frowned. Tegan wasn't okay. She hadn't been okay for weeks now, months. She had lost more weight, her shoulder blades were more noticeable, and her hip bones were protruding. The slight swell of her lower belly was evidence of something darker, something I'd seen Ellie do on many occasions growing up. "Are you doing it on purpose?" I blurted out tactlessly as I observed her appearance. "Am I doing what?" Tegan replied, not understanding me one bit. "Are you making yourself sick on purpose?" I probably could have come around this conversation a little better, but I was worked up. "Wait," she deadpanned, eyes narrowing. "You think I am purposefully making myself sick?" "I heard you this morning," I shot back. "Deny it all you want, but I know you've been sick, Tegan." I knew what a woman who made herself sick looked like. Frail? Check. Thin? Check. Gaunt? Check. Swollen stomach from the trauma? Check. Right about now, my wife was checking every single box. "You're freaking unbelievable." Letting out a growl, Tegan shoved my chest hard before stepping around me and out of the shower. "Sorry to disappoint you, dear husband," she continued to say as she wrapped a large, fluffy white towel around her drenched body. "But last time I checked, not feeling hungry didn't constitute as an eating disorder." The bathroom door slammed shut behind her, and I was left alone in the shower. Groaning internally, I switched off the water and climbed out. Grabbing a towel, I hooked it around my waist before heading back into the bedroom. "You've lost weight," I explained in as calm a tone as I could muster. "I'm sorry if it upset you, but I had to ask." "Of course you did," she shot back coldly. Dropping her towel, Tegan walked across the bedroom shamelessly, as naked as the day she was born. "I'm naturally skinny," she told me before throwing open a dresser drawer. Pulling out several items of clothing, she dropped them on the ground. She was so very messy. Why did women need so much stuff? I couldn't figure it out. I'd spent half a decade in a cell with Lucky. We had minimal stuff in prison and survived just fine. But Tegan? Gosh, that woman had a truckload of stuff following after her.
We'd arrived in New York on Tuesday and had taken me 3 trips to the bus to bring all her stuff up to our suite. Tegan continued to dump the contents of her dresser drawers on the floor before deciding a pair of plain black cotton panties and stepping into them. But thanks for throwing my body insecurities in my face. Tegan grabbed a matching black bra from the pile of rubble on the floor and dangled it in front of her face. "See this?" she demanded. "Women with bodies like mine don't need to wear these." She put it on anyway, much to my dismay. "Do you want to comment on how tiny my breasts are, too?" she asked. "Or mention the fact that I don't have a big figure like all those girls you used to flaunt around with after every fight you had on the television?" "I'm sorry, Thorn. I was a jerk. I love your body," I added, feeling like the world's worst piece of gosh. She was going to cry. I could see it in her eyes. Her hazel eyes were tearing up. "You're perfect to me," I added gruffly. That did it. The waterworks started. She was really crying again. "I don't have an eating disorder," she said in a voice thick with emotion as tears rolled down her cheeks. "I feel under the weather, okay?" "Okay." Walking over to her, I placed my hands on her shoulders and whispered, "Don't cry." That was a big, really mistake, because she only cried harder. Stop crying, I offered, unsure and nervous as hell. I can't help it, she half sobbed, half screamed, using my arm to wipe her nose. Lovely. I'm feeling under the weather, and you think I'm ugly? What? Shaking my head, I pulled her into my arms. I do not think you're ugly. Jesus Christ, what the hell was wrong with her? I think you're beautiful. You like curvy women, she shot back, sobbing harder. You said I'm too skinny. No, I really didn't. Thorn, come on, baby, stop this, I begged helplessly. Tipping her chin upwards with my thumb, I brushed the tears off her cheeks, eyes locked on hers. I love you. Cupping her neck with both hands, I pressed my lips to hers, shivering when my stomach twisted inside of me. My legs shook. I was really trembling. She had that effect on me. I really love you, I repeated against her lips, taking her breath with another kiss. Yours is the only body I think is sexy, I told her, knowing deep down inside that she needed to hear it. It was no lie. Tegan was painstakingly sexy. You turn me on like no one else, I added. I do? She asked, hiccuping. A small smile tipped her lips upwards, and I sagged in relief. Of course, I said carefully, debating whether or not I should say the next sentence. It only crossed my mind because Ellie's stomach looked kind of swollen like yours every time she made herself sick. Oh gosh, I knew I'd said the wrong thing the second the words had spilled out of my mouth. Tegan's face turned a deep shade of red. Let me get this straight, she screamed, furious. First, I'm too skinny, and now I'm really fat? Reaching into the drawer, she grabbed a pink lacy bra and threw it at my head. You insensitive jerk. Fine, I conceded, holding my hands up. I won't say another word about your bot. I won't say another word. That sounds good to me. Tears filled her eyes again. Now turn around so I can dress my fat self. Noah, one of JB's men has been spotted. I'm with Tegan. She's safe and oblivious as usual. I'll be removing her from the arena as soon as the fight is over. Good luck. I had listened to Lewis's voicemail the moment I arrived at the arena, and instantly my good mood had evaporated. Sitting on a three-legged stool, listening to the crowd screaming and roaring around me, I had this horrible feeling in the pit of my stomach that I was somehow playing straight into JD's hands. Twisting sideways, I searched the crowd for Tegan's face. When I found her in the fourth row, my heart jackknifed in my chest. She looked really miserable. Her face was pale, and her hazel eyes were sunken in her face. Lewis was sitting beside her, though he could have been a million miles away, she looked so lonely. Did you say something to her? My words were strained because of the mouth guard I had on and my heavy breathing. I'd just gone 5 rounds with Roy Wicks, who was currently curled up like a difficult person in the other corner of the ring. Tonight's fight was a basic ring match. Apparently, Wicks thought our last fight had been an unfair one because of my specialty in a cage and had demanded a rematch in a ring. What really? At 38, Roy Wicks was over the hill. Yeah, he had a nasty right hook, but I had a feeling that after tonight, the guy was going to start seriously considering retirement. Rinsing my mouth with water, I spat it into the bucket beside me and inhaled several deep breaths, forcing my heart to slow down to a normal rhythm as I returned my attention to Tommy. Well? Jesus, Tommy grumbled as he wrapped a towel around my shoulders. Are you for real? Running a hand through his hair, he narrowed his blue eyes at me. You're in the middle of a fight and you're thinking about her? Shaking his head in disgust, he spat, You need to get your head out of that woman and into the game, Noah. Leaning backwards against the ropes, I studied my oldest friend. Tommy's brown hair was dusted with premature gray hairs. His lips were narrowed and set in a straight line. What did you say to her? I repeated slowly, ignoring everything else. Nothing, Tommy hissed. Dabbing my left eye with a towel, he wiped away the droplets of blood that were leaking from a reopened cut. I said absolutely nothing to the girl. What about you? I turned to my right and glared at Quincy. I was paying these guys to support me, but right now I felt really betrayed. Something had gone down.
I knew it, and if Tegan wasn't going to tell me, then one of these fuckers sure as hell was. "Now you listen here, boy," Quincy snarled. Cupping the back of my neck with his beefy hand, he dragged my head down to his. "Get your head in the game and off your really flower, woman, or I will give you a really reason to piss and moan." I pressed my forehead hard to his, accepting his challenge. "If I hear you did anything to upset my flower woman, I'll put you in a really body bag." The bell rang loudly, signaling the start of the 6th round, and I pushed off my coach. Blind rage coursed through my veins as I moved into the middle of the ring, stalking my opponent. This round was going to be a quick one. Tegan. The crowd went crazy when Noah defeated Roy Wicks in the 7th round of their fight. Never in my 25 years had I experienced anything like the atmosphere in the arena when my husband's hand was raised in victory. It was so electric, so extraordinary. Even now, almost an hour after the fight, Noah was still inside the arena, surrounded by throngs of supporters and the media, all vying for his attention. For my own safety, Lewis had chaperoned me outside to the waiting limousine, and to be honest, I was glad. This world that I had been thrust into wasn't one I thought I would ever get used to. I knew what I looked like, dressed in a skin-tight, full-length black dress with a plunging neckline and a huge slit right up to my thigh and draped in more diamonds than the local jewelry shop stocked back home. A gold digger? My cell phone rang out loudly, dragging me out of my thoughts, and I jumped. Gosh. Grabbing my purse, I dug my hand inside and rummaged around for a few seconds before retrieving the cool metal device. Swiping my finger across the screen, I didn't bother to check who it was and said, "Hello? Teagues, it's me." My blood ran cold the moment Liam's voice filled my ears, followed quickly by, "Please don't hang up." "Give me one good reason not to," I shot back, furious. Anger swirled inside of me at the sound of his voice. The last time Liam and I had spoken, he'd tried to destroy my marriage.
I hadn't seen or heard from him since Lewis carted him out of our hotel room that fateful night. "Because I'm sorry," he offered. "Because I know I really messed up." "You're a jerk," I hissed, unable to contain my emotions. "You're not the guy I grew up with." That was true. The Liam I knew would have never tried to hurt me the way you did. My voice was rising. My hands were shaking. "I'm sorry, okay?" Liam groveled. "I handled everything horribly." There was a pause, and then I heard him sigh heavily. "I'm miserable without you, Teagues." "Good," I hissed, refusing to allow my heart to simmer up any amount of sympathy for the conniving bastard. "You know there was a time when I actually loved you," I spat, clenching my eyes shut. "You were my best friend for half of my life, and I would have done anything for you." The sound of a car door slamming startled me. Screaming, I all but jumped out of my own skin, dropping my phone in the process. The moment my eyes landed on Noah's face, the air expelled from my lungs in a heady gasp. He looked like a god, dressed in worn light blue denim jeans and plain red t-shirt. He smelled like soap and man. His hair was wet and falling forward, brushing his brow. He was bruising badly. The entire left side of his face was colored purple. "Sorry for interrupting," Noah said coolly, as he settled down on the seat opposite me. "Please," he added sarcastically, holding a cloth-covered ice pack to his jaw, "continue telling some other guy how much you love him." Sitting back with his legs spread open, he never took his eyes off my face as he tended to his wounds. I'm fascinated. My heart plummeted in my chest. With my back pressed to leather of the seat, I forced myself to breathe, all while my heart thundered in my chest as I watched him watch me. Our relationship was tempestuous enough without adding more drama to our really messed up equation. "It's not what you think," I finally acknowledged in a quiet tone, not knowing what else to say, but knowing that I had to say something. I could have smacked myself for saying something so cliché.
Tossing my hair over my shoulder, a knee-jerk reaction to intimidating situations, I reached down and grabbed my phone off the floor. Not what I think, Noah spat, tossing the ice pack down on the seat. Obviously, I snapped, red-faced, as I slipped my phone back into my purse. Noah's eyes darkened. The vein in his neck ticked as his eyes roamed over my body. "What really ever?" he muttered under his breath. He sat rigidly on the opposite side of the limo, with one arm flung casually over the back of the seat. His black hair was all mussed up and sexy, and his dark eyes were intense, heated, and unwaveringly focused on me. The only thing that gave me comfort in this moment was the black circled tattoo on his left hand. "You fought well," I told him, feeling the burning in my cheeks all the way down to my toes as I tried to clear the air with a compliment. "I know," Noah replied in a low, gruff tone, his angry eyes locked on mine, hard and unforgiving. A shiver of fear rolled down my spine, mixing with the pent-up lust inside of my body at the sight of the man before me. Not sure what to do, I decided rummaging in my purse was a good place to start, and while I was at it, I decided to pray for the ground to open beneath me. Hell had to be a better option than being the sole recipient of Noah Messina's bad mood. Ducking my face, I unzipped the bag and pulled out a tube of lipstick. I felt Noah's heated gaze on me as I smeared my lips with the tube. Suppressing the urge to close my eyes and shiver at the feel of having his eyes on me, I quickly snapped the lid back on the tube of gloss and tucked it back into my purse. "You miss him," Noah accused. This time, I did shiver. It was an unstoppable reaction. "No." Noah studied me with cool, perceptive eyes. "You love him." Again, it wasn't a question, just a barefaced statement. "No." Shaking my head, I sagged back in my seat, finding comfort in the feel of the cold leather against my skin. "I don't." Snapping the clasp of my purse shut, I stared back at him. He called me. Noah laughed harshly. "And you answered?" Several more bodies piled into the back of the limo then, breaking the unnerving tension. One of those bodies belonged to Lewis, and I sagged in relief when he sat down beside me. Don't get me wrong, I was burning mad with him, but in a car full of men who despised me, Lewis was the safest bet. Another one of the bodies belonged to Tommy, who claimed the seat to Noah's right. Quincy and Beau also joined us, choosing to sit on Noah's side of the limo. Like I cared. It wasn't easy to act aloof when everyone hated you. In fact, sitting in this limo was like being back in a high school classroom. For years, I'd struggled to fit in, until the day I decided to stop trying. But just because I didn't try, didn't mean it didn't hurt. It was safe to say that with the exception of Noah, I hated every single person in this limo. Actually, hate was too kind a word for the difficult people I was surrounded by. I loathed them. Yes, loathed. I was losing myself in this world, and I really hated it. After all I'd sacrificed, I was still being tested, punished. "Screw this," I growled, finally cracking under the tension. Reaching forward, I grabbed a very expensive bottle of Dom Perignon from the nearby ice bucket and popped the cork. "What?" I said daringly, eyes locked on Tommy as he frowned at me. It's not like he can't afford it. With that, I pressed the bottle to my lips, not removing it until I had the majority of it consumed. "Tegan." Climbing out of the limousine first, Noah turned around and reached out his hand to me. "Think you can love me more for tonight?" he growled, helping me out of the car. "Or is that impossible for you, wife?" "Don't be a jerk," I hissed, taking his outstretched hand. "You know how I feel about you, husband." He cocked a brow and smirked cruelly. "Do I?" I didn't have a chance to respond before Noah was swamped and pulled away by a mirage of people. Some were clearly reporters, others undeniably fans. "Noah, we love you!" His fans were screaming. "Look at him, he's enormous!" "Noah, oh my gosh, he smiled at me!" A particularly zealous blonde squealed in delight. "He smiled at me! Noah, please, I desire you!" Startled and, quite frankly, overwhelmed by the media, I stepped away from the madness happening around me, hugging myself in dismay as I studied the hordes of fans blocking the sidewalk to the club entrance. People jumped in front of me, shoving me out of the way, desperate to get closer to Noah. Cameras and microphones were thrust into his face, and I lagged behind, backing away from the circus show, feeling completely out of my comfort zone, not to mention wounded from his words. Watching numerous women touch and grab at my husband wasn't helping with my jealous tendencies either. I felt inferior. I didn't look like any of these women. I wasn't tall or curved or big-breasted. I was short, skinny, and flat-chested. And apparently, I wasn't the only person to recognize my shortcomings. Somebody knocked against me then, throwing me off balance and knocking me off my feet. Stumbling backwards, I flailed my arms out helplessly, braced for an impact I was sure would sting like a difficult person. It never came. My body was all but parallel with the sidewalk when a tanned hand came through the crowd and caught onto my arm. Slinging me up from the pavement like a slinky toy, Noah yanked me roughly towards him. One huge muscular arm came around my waist, pinning me to his side. Another hand splayed across my stomach protectively. Eyes dark as coal stared down at me, causing my heart to flutter and my breath to seize in my throat. Flustered, I said the first thing that came to mind.
I think a little pee came out. In all honesty, I had come very close to peeing my pants, and his angry eyes, freckled with those nasty bruises, was doing nothing to ease my frazzled nerves. Noah stared at me for a long moment, unblinking, his gaze intense as if he was trying to solve a puzzle. "Get out of the way," he growled after an age. Turning his attention to the crowd around us, he roared. I said, "Move." And just like that, the crowd backed off, clearing a path for us. Their loud screams and cries turned to hushed whispers as Noah took me by the hand and led me into the club. Mr. Messina, a tall, silver-haired man, acknowledged when we stepped inside. "Rick D'Angelo, congratulations on your win tonight. Welcome to the jungle." He turned his attention to me and nodded curtly. "Mrs. Messina." "Hey, Noah, I bet they've got fun and games," I tossed out, trying to lighten the mood between us. It was a Guns N' Roses reference, I explained when Rick D'Angelo looked down at me with an unimpressed expression. Never mind. D'Angelo cleared his throat and said, "Let me show you to your booth," before gesturing us towards the door at the far end of the corridor with a sign stating VIP access only. "Next time, make very sure you have more security out there," Noah snarled, striding off towards the VIP access area. "My wife could have been trampled." "Duly noted," Rick replied, cheeks staining red as he fell into step alongside Noah. Meanwhile, I was being dragged along like a rag doll towards our booth. "Can you slow down?" I asked, a little breathless. Noah was walking so fast I was struggling to keep up with him. "Noah, I can't walk that fast." Noah didn't slow down. When I tried to pull my hand out of his, he squeezed it tighter. In fact, I was very sure he upped his pace on purpose, not stopping until we were standing in front of a large tabled booth with a fancy-looking black and neon pink tablecloth on top. Noah ushered me into the booth before taking a seat beside me, and within seconds, 2 waitresses were at our side, placing bottles of champagne and jugs of what looked like tropical drinks on the table. Lewis hovered nearby, silent as usual, as a 3rd waitress arrived with a fancy plate of nibbles in each hand. Shoving away from Noah, I sat on the very edge and as far away from him as I could. Folding my arms across my chest, I glared at his battered and bruised face. "You almost pulled my arm out of its socket." His face softened slightly for a brief moment before he remembered he was mad at me for what, I had no idea, before quickly morphing back into anger. Big surprise there. Quincy, Bo, and Tommy arrived at our table then, bringing with them a few stragglers, 5 females and 2 males. They all sidled into the booth alongside us, leaving me on the edge of the side with Bo to my right. I groaned internally. I could see where this night was going, and it was straight to hell. "Can we get you anything else, Mr. Messina?" one of the waitresses purred, the blonde one with a noticeable figure. Stroking Noah's arm, the waitress proceeded to uncap one of the champagne bottles with relish before filling the glass in front of Noah. To give him credit, Noah didn't even look in her direction. His focus was entirely on me, and that made me feel a little less stabby. "We're good," he told the waitress as he shoved the glass towards me. "You want something else?" Never one to refuse a drink, I grabbed the glass and tossed it back, draining it dry within seconds. Yeah, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand, I pushed my glass towards him. A refill. Noah cocked a brow, but didn't reply, and I felt the last piece of my self-restraint slip away. "I'm his wife, not his ward. I don't need his permission, you know," I snapped, glaring up at the waitress who seemed to be in a semi-comatose trance as she held the champagne bottle in her hand and looked down at my husband with her big doe eyes, waiting for him to give her the go-ahead. Ugh. Rolling my eyes, I reached forward and swiped one of the other bottles of champagne on the table. A hand snaked out and grabbed the rim of the bottle just as I went to lift it. "You're embarrassing him. Again," Beau hissed under his breath. "Can't you just behave yourself for one night? And you are pissing me off again. So if you value your well-being, then I suggest you let go," I snarled through clenched teeth, daring Beau to push me. "Now." The loud chattering that had been going on around me quickly depleted as all eyes landed on me and Beau. Thankfully, Beau, or the third one, as I like to call him, the first and second were reserved for Quincy and Tommy, valued his well-being, and released the bottle to my trusted care. It was a small victory, but one I would cherish. Noah continued to glare silently across the table at me, and the more alcohol I consumed, the more I met his glare with one of my own. "Why are you doing this?" I finally demanded, losing all tact and patience. My body was swaying without my permission, and tiny little stars were dancing around in front of my eyes. I was drunk, I realized, but drunk or not, I was having this out with Noah. Doing what? Being a bastard to me, I yelled in frustration, not bothering to lower my voice when silence fell around us. I didn't care that everybody was listening. Really, let them. I had nothing left to hide. "I should leave you high and dry," I added, hurt. "If I'm keeping you from where you really want to be, then by all means, go, Tegan," Noah shot back, furious. "But don't expect me to come after you again, because I won't. I am not taking this gush from you," I warned him. "I mean it. So what, you're just going to run again?" He ran a hand through his freshly washed hair. "Then do it, Thorn. Really leave me hanging again. It wouldn't be the first time." "I'm done apologizing for the past, Noah," I screamed heatedly. "You said love him, Tegan," Noah roared, losing his cool. His chest was heaving. A vein in his temple bulged. Which is something I find really, really hypocritical, considering you were screaming that exact sentiment to me the other night when we were intimate. "Jesus Christ," I hissed, mortified. "I said loved, as in past really tense." "It's all the same to me," Noah shot back, fuming. Looking around at the several red-faced people sitting around us, I climbed unsteadily to my feet. You know what? Wobbling over to Noah's side of the table, I grabbed the cocktail pitcher. "Cool the hell down, Noah." With that, I tossed the contents over his head before turning to Lewis. "Take me back to the hotel." I was mad, not crazy. I knew well enough not to go anywhere without my big, bald traitor. "Don't you dare," Lewis barked, before turning his attention back to me. Jerking out of his seat, Noah wiped the front of his soaked shirt. "Now I get that you're a raging, difficult person," he growled, turning his attention to me. "But if you could rein in the violent outbursts for one really second, or at least while we're in public." "Oh, I'm a raging, difficult person now, am I?" Swinging around, I stalked towards him. "Well, how's this for a violent outburst, you big bastard?" Reaching my hand back, I smacked Noah across the cheek as hard as I possibly could.
He didn't even flinch, so I smacked him again, harder. "Really, you," I added, before turning on my heel and staggering away from him. Screw Noah Messina. It would be a cold day in hell before I allowed myself to be treated like a piece of gush on his shoe. Shoving my way through the crowd, I made a beeline for the bar, mentally patting myself on the back for tucking that 20 into my cleavage before leaving the hotel tonight. Jostling against several other patrons at the bar, I stood up on my tiptoes and waved my hand in the air, trying to catch the barman's attention. Not an easy feat, considering I was the shortest person at the bar.
Finally, I caught barman's eye, and he came over to where I was standing. "What can I get you, sir?" "Sir?" I snapped, furious when I realized he was talking to someone behind me. I was here first. "Don't serve her," an achingly familiar voice said from behind me, and I groaned. A strong arm came around my waist, pulling me backwards into a familiar chest of muscle. "She's been cut off." "No problem, Mr. Messina," the barman said. His eyes flickered to mine, and he gave me a look that said, "Oh well," before wandering off to serve someone else. Swinging around, I glowered up at Noah. "You are by far the biggest son of a difficult person." Yeah, I'm scum of the earth," Noah interrupted, unaffected. Taking me by the waist, he walked me towards the dance floor. "Shut your mouth, Thorn, and dance with me." "Over my dead body," I hissed, trying to scramble out of his embrace. It was no use. Noah had a death grip on me. His arms were like tree trunks wrapped around me, and short of a bomb going off, I knew I wasn't getting away from him. Admitting defeat, I stopped fighting him and let my body sag against his. Leaning backwards, I rested my head against his hard chest. "I thought you said you weren't going to chase me again." Ducking his head, he buried his face in my neck and sighed. "I thought you said you weren't going to run again." "I lied," I begrudgingly admitted. "Me too." The heat of his breath on my bare skin caused me to shudder violently in his arms. "I'm so angry with you, Noah." "The feeling's mutual, Thorn." He pressed a kiss to the skin covering my racing pulse. "Save your anger for the bedroom. I know I am." "I'm never having sex with you again," I argued, rocking my body against him, feeling his growing desire. Noah chuckled, and the low rumble in his chest caused a wave of anticipation. I had no idea how we'd gotten here, and I cared even less. The alcohol currently running through my bloodstream was making my brain think up all kinds of intimate things to do to the sexy god of a man pressing close to me. God. Closing my eyes, I gave myself up to the music, to the feel of being with Noah. Fighting or not, we were here. We were together, and we were trying. They came together in passion. Passion peaked. They came together intimately, deeply connected. It was the truth. The mere thought of that blonde prick even speaking my wife's name caused my blood to boil in my veins. Even though I really promised myself I wouldn't let that rat bastard get under my skin again, I couldn't help it. Hearing Tegan speaking to him made me want to rip something apart slowly. I finally had everything I'd ever wanted, and I was jeopardizing it. I didn't need a shrink to know why. It was because I was scared. I was really petrified of a tiny little woman because she could still go. She could still leave me and take it all away again. It was a messed up attribute of a broken human, to push the one you love most away to see if they love you enough to keep coming back. And when we were fighting and screaming at each other, all I could think was the sooner I put a baby in her stomach, the better. Marriage wasn't enough. I needed to cement her to me. I needed to really tie her down with so much baggage that she wouldn't contemplate leaving me twice. I knew for a fact that Tegan wasn't on birth control, and my desperation and, really, insecurities meant that knowledge thrilled me. Every night, I took advantage of the fact that she was desperately trying to show me her commitment. I rarely used a condom, even though she'd asked me to, and I made very sure that I was intimate with that woman at least 3 times each night. I mean, how messed up was that?
I was the illegitimate, not to mention practically illiterate, bastard of David Henderson. I was a convicted felon who'd been raised by drug addict parents. What in the hell did I know about marriage and raising families? The only thing I did know was that losing my wife would kill me, and I was willing to do anything to stop that from happening twice. You need to stop doing this to me. I let out a shaky sigh and buried my face in her neck. Doing what? She whispered, trailing her fingers through my hair. Making me weak, I admitted gruffly. Lifting my face to look at her, my heart hammered in my chest. I'm trying so hard to move on, I forced myself to say, but I'm really drowning in jealousy, because I know he's been with you. My jaw clenched. He touched you. My jealousy was irrational and ridiculous, but I couldn't help it. I could feel her body trembling as she slowly climbed down and stood on her own 2 feet. Noah, it was one time. Exhaling a shaky breath, she added, one 45-second mistake that I will spend the rest of my life forgetting. Me too, I tossed out gruffly. And I know I can't judge you for anything you did when I was away. Hell, it's not like I was celibate or anything. But for me, those women sated a need, a physical need. For you, Liam represents a lot more than that. You have a past with him, a better past than the one you have with me. And I really hate the thought of you with him. Because I know it's my own very fault. I can't keep doing this, Noah. Reaching down, Tegan picked up her dress from the floor. I can't keep going over the same thing time and again, she choked out as she slipped her dress back on. Sniffling loudly, she wiped her eyes with the backs of her hands. I am so tired of fighting and defending myself. I was a jerk. She was crying. Really? Again? I never knew women cried this much. Correction, I never knew Tegan cried this much. I was used to angry Tegan, the one who got revenge, and if you hurt her, she came back at you twice as hard. Not tonight. My usually steel-spiked, prickly thorn was turning into a really flower, and it was all my fault. Come on, Tegan, don't cry, I whispered, placing my hand on her tiny shoulder. I hate seeing you upset, okay? It kills me. That was a big, really mistake because she only cried harder. I waited for you, she said against my mouth, without even knowing I was doing it. Pulling back, she wiped her eyes with the back of her hands. All those years, she shook her head, I never touched another man. You're the only thing I've ever had that was mine, I told her, desperate to explain myself. You were my choice, mine. And watching you go was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. And now you're back. I have you, but I just can't trust me, she offered. I opened my mouth to answer her, but she didn't give me a chance. I am here, she growled, marching straight up to me. With you. She pushed me in the chest. Taking all of your crap, she shoved me again. Not to mention your team's crap. Harder this time. Because I love you. Tegan let out a hiss in frustration. But if you can't get over the fact that I was intimate with another man when we weren't together, then I'm not hanging around to be your punching bag. I am over it, I told her. A nervous shock rippled through me. The thought of her leaving, almost too much to bear. I'm trying, Thorn. You either want me or you don't, she said wearily, tears once again dripping down her cheeks. You either believe me or you don't. Because honest to God, Noah, I can't keep doing this with you, going head to head and taking an ass-kicking. It's too much, and I'm worn out. I want you, I told her, knowing deep down inside that she needed to hear it. It was no lie. I do. Tegan was the only person I'd ever loved. Ever. Making her cry wasn't something I went out of my way to do. Gosh, it was something I tried to steer my jerk mouth away from as often as possible. But she was so very emotional lately, I couldn't seem to help it. I couldn't pretend I wasn't hurt over the past. It was a hard pill to swallow. Anxiety was flooding me. The look in her eyes was causing that anxiety to really soar. I can't keep doing this, Noah. Reaching down, Tegan picked up her dress from the floor. I can't keep going over the same thing time and again, she choked out as she slipped her dress back on. Sniffling loudly, she wiped her eyes with the backs of her hands. I am so tired of fighting and defending myself. I was a jerk. She was crying. Really, again. I never knew women cried this much. Correction, I never knew Tegan cried this much. I was used to angry Tegan, the one who got revenge, and if you hurt her, she came back at you twice as hard. Not tonight. My usually steel-spiked, prickly thorn was turning into a really flower, and it was all my fault. "Come on, Tegan, don't cry," I whispered, placing my hand on her tiny shoulder. "I hate seeing you upset, okay? It kills me." That was a big, really mistake, because she only cried harder. "I waited for you," she said against my mouth, without even knowing I was doing it. Pulling back, she wiped her eyes with the back of her hands. "All those years?" She shook her head. "I never touched another man." "You're the only thing I've ever had that was mine," I told her, desperate to explain myself. "You were my choice, mine, and watching you go was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. And now you're back? I have you, but I just can't trust me," she offered. I opened my mouth to answer her, but she didn't give me a chance. "I am here," she growled, marching straight up to me. "With you." She pushed me in the chest. "Taking all of your crap." She shoved me again. "Not to mention your team's crap." Harder this time. "Because I love you." Tegan let out a hiss in frustration. "But if you can't get over the fact that I was intimate with another man when we weren't together, then I'm not hanging around to—" Tipping her chin upwards with my thumb, I brushed the tears off her cheeks, eyes locked on hers. "I only want you." Moving my hands to cup her neck, I pressed my lips to hers, shivering when my stomach twisted inside of me. "I should have come back sooner, Tegan," I admitted, laying it all out there for once. If I had, then things would have been different. The truth was, I loved Tegan more than any man should love a woman. I loved her more than was safe for me, and loving her brought to the surface feelings that before her, I'd never had to worry about. Jealousy, inferiority, fear, obsession. Before Thorn walked into my world, those emotions were a myth to me. Now they were my reality. She challenged me. She pushed me out of my comfort zone. She pushed me to the brink of insanity and then dragged me back again. She stuck it to me regardless of where we were or who we were with. She had the ability to ruin me and heal me with one breath. It was unnerving, the amount of power she held over me. Reaching up, Tegan cupped my cheek with one of her hands and sighed. "We won't let this break us," she promised before drawing my mouth down to hers. "I love you more than you hate me," she whispered before covering my lips with hers. Noah, I screwed up. I was a big enough person to admit that I'd overreacted. Hell, I'd done more than just overreact. I'd behaved like a really tool towards my wife. Almost a week had passed since the incident in the janitor's closet, and Tegan was acting like everything was fine. She hadn't chewed me out over my behavior the next morning or held a grudge. In fact, her latest approach to handling our problems was to brush them under the mat and cover them up with a fake-assed smile. But I knew she was upset with me. The fact that she wasn't sitting with me proved that. I was at the back of the bus and Thorn was sitting up front, all on her own with her headphones on, staring out the bus window. She looked so lonely that all I wanted to do was wrap her up in my arms and hug the hell out of her. Refusing to allow the wedge between us to push us further apart, I stood up and walked up the aisle of the bus, not stopping until I was sitting down on the seat beside her. Tegan didn't look away from the window, but I knew that she knew I was there. Her breathing hitched in her throat, and she removed one earplug from her ear and handed it to me. Without a word, I took the earplug from her and popped it in my ear before reaching for her hand and pulling it onto my lap. I couldn't stop the smile from spreading across my face when the lyrics of Kate Nash's Dickhead filled my ear. Just like earlier, Tegan never spoke a word as she entwined her fingers with mine and rested her cheek on my shoulder. "I'll do better," I whispered before pressing a kiss to the top of her head. She nuzzled against me. I know. We sat side by side in silence as she studied the scenery outside and I studied her face. She looked deep in thought. "What are you thinking about?" I asked her after a while, when my curiosity got the better of me. "The first time I saw you," Tegan replied. Turning her face towards me, she smiled softly. "And how you made me feel back then." "Great," I muttered, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down my brow. It was bad enough that I'd been a tool the other night, but Thorn was dragging up old memories of me being an even bigger one. "I was a jerk that night," I added, thinking back to the night I'd smashed her car windshield. I overreacted. Tegan had overreacted worse than I had, but I was trying to get back in my wife's good books, so I aptly left out that particular piece of information. "You were," Tegan agreed, "but that's not the night I'm thinking about." My brows furrowed in confusion as I waited for her to explain. "You took the air clean out of my lungs the first time I saw you," she continued to say, looking up at my face. Biting down on her lower lip, she smiled. "I can still remember the way my heart fluttered in my chest when I saw you standing there watching me play Martin." Now I remembered. The summer before senior year. I'd been 17 years old, with little hope and lot of attitude. Angry and full of hatred, I hadn't been expecting her. I hadn't wanted her, but she arrived regardless. Without my permission, the girl next door had forced herself into my heart with that song Her. Her blonde, wavy hair looked like it hadn't been brushed in days. The denim cutoffs she had on were worn to a thread, and the white t-shirt she wore was at least 5 times too big for her, tied into a makeshift belly top with a hair clip. Her skin looked like ivory silk. She had a cut on her left knee and a bruise on her right elbow, and I'd never seen anything so really beautiful. She wasn't intentionally sexy, she just was. I watched her intently as she stretched her arms and legs out, clearly basking in the summer sunshine. I couldn't turn my face away. "You were all beat up and bruised," Tegan said, drawing me back to the present. "Yeah," I replied, tone thick with emotion. I'd been in a fight the night before. Actually, I'd been in several fights. I'd had the broken ribs to prove it. But again, I refrained from telling her that. "You looked so closed off, so separated from your surroundings. I'd just moved in, and I was lonely and scared. I didn't want to be there." Pausing, she stared hard at my face. "And when I looked into your eyes, I realized that you didn't want to be either." Shrugging, she added, "It was one moment, one brief, flittering moment in the grand scheme of things, but in that moment, you looked into my eyes, and I felt a little less lonely." "Thorn," I croaked out, not knowing what else to say. She confounded me. The way she could be, her mood swings, her memories, the way she saw me. I was a better person in her mind. She saw good in my darkness and hope in my despair. The pull towards her was relentless. I didn't even have a life of my own anymore. Everything was blurred and mixed up with hers. Really? Of course, then Ellie came out and ruined the moment. Tegan smirked knowingly. "And then we had that huge fight a few weeks later, and I buried that moment we shared under a mountain of grudges," she whispered. "That small space in time on a long summer afternoon when the boy next door looked into my eyes and saw right into my soul. Tegan, Noah. Blew the roof off the place in NYC last weekend, making Daniel Cortez submit in the 3rd round, breaking pay-per-view records and continuing his undefeated MFA record of 38-0. We had arrived back in Denver, Colorado late last night in preparation for Noah's last fight of this leg of the tour against Gary Bash on Friday. We were doing better since our altercation in New Orleans. There was still a Liam-shaped wedge between us, but Noah was trying harder with me. I was trying too, trying to pull myself out of the semi-comatose funk I'd been in, but knowing that the hill would be our next stop wasn't helping matters. Knowing that we were less than an hour's car ride away from where we'd been ripped apart all those years ago petrified me. I wasn't really feeling up to going out and exercising this morning. I didn't want to leave the hotel room, but Noah had pestered me all through breakfast until I caved and gave in to him. To be honest, I really didn't feel like doing anything lately. Well, anything but sleep. Exhaustion had finally caught up with me, and after 4 months on tour, I was completely beat and overheated. It was only 10 o'clock, and the heat was already too intense for me to handle. But the sight my semi-naked husband, draped in ink and tanned like a god, was causing my body temperature to spike to epic proportions. I wasn't sure if I was hungry or filled with desire as I watched Noah lick an ice cream cone, strictly forbidden ice cream, I might add. He was on a strict diet, and the both of us knew damn well he wasn't supposed to be eating it.
His shirt was off and tucked into the waistband of his gray sweats as he strolled alongside me with a baseball cap slung backwards. I called Max last week, I admitted, needing to get it off my chest, as we strolled through the Rocky Mountain Lake Park. Okay, Noah replied calmly. Emotions flooded me at the thought of my uncle. Pausing, I cleared my throat before saying, I miss him. Tossing the end of his ice cream cone into a nearby trash can, Noah reached for my hand. Was hen ice to you? He asked, entwining our hands. I nodded slowly. Yeah, he actually kind of was. Snuggling into his side, I sighed heavily. I asked him if he wanted to meet up. What did he say? He said he was busy and he'd call me back. Stubborn, really, man, he muttered under his breath. Are you nervous? I blurted out. No. I frowned. You don't even know what I'm referring to. Doesn't matter, he teased. I'm never nervous. Everyone gets nervous at some point in their lives, Noah. Why? Cocking a brow, he looked down at me. Are you nervous about something? Yeah. Nodding stiffly, I repressed the urge to shiver. What? Noah frowned. Going home, I whispered. Home. Was University Hill my home? It was Noah's home, but could I actually call it mine, having only lived there for 10 months? Is that where we'll stay for the month you're off? I added. The hill? It depends. Depends? On what? Pulling me to a stop in the middle of the sidewalk, Noah turned and faced me. On whether Boulder is somewhere you'd like to stay. Reaching up with one hand, Noah cupped my cheek and said, Thorn, I meant it when I said I'd take you anywhere that would make you happy. He sighed heavily. We can leave, baby. Lifting his hand, he gestured around vaguely. The minute the final bell rings on Friday night, we can get out of here. I'd left a lot of demons behind me when I ran away from the hill 8 years ago. Coming face to face with said demons wasn't something I relished the thought of. The hill was J.D. Dennis's playground, and just because we hadn't heard from him, I wasn't naive enough to believe that he'd forgotten about us, but I trusted Noah. I'll come home with you, I whispered, leaning into his touch. I trusted Noah with my life, and I knew that he would never take me somewhere potentially dangerous. If you think we'll be safe there? You'll always be safe, Tegan, he assured me, voice gruff. I really promise you that. Then we'll stay. What's wrong, Tegan? Noah blurted out suddenly. Holding my face between his hands, he studied me with worried eyes. Talk to me. Nothing is wrong, I forced a smile. It was fake, unnatural, and Noah saw straight through it. Noah cocked a brow. You're a horrible liar, Thorn. I'm just tired, I whispered, feeling horrible for lying to him. Is that it? He asked, eyes locked on mine. No, I wanted more than anything to open up to Noah and tell him everything. How unwell I was feeling. How upset I was over what I'd overheard Tommy and the men saying. How insecure I was feeling on this tour. In fact, I wanted to kick the ground and scream at Noah to wake up and see how those bullies he called his team were treating me. But Lewis was right. I needed to put him first for once in my life. He needed to focus. He was riding a high wave to the top of the league, and I wasn't going to be the one to screw that up again. Yes, I lied. Noah, if Tegan knew I was calling hope behind her back, she would flip out. But I was desperate.
Not only was I desperate, but also, after last night, I was worried sick. I felt something damp trickle down my bare chest. Tegan? My voice was thick from sleep as I rolled onto my side, taking her with me. Tipping her chin up, I stared down at her tear-stained cheeks. Using my thumb to capture the tears rolling down her cheek, I brushed them away. What's wrong? Had she been crying all night? I'm just sad, she whispered, sniffling. Why? Are you scared or something? It couldn't be the dark. I'd left my lamp on when we went to bed, same as every night. What's on your mind? Clenching her eyes shut, Tegan wriggled closer to my body. Nothing, she sobbed, burying her face in my chest. Forget I said anything. Her small hand sought mine, entwining our fingers. She let her tears fall onto my bare chest, and that's when I lost it. Tell me, I begged, tell me how to fix this for you. Tears fell like big, fat raindrops from her eyes. I'm tired, she whispered, of fighting, of clinging on and hoping for happiness. I am bone weary and at the end of my tether. My wife was clingy and needy and teary, and I was running out of options on what to do and how to help her. Dialing my niece's phone number, I walked into the changing room in the gym and sank down on the bench. I wasn't sure if I was even calling at an appropriate time for her. Hope was 7 hours behind us in Ireland, and it was just gone 2 in the afternoon here. Noah, Hope's sleepy voice filled my ear, and I sagged in relief. What's going on? I heard her shift around. Is everything okay? No, I muttered. Dropping my elbows to rest on my knees, I bent my head and sighed. Not really. She was moving around, I realized, and I heard the slight murmur of a male voice seconds before Hope's voice filled my ear once again, clearer this time, more alert. Okay, she said in an irritated tone. What have you done now? Who's with you? I heard myself demand. Is that a man's voice I can hear? I'm 5 months older than you, jerk, Hope shot back. Now, are you going to tell me why you're calling, or can I go back to sleep? It's Tegan. I don't even know what's wrong with her, I admitted in a torn voice. I think she's homesick or something. I threw it out there, hating that I couldn't be enough for Tegan. I think she's lonely. She is, Hope shot back without remorse. You carted her off on a tour with a bunch of difficult people. She has 0 friends over there. You're always training, and Tegan's always on her own. How do you expect her to feel? What do I really do? I ran a hand through my hair and resisted the urge to pummel something. How do I fix this? Panic seared me. I can't let her go. It was out of the question. I don't know, Noah, Hope said quietly. You married the girl. She was crying last night, I choked out. She doesn't cry, Hope. Everyone cries, Noah, Hope corrected. Even the strongest people break down sometimes, if they've got a good enough reason to. I didn't. I couldn't remember a day in my entire life where I'd shed a single tear. What the hell did that make me? Aren't you due a break or something? Hope asked, drawing me out of my reverie. Like, don't you guys get some time to rest when you're on tour? Yeah, my last fight is Friday night, I told her. I get a month off before the second leg of the tour kicks off in the fall. Why? Well, that's good, she replied thoughtfully. Maybe you could take her away or something, spend some alone time together. That really doesn't help my cause right now, Hope. Tegan was miserable. I'll call her, she offered, see if I can figure out what's bugging her. Thanks, I sagged in relief. Oh, but don't let her know that I called you. Oh yeah, Hope teased, because keeping things from your wife is a great way to start married life. Yeah, I choked out. If Hope knew the half of what I was keeping from Tegan, she wouldn't be cracking jokes. Like that fact that JD had people watching us everywhere we went. Our every move had been tracked since we arrived back to the States. Or the many motes Lewis had intercepted these past few months. Or the thorough room sweep she performed in each hotel we stayed in before my wife put so much as a foot through the threshold. Is that where we'll stay for the month you're off? I added. The Hill? It depends. Depends. On what? Pulling me to a stop in the middle of the sidewalk, Noah turned and faced me. On whether Boulder is somewhere you'd like to stay. Reaching up with one hand, Noah cupped my cheek and said, "Thorn, I meant it when I said I'd take you anywhere that would make you happy." He sighed heavily. "We can leave, baby." Lifting his hand, he gestured around vaguely. "The minute the final bell rings on Friday night, we can get out of here." I'd left a lot of demons behind me when I ran away from the hill 8 years ago. Coming face to face with said demons wasn't something I relished the thought of. The hill was J.D. Dennis's playground, and just because we hadn't heard from him, I wasn't naive enough to believe that he'd forgotten about us. But I trusted Noah. "I'll come home with you," I whispered, leaning into his touch. I trusted Noah with my life, and I knew that he would never take me somewhere potentially dangerous. "If you think we'll be safe there?" "You'll always be safe, Tegan," he assured me, voice gruff. "I really promise you that." "Then we'll stay." "What's wrong, Tegan?" Noah blurted out suddenly. Holding my face between his hands, he studied me with worried eyes. "Talk to me." "Nothing is wrong." I forced a smile. It was fake, unnatural, and Noah saw straight through it. Noah cocked a brow. "You're a horrible liar, Thorn." "I'm just tired," I whispered, feeling horrible for lying to him. "Is that it?" he asked, eyes locked on mine.
Yeah, Thorn didn't know about any of that. Tegan, Hope called me this evening. I watched Noah as he sat with his back to me at the table in the living area of our suite, inhaling a humongous portion of skinless chicken and green veg. "She did?" Noah replied between mouthfuls, breaking me out of my thoughts. "Yeah," I shot back, studying the bunched-up muscles on his back. "She did." I debated whether or not to torment him before coming right out and saying, "She told me you called her last week, Noah." Dropping his fork down on his plate, Noah turned around and frowned. "Guess I should have known she'd rat me out." "She's my best friend," I told him. "Her loyalty is with me." "Fair enough." Picking up the large glass of milk beside his now empty plate, Noah slugged it back, draining every drop before setting the glass back down on the table. "I only called her because I'm worried." "I know, and I love you for caring, but I'm fine." I was a liar, a huge one, but I wasn't going to be the one to throw Noah's title shot off track. One fight, one more win, and he got to rest for a month. One more fight, and I got a break for a month from his team. Nonsense. Shoving his chair back, Noah stood up and walked over to where I was lying on the couch. Reaching for my hand, he pulled me to my feet and walked me into our bedroom. "You don't get weepy, Thorn. That's not you." Pushing me down on the bed, Noah laid down beside me, our bodies facing each other. Something is wrong. He was right. Something was wrong. Everything was wrong. "Are you worried about tomorrow?" Noah offered out of nowhere. We were supposed to leave for Boulder, Colorado tomorrow morning, and I wasn't ready for it. I didn't think I ever would be. "I think I'm going to make an appointment with a clinic when we get back," I said instead, choosing not to tell my husband about how terrified the thought of those mountains made me. Noah's brows furrowed in immediate concern. "You're still feeling sick?" "All the time." "Only sometimes," I offered. Tucking my hands under my cheek, I sighed. "But I'd feel better once I get the once-over." Noah didn't have a chance to respond because the sound of a door banging, followed by a male voice saying, "I'm here, difficult people," filled the room, distracting us both. "What the?" I turned and gaped at Noah, who had jumped off the bed with fright. "Did that sound like who I think that sounded like?" "Maybe," he offered, grabbing the metal lamp on his nightstand. Wrapping the cord around his, he wielded the lamp like a weapon. "If I had the faintest clue of who you're talking about." Scrambling off the bed with excitement, I rushed over to the bedroom door and flung it open. "Tegan," Noah hissed, rushing after me. "Don't." "You." I couldn't stop myself from grinning as my eyes took in the tall, handsome man standing in the middle of the living area, flanked on either side by two identical men. "How's my Galway girl?" Cam Carter purred. Dropping his duffel bag on the floor, he held his arms out and said, "What? No hug for your favorite nephew-in-law?" I didn't think twice about it. Squealing with excitement, I lunged for the eldest of the Carter triplets. "My God, you're a sight for sore eyes," I choked out as I squeezed the life out of the man I hadn't seen since boyhood. "Don't lie to yourself, brother," a familiar voice teased. "We all know I'm the favorite." "Colt!" I cried out. Breaking out of Cam's hug, I threw my arms around Colton Carter's waist, completely overwhelmed to see him. "Hey, beautiful," Colt chuckled. "See, bro, I told you our auntie loved me best." "I see you're as full of nonsense as ever," I shot back happily. My best friend's brothers had always been like family to me. "I've missed your egotistical self." "And I've missed that precious mouth," Colt shot back in amusement before looking behind me. "Uncle Noah," he squealed in a fake, high-pitched tone as he released me and held his arms out in front of himself. "It's me, your favorite boy." Noah grinned widely. "You really idiot," he chuckled, before grabbing Colton Carter and squashing him in a massive hug, a hug that was quickly interrupted by the addition of Cameron. The two boys, now men, looked like overexcited Labradors as they fussed over my husband. I stood back in a state of shock and unexpected happiness. "What are you guys doing here?" I couldn't stop grinning. "What?" Colt laughed. "Did you honestly think we wouldn't come visit when you're only a city away from us?" Just then, the door of the hotel swung inwards and in walked Logan Carter. Noah was instantly by his side, his love for baby Carter as obvious as the day is long. My eyes roamed nervously over the youngest triplet, the deep one, the brutally honest one, the one with those lonesome gray eyes as he hugged it out with my husband. The one who, when he was disappointed with you, could make you feel like the worst type of human. The last time I'd spoken to Logan Carter, it had gone down like a lead balloon. "He's going through hell inside, Tegan," Logan added, "and you checked out on him. Imagine how he feels." "Logan, he cheated on me," I cried out in defense. "He was intimate with that girl right in front of me, and he didn't bat an eyelid doing it. What am I supposed to do? Run back to him and wait for it to happen again?" I shook my head and wiped my cheeks with my free hand. "He broke me, Logan." "He knew they were coming for him," Logan hissed in a tone of pure disgust. "And do you know the only person Noah was worried about? You. He could have been killed in there, and the only thing that concerned him was getting a really message to you. You don't deserve him, Tegan," Logan hissed, and I paled. I tried to find the words to defend myself, but Hope's younger brother continued before I had a chance. "This is on you," he added in a deathly cold voice. "If you hadn't come around and messed with his head, Noah wouldn't be where he is today. He was protecting you that night to keep you safe from JB and George, and you betrayed him, Tegan. You really buried him, and you bailed when it got tough." I moved to give him a hug, but quickly came to a halt, unsure whether it would be well received or not. "Come here, you little dope," Logan chuckled, noticing my hesitance. "Water under the bridge, okay?" he whispered in my ear when he had me wrapped up in his arms. Nodding, I tucked my face into his chest and sighed. "What the hell are you three stooges doing here?" Noah chuckled. Stepping out of Logan's embrace, I moved quickly to Noah's side. "Yeah," I added, feeling happier than I had in months. I hadn't seen these boys for years, and even though they'd been here less than 5 minutes, things seemed better already. "We are at your disposal," Colt added. Throwing himself down on the couch, he folded his arms behind his head and sighed happily. "At the request of your big brother." Noah's cheeks reddened. "Huh?" "Dad sent us," Logan interjected in that calm voice of his. "He wanted us to remind you that you have a family and a home waiting for you when you come off this leg of the tour." He turned to me and winked. "He wanted you to know that you both do." Noah's face turned an even deeper shade of red as he listened to his nephews ramble on. "Basically, the old man knows you wrap up tonight," Colt explained. "He wants you home." "Home?" Noah's tone was gruff and one of embarrassment. "Why?" "Because you're his brother," Cam piped up, "and he loves you." "We all do," Colt added with a chuckle. "And he's planning a family get-together."
So when Colt says Dad wants you home, he means tonight, Cam chuckle, as in after the fight. Here. Logan reached into his jeans pocket, pulling out a set of brass keys, and tossed them at us. Noah caught them midair. What's this? He asked, examining the set of keys in his hand. The keys to South Peak Road, Colt offered up. You should see it, man, Cam muttered with a pout.
Really beautiful. To think of the parties we could have had there, Colt added with a sigh. Could have had? Cam snorted. Speak for yourself, dude. Can you two shut the heck up for a second? Logan commanded before letting out a heavy sigh. Our parents own several properties across the state, he explained in a calm tone. The house on South Peak Road is one of them. Shrugging, Logan shoved his hands back into his jeans pockets. They want you both to consider it their wedding gift to you. Are you gosh me? I blurted out tactlessly. They want to give us a house as a wedding gift? We gosh you not, Colt shot back with a grin. The old man takes his family seriously. It's important to him. He wants to keep you guys close. Not to mention the fact that he's a control freak, Cam muttered under his breath, with more money than sense. Why didn't he come here himself? Noah asked, tone gruff and thick with unshed emotion. And scare you off? Colt offered. You've been absent from our lives for years, Noah, and the old man's tactless. Shrugging, Colt added, so he sent us to sway you. The Three Stooges? Noah shot back with a smirk. I prefer the term Three Musketeers, Colt was quick to respond. Yeah, Colt snickered, and consider Hopi Bear Dogtanian. Bottom line, Logan interjected with a roll of his eyes, clearly unimpressed with his brothers. He wants you home and has sent us here to make sure you do just that. I can't. Noah's voice broke off and he shook his head. You're all really crazy, he added with a chuckle. He dropped his gaze to my face. Are you hearing this, Thorn? Hearing it? I shot back, jaw still hanging open. I haven't heard a word since Free House. With a pool, Colt snickered, and a hot tub, Cam added, and a built-in top-of-the-range gym, Logan filled in swiftly. My jaw fell even further open. We're not taking it, Noah was quick to respond and ruin my hopes and dreams. It's too much. But they said there's a pool, I pouted. My voice sounded whiny, but I didn't care. Don't kill my dreams, Noah, I begged. The thought of turning down a house with a pool, hot tub, and gym almost brought tears to my eyes. The prospect of going home to Boulder was looking more appealing already. Please. Yeah, Noah, Colt teased. Don't kill your new wife's dreams. Noah looked down at me with a smirk. Fine, he conceded. We'll stay there. Yay! I clapped and squealed like a girl. Finally, an actual house instead of a hotel. I could hardly contain myself. I was so excited. But we're not keeping it, Thorn, Noah warned me. This is just temporary. Of course, I muttered flippantly, even though I knew full well that Noah would have to pry my cold, dead body from the house before I gave it up. Noah? So why are you really here? I asked Logan when Tegan had walked on ahead with the boys. I'd hung back, pretending I'd forgotten something in my room, when in truth I wanted to talk to Logan alone. What do you mean? He asked, confusion etched on his face. Kyle didn't really send you guys here, did he? I've been around the block enough times to know nonsense when I heard it. You're as paranoid as always, Logan smirked. Why is it so hard for you to believe that people actually care about you, man? Because they didn't. At least, no one had before. So you're seriously telling me that your father sent you 3 here to coax me home? Yes, Logan replied calmly as we jogged down the back stairwell. I was running late for my fight, nothing new there. I shook my head when we reached the ground floor. I don't get it. You don't have to, Lo chuckled, following into step beside me as we walked through the foyer. Yeah, I muttered, holding the door open for him. Because I'm real good at accepting gosh.
Does she look pale to you? Logan blurted out when we reached the street, interrupting my train of thought, as he pointed towards Tegan, who was climbing into the awaiting limo. Yeah, I noted, as my thoughts quickly turned to worry. She's been off for a while now. Logan frowned. How long's a while? I don't know. I shrugged uncomfortably. Tegan had severe food poisoning back in May. She hasn't been herself since. Have you guys been to a doctor? I knew from Logan's tone that he was concerned. She said she was going to make an appointment when we get home. She should, he agreed, eyes narrowed in concern at my wife. What about you? I asked quietly. How are you doing? Logan never met my eye as he said, I'm still here. Tegan. My head was spinning. The crowd screaming around me was causing my brain to throb like a drum. The scent of sweat mixed with tobacco and alcohol around me meant inhaling through my nose was out of the question. Using my cardigan as a shield, I breathed through my mouth, managing to tolerate the lavender scent of laundry detergent. My stomach was up in a heap, and I knew if I smelled the stench in this arena one more time, I was going to barf. Cameron and Colton, who were sitting to my right, were so engrossed in the fight taking place just a few feet from us that they didn't notice my horrified expression, but Logan, who was on my left, did. Leaning closer to me, Logan whispered, "Are you okay?" "I don't think so, Lo," I choked out as my stomach twisted inside of me. Just then, Noah's opponent, the young red-headed guy in the blue trunks, landed a left hook to my husband's face. Blood splattered everywhere. I was pretty sure I heard bone crush, and the crowd went wild. Slapping a hand over my mouth, I closed my eyes and held my breath, hoping the wave of nausea would pass. It didn't. "Come on," Logan said in a surprisingly gentle tone. Standing abruptly, he took me by the arm and led me through the crowd. "Let's get you out of here." Like a magnet, Lewis stood and trailed after us. With my hand covering my mouth, I allowed myself to lean against baby Carter. Right about now, he was the only thing keeping me upright. Noticing my weakness, Logan wrapped his muscular arm around my body, taking my weight for me. "Nearly there," he said, as he hustled us through the crowds towards the out-of-access area that led to the changing rooms. "Surprise!" Lucky chanted the moment we stepped inside Noah's changing room. His smile quickly morphed into a concerned frown. "Teagues, what's wrong?" His gaze flickered to Logan and he frowned, clearly puzzled. "Who's this?" "I think I'm going to be sick," I whispered weakly. Everything was spinning. The ground, the walls, the ceiling was closing in on us. I could hardly breathe. Knowing I wasn't going to make it to the bathroom, I broke out of my burly bodyguard's arms and dropped to my knees just as the contents of my stomach spewed out of my mouth. "Gosh," I heard Lucky say from somewhere behind me, and then a pair of strong arms were around me. "Good girl," Logan's voice was in my ear, praising me in a rare, soothing voice as he knelt beside me and pulled my ponytail out of the firing line. "Get it up." I wanted to say welcome home to Lucky and tell him how much I'd missed him, but I couldn't. Retching, I continued to vomit right there in the middle of Noah's changing room, and there wasn't a very thing I could do to stop myself. "Go and find a doctor, Lewis," Lucky ordered. I could hear the concern in his tone. I could feel the tension emanating from him. "Hurry up." "I'm on orders not to leave her," Lewis was quick to reply. "Fine," he snapped. "I'll get one." Lucky opened the dressing room door, letting in the screams and bellowing roars of the crowd. Thankfully, when he closed the door behind him, the sound died down a little. "Sounds like the boss man won," Lewis mused from somewhere behind me. I wanted to give him a thumbs up, but I was too busy dying on the floor at his feet. "Good girl," Logan continued to coax, holding on to me as I threw my guts up.
"I'm sorry for puking on you," I managed to squeeze out through fits of heaving when I noticed the condition of his jeans. Logan chuckled softly. "I've had worse, Teagues," he comforted me, rubbing my back with one hand. "Don't worry about me." The screams and cheers from the arena grew louder and louder until they were almost deafening. "What's happening? Ugh, gosh!" Colton's voice filled my ears, followed by the roar of the crowd. The door closed behind him, muffling the crowd some. "Hey, beautiful." The middle triplet approached me with caution. Dropping down to his haunches, Colt patted my shoulder with his hand. "Are you all right?" "What do you think, jerk?" I heard Cameron sneer seconds before he entered my peripheral vision. "There's more of her on the floor than inside her body." I had a feeling Cameron was right. Even though I'd left everything inside of me on the changing room floor, I continued to dry heave, unable to regain control of my upchuck reflex. "Not helping, Cam," Logan hissed through clenched teeth. "You're right, Lo. You're right," Cam muttered, tone panicked, as he disappeared from sight once again. "I'll go get Noah." The door opened again as Cameron exited the room, and an African-American woman entered with Lucky hot on her heels. "I'm Dr. Reinhardt," she announced to Lewis, who had decided to play guard dog around my barely breathing corpse. "I'm here to help." Obviously, Lewis decided he could trust the doctor because he stepped aside. "How long have you been sick, Tegan?" Dr. Reinhardt asked. "Just today," I whispered, as Logan, Lucky, and Lewis continued to hover nearby. "But I've been feeling off for a while now." "How long is a while?" "A month," I offered, gawking. "Maybe 2. My whole life." Setting a black leather bag down beside her, she proceeded to feel my face, asking me a string of questions I had a hard time answering when my mouth was heaving uncontrollably. "Where is she?" The sound of Noah's booming voice filled my ears. "Thorn!" "I'm here," I called out weakly, searching the room for him. The minute Noah's eyes landed on me, he visibly sagged in relief, and he quickly closed the gap between us in 3 long strides. With another man's blood on his hands, my husband knelt beside me, head bowed, looking both vulnerable and indestructible. His face was all beat up. His body was drenched in sweat, and, with the exception of a pair of black fighting shorts, he was completely naked. "You good, Thorn?" he croaked out, tone gruff, as his hands wandered over my face and neck. I shook my head weakly and forced myself to smile, hiding the blusterous emotions inside of me. "I'm not too good, Noah," I whispered. "I think you're kneeling in my vomit." Sighing heavily, Noah wiped the corner of my mouth with his thumb before dragging me onto his lap. I groaned in pain. Moving made everything inside of me twist and churn. "Shh," he whispered, wrapping me up in his arms. Sagging against my husband's body, I buried my face in his chest and forced myself to breathe through my mouth. The smell of vomit was making me feel queasy. "Mr. Messina," Dr. Reinhardt acknowledged kindly. "My name is Dr. Aubrey Reinhardt." She held out a blood pressure monitor. "Do you mind?" Reluctantly, Noah nodded and released his hold on me so the doctor could check my blood pressure. "I assume you're sexually active, Mrs. Messina?" Dr. Reinhardt asked as she examined me. I nodded weakly, way too sick to feel any embarrassment at having this conversation in front of Lewis, Lucky, Colton, and Logan, who were still present and hovering over me like 4 guard dogs. "And birth control?" she asked as she administered a shot into my arm. "Are you on any specific method?" "Just..." I empty-reached again. "Condoms," Noah filled in for me, holding back my hair. "Only some of the time." I tried to scramble out of his arms, not wanting him to see me like this, but he wouldn't let me go. "Uh-huh. And when did you last menstruate?" she asked. "Do you have a regular 28-day cycle?" "My periods are all over the place," I groaned weakly. "I've been irregular since my teens." "And that's a wrap," Colton groaned from somewhere behind me. "Yeah, hold the door for me," Lucky added queasily. Lewis was the last to leave, after Logan, announcing in his deep barrel of a tone that his job didn't include delving into the female reproductive system. "Sorry about them," I muttered sheepishly as I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. "They're not used to women." Whatever the good doctor had stuck me with was working at a rapid rate because I was able to straighten up without heaving. "I'm used to it," Dr. Reinhardt chuckled. "Men are such fickle creatures." Picking her bag up off the ground, she approached the bench. "You can help her up, Mr. Messina." Noah immediately stood up, taking me with him.
Walking over to the bench, he gently sat me down beside the doctor. "Are you okay?" he asked in a panicked tone when I grunted. "Yes," I whispered, clutching my stomach. "Okay, give me the bad news," I choked out. Her silence was telling, and panic flared inside of my heart. "There's something really wrong with me?" "On the contrary." Reaching into her bag, Dr. Reinhardt pulled out a rectangular-shaped box and handed it to me. "I don't think there's anything wrong with you." I stared down in horror at the box in my hand. 9 letters to terrify me to my very core. "I'm not," I whispered, feeling sick all over again. "No, really way." My eyes immediately went to Noah's face. He was standing stock still and frozen to the spot, staring down at the box in my hands. "Well, you could be suffering from a bad stomach flu," Dr. Reinhardt offered kindly. "However, given your age and sexual status, I would strongly urge you to take a test to rule out pregnancy." There was that word again, that scary 9-lettered word that crawled over my heart like a tarantula. "And do you think taking a test will rule it out?" I choked out as I desperately tried to count my dates, but I couldn't think straight. I'd had a period last month, or was it the month before? I was never regular. In fact, I was used to going 3 months at a time without a period, which was why I didn't panic when Mother Nature didn't arrive. Dr. Reinhardt smiled. "Possibly. You don't, do you?" Groaning, I dropped my head in my hands. "Do it in your own time," Dr. Reinhardt said kindly. Standing up, she retrieved her bag and said, "But do it before leaving me on my own with my mind going 90 to the dozen and my husband doing a fantastic imitation of a statue." "I'm calling a doctor," announced, bursting to life. Pacing around the changing room like a deranged lunatic, he hissed, "I'm taking you home and I'm calling a very doctor." "I've already seen a doctor," I offered weakly. "Well, another one then," Noah snapped. He disappeared into the bathroom, returning moments later with a handful of wet paper towels. "Put those on your forehead," he ordered, before dropping to his knees in front of me. "If you've got a fever, it will help cool you down." "I don't have a fever," I shot back, though I kept the paper towels pressed to my brow. "I'm okay," I added. "Dr. Reinhardt said I'm fine." Actually, she'd said I was more than fine. "Are you going to take it?" he asked me, tone gruff, eyes wild and panicked. I knew what he was talking about, and I wished like hell he understood that I couldn't talk about it. "Don't," I begged, clenching my eyes shut. I needed a minute. I couldn't take it all in. "Thorn," he argued, "we have to deal with this." "No," I shook my head. "We don't. Not right now. Not tonight. We need to know. And if I am, then where do you propose we raise it?" I cried out, frantic. "In a different hotel room every bloody night?" "Stop panicking," he replied in a passionate tone. Clamping his hands down on my thighs, Noah looked deep into my eyes.
"Whatever happens, I'll take care of you, Thorn." "So, in other words, you'll dump me in a mansion on my own to bring up your spawn while you live the high life?" I shot back, red-faced and irrational. "I'm not starting a family, not until you're finished fighting." Noah opened his mouth, no doubt to protest, but I quickly carried on. "I'm not bringing a child into this world who could become fatherless." It was a very real possibility. My husband was a professional MFA fighter. He put his life on the line every time he stepped into the cage. "You don't get to decide this, Tegan," Noah shot back, losing all patience and tact with me. "I'm scared to find out," I admitted. "The doctor as good as told us that," he shot back, tone just as panicked as mine. Shoving his wallet and phone into the jeans he'd just pulled on, he walked over to where I was sitting and crouched down in front of me. "So stop being a really baby and take the very test." A sudden knock on the door startled me and broke the tension between us. Scrambling, I managed to stuff the box into my purse just as Lucky slipped his head around the door. His eyes landed on Noah first and then me. "Hey you," he said with a crooked smile. "Feeling better?" I nodded and forced a bright smile. Physically, I was feeling better. Emotionally, I was a wreck. "Welcome home," I added after a moment. "I missed you." Letting the door close behind him, Lucky ambled over to where I was sitting, and Noah was standing over me, glaring. "Everything okay?" he asked cautiously, eyeing my husband with concerned blue eyes. Noah shook his head and opened his mouth to speak. "Everything's fine," I blurted out, interrupting, not wanting to air my private turmoil with anybody else just yet. Like a cruel twist of fate, the triplets walked into the changing room then, all three loaded down with questions, all three sharp as razor blades, followed by Noah's team of jerks. "What the hell is going on in here?" Quincy's loud voice boomed through the room, and suddenly everyone was talking at once, giving their 2 cents on what had gone down. Well, everyone except for Noah. Sinking down on the bench beside me, Noah continued to stare hard at my abdomen, so much, in fact, that I was beginning to feel extremely self-conscious. Every once in a while, he would shake his head before resuming his staring. Surrounded by 8 men and a mute husband, I managed to drone their voices out until Cam's broke through my resistance. "So, you must be the convict," he announced without an ounce of tact or shame, as his eyes roamed over Lucky's ink-covered skin. "I was expecting someone bigger," Lucky interjected good-naturedly. "Who looked less like a boy band member," Cam corrected with a grin, revealing that devilish dimple in his cheek. "You don't look like a killer." "Smooth, Cam," Logan said with a heavy sigh. "Real smooth, bro." "Whatever, Lo," Cam grumbled, before refocusing his attention on Lucky. Moving towards Lucky, he held out his hand. "It's good to finally meet the man who kept Noah sane inside." Lucky grinned crookedly and shook Cam's outstretched hand. "The pleasure was all mine." "We need to leave," Noah announced out of nowhere. Jerking to his feet, he grabbed my purse and stalked towards the changing room door, only to halt halfway and turn around when he noticed I wasn't by his side. "We need to leave now, Thorn," he repeated in an emphatic tone, eyeballing me. "We have things to do." He not so subtly shook my purse in my face. "Right," I whispered, wanting to do anything except that. Hell, I was contemplating staying right here with Tommy, Quincy, and Beau. I really was afraid. "You guys can't go," Colt piped up. "Mom and Dad are expecting you both at the hotel." "Tonight?" I squeezed out. "Yeah," Logan was the one to reply this time. "He has a car waiting outside for us. He has this family dinner organized." "Speaking of," Cam muttered as he checked his watch on his wrist, "we should get going." "At 10 o'clock at night?" I asked, puzzled. Logan's face reddened and Colton whistled, as if he hadn't heard me. "What are you guys up to?" I demanded, smelling a rat. "No," Noah snapped, interrupting me. Reaching for my hand, he pulled me up. "We have things to do." "Come on, Noah," I pleaded, desperate to delay the inevitable. Even though I had stopped dry heaving, I still felt weak as dishwater and rested all of my weight against my husband's huge frame. I didn't want to find out. I wasn't ready. It would be really rude not to go. "Noah," he hissed, glaring down at me. "Please," I whispered, shaking my head ever so slightly, imploring Noah not to push me on this. I needed time to comprehend this. I needed a minute to myself to think this through. I was reeling. I was petrified, and I refused to be bullied into doing this until I was ready. "Fine," Noah growled after a long pause. "We can do that thing at the hotel." Noah, I wasn't in the mood to make small talk, much less entertain a room full of people, but that's what we were met with the moment Tegan and I stepped foot in the function room of the Henderson Hotel. Balloons, confetti, and more people than I could put names to surrounded us, all smiling, all creeping me the hell out. "Congratulations, you two," an elderly lady who vaguely resembled my high school biology teacher announced as she ambled over to Tegan and me and squeezed on our cheeks. "You two were made for each other," she added with a raspy chuckle, before pottering off, leaving us both confused as hell.
"What's going on?" Tegan whispered in a small voice, tightening her hold on my hand, eyes locked on mine. "I have no freaking clue," I shot back, equally stunned. "Surprise," Colton announced, slinging an arm around me. "Happy engagement/shotgun wedding party." "You're joking?" I deadpanned as I stared in horror at the room full of people. "Oh my God, oh my God." A familiar caw came from behind me, breaking through the noise. "Cash, go get your daddy. Tell him Noah's here." Swinging around, I froze to the spot when my eyes landed on Lee Carter, the woman who, for all intents and purposes, had been the mother I never had throughout the course of my teenage years. She was smiling up at me, and this feeling of warmth hit me straight in the chest. Memories bombarded me, some of them good, most of them bad. "Noah Messina," she said in that soft southern drawl of hers, "aren't you a sight for sore eyes?" "It's good to see you, Lee." I was careful with my brother's wife, the same way I'd always been, letting her initiate the hug first, knowing she was as jumpy as a slippery fish. Her gaze flickered to Tegan, and her gray eyes shone with sheer delight. "Tegan," Lee gushed, releasing me only to throw her arms around my wife. "Look at you," she gasped. Holding Tegan's shoulders, Lee took a step back and looked my wife up and down, gray eyes sparkling. "You are glowing, Tegan." "I am?" Tegan squeaked, blushing beetroot red. "Absolutely," Lee said gleefully. "Married life obviously agrees with you." "Yeah," Tegan whispered, flashing me a sideways glance. "I guess it does." "Noah!" Kyle's voice penetrated through my mind, and I turned slowly, taking in the sight of my oldest brother, the man who, along with his wife, had stepped in and raised me throughout my teenage years. The respect I had for my half-brother was the only reason I was here enduring this party, especially since I knew my wife was sitting beside me with an unopened pregnancy test in her purse. When I saw her curled up in a heap on the changing room floor earlier tonight, my heart had all but stopped dead in my chest. That woman meant everything to me, and knowing that there was a possibility she had my baby growing inside of her, well, that took my love for her to a whole new level. She'd been so sick lately that I was praying for that test result to come back positive. A baby? I could handle. Something seriously wrong with her health? I could not.
God, I needed to know. I couldn't understand why Tegan was stalling. Why was she trying to delay this? We needed to know. Christ, if my wife was pregnant, then what hope did our kid have? What the hell kind of father would I be? I was a convicted felon. I could only imagine my kid's shame rolling up to school with me on one of those "what does your daddy do" days. Shuddering, I forced myself to concentrate on Kyle and not the fear threatening to take me over. "Did you get my gift?" he asked, casting a wink at Tegan. "Blondie," he acknowledged. "Kyle," Tegan bit out with a stiff nod. "We did," I replied, "and we can't accept it." "I can," Tegan piped up, holding her hand up. "I can accept. No, I'm going to kill you." Her threats and words of violent promises were cut off as her stomach rejected everything inside of her for what had to be the 50th time tonight. Tegan dropped to the floor in the middle of the room and heaved mercilessly. "It's okay," I soothed, dropping to my knees beside her. "You're okay, Thorn." "Oh my God!" Lee exclaimed in delight. "I knew it." "Knew what, Princess?" Kyle asked, sounding both curious and horrified. "She's pregnant." "She's what?" "No," Tegan wailed, waving her hand in the air weakly. "I'm not." "Oh, she so is," Kyle chuckled. "You were the same with the boys." "Why is this happening to me?" Tegan sobbed between heaves. "Congratulations, brother," Kyle said proudly. "Jesus," I muttered. "What a freaking conversation." Looking up at Kyle, I asked, "Is there somewhere I can take her?" "Tegan, I was dying, and it wasn't an exaggeration. Every breath I took caused the nausea inside of me to rear its ugly head, resulting in me projectile vomiting. Clinging to the toilet bowl in the hotel room Kyle had graciously given us after I decimated his pretty carpet, I heaved loudly. "Get it up, baby," Noah encouraged, holding my hair out of the firing line of my mouth. That's it, he soothed, rubbing my back with his large, calloused hand. Good job. This is all your, more vomit, fault. Dizziness engulfed me, and I sagged forward, slapping my chin against the porcelain rim of the bowl. You and your tears stung my eyes as the ripping sensation in my throat intensified. Fertile. I know, Thorn, Noah agreed, wisely accepting my jabs and proclamations of blame. I'm sorry. Sure you are. My words transformed from a muffled groan into a huge, heaving gawk. Clutching the toilet bowl with a death grip, I breathed through my mouth, not daring to smell my own funk. I mean it, I added in a weak tone. This is all your fault, you big jerk. My words broke off once more as the remaining contents of my stomach projected out of my mouth and into the toilet bowl. I know, baby, Noah cooed as he crouched behind me, holding my hair back, his fingers gently brushing my bare shoulder. I couldn't see him, but I could tell he was smiling. Panting in relief, I remained positioned over the toilet bowl for a few more minutes until my brain was convinced my stomach had decided to stop messing with me. Feeling empty and violated, I leaned back and snuggled into his chest, shivering in comfort. I think I'm dying, I whimpered. You're not dying, he assured me. Pulling me into his arms, Noah stood up swiftly, taking me with him. You're pregnant. Carrying me out of the ensuite, Noah sat down on the bed in the adjoining bedroom, keeping me wrapped up in his arms, and pressed a kiss to my damp forehead. We don't even know for sure, I countered weakly, sagging against him, wanting nothing more than to fall asleep and stay there. I was so desperately tired, and my body wasn't playing ball with me. There's only one way to find out, he countered calmly. I shook my head and felt the blood draining from my face. You can't hide from this, Thorn, Noah told me. Reaching over, he grabbed my purse off the bed and dug inside it. Retrieving the pregnancy test, he handed it to me and said, We've got this, Thorn. Whatever the result is, we've got this. Tegan, my uncle was going to kill me. That was the one structured thought that found its way through the muddled-up notions of my mind as I gaped down at the piece of plastic between my fingers and the two pink lines that were staring me in the face. Fear, like I'd never known before, enveloped my heart as I sat on that toilet seat, and then, weirdly enough, Michael Jackson's Billie Jean reverberated through my mind, followed swiftly by Uncle Max's furious voice screaming at me. Flushing the toilet, I arranged my clothing and tossed the traitorous stick in the trash can, all the while strangling down the panic, threatening to choke me. Well, that was that. At least I knew. There was an explanation for the nausea. This was not good. Not good at all. What the hell were we going to do with a baby? I was pretty sure I was still a baby myself. A mother? No, really way. Exhaling heavily, I forced myself to calm down, but it wasn't coming easy to me. I was pregnant. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Shaking my head, I closed my eyes and inhaled a deep, calming breath. You can do this, I told myself over and over again. But how can you? The sensible side of me demanded. Noah and I were still adjusting to life on the road while being together. We were still going through teething problems, big, jealous, trust issue teething problems. Adding a baby to the mix would be catastrophic. And the team? I groaned loudly at the thought. Noah's staff couldn't stand me at the best of times, and they didn't try to hide it. I could only imagine what they would have to say when they heard the news. The words "on purpose" sprang to mind. This was the least on purpose and most irresponsible thing I had ever done in a life full of reckless choices. Suddenly, I felt less like a 25-year-old woman and more like a terrified teenage girl. I needed my best friend, Hope. I needed my mom. Noah and I didn't have a stable environment. Hell, we never stayed in one place long enough to leave fingerprints, let alone make babies. JD's face and the imminent threat he represented to us flooded my mind, and my entire body began to shake violently. I couldn't do this. In a daze, I walked over to the sink and sagged against it. I was pregnant. I had Noah Messina's baby growing in my belly. Resting one hand on the sink, I covered my tender stomach with my hand and allowed my mind to wander.
They had been intimate, and in a moment of intense passion, a condom had failed. Noah, concerned, had pulled back, muttering a string of curse words under his breath. "You're too important to me. I won't be selfish with you, Thorn. I won't. Thorn?" Noah's voice infiltrated my thoughts, and I jumped. The door flew inwards then, and Noah stood in the middle of the bathroom, eyes wild and full of questions. He must have changed his clothes while I was in the bathroom, because he was clad in jeans and a plain white shirt now, sleeves rolled up, that sexy arm porn on full display. This man is the father of my unborn baby. The thought penetrated my mind, and it was all I could think about as he took a step towards me. "This is the man," my heart whispered as it hammered furiously against my ribcage. "The man who walked through a ring of fire to save your life. The man who covered your body with his all those years ago." My heart continued to torment me with harsh truths. "He took the brunt of the force when the car plummeted into the mountains. He went up in flames to keep you safe. He was my partner in crime, in life, and very soon my partner in parenthood." Well, one word, one simple question, and I couldn't verbalize an answer, so I did what I usually did when I felt under pressure. I screamed. Noah. Waiting for Tegan to come out of that bathroom was the longest 5 minutes of my life. Gosh, it was only supposed to take 3 minutes. She knew. She knew what our future held, and she was hiding in that very bathroom, leaving me sweating buckets out here.
Baritone. Unintimate, -5 to 8% deeper. Volume, 78% to 68 to 75. Intimate. Unable to cope with another second of not knowing, I charged into the bathroom, all guns blazing. Thorn. She was standing in the bathroom with her head bowed and one hand curled protectively around her belly. Unsure of what to do next, I hovered by the door and asked, "Well?" Tegan stared at me for so long that I wasn't sure if she had actually heard my question, but then she did something so typically Tegan that relief flooded through me. "You jerk!" she screamed at the top of her lungs. Tegan stormed over to the trash can and bent down to retrieve the test. "Congratulations!" she hissed as she stalked back into the bedroom, waving the pregnancy stick in the air like it was some sort of evidence of my crime. "I'm pregnant, and it's all your fault." She was pregnant. With my baby. My Thorn had my baby growing inside her belly. "How many?" Tegan demanded suddenly, breaking me out of my thoughts. Taking aim, she flung the stick at my head before grabbing her purse off the bed and tossing that at my head too. "How many what?" I asked calmly, because God knows one of us had to be, as I caught the bag midair. "How many babies did you implant in my uterus?" Her gaze dropped to her stomach and she let out a howl. "What if the whole litter thing is a gene you got from your biological father?" She bit down on her fist. "I'm not built to breed multiples, Noah." Holding my hands up, I approached my wife with great caution. "Okay, you need to calm down." I wasn't sure if the whole littering was genetic thing or a Kyle thing, but I sure as really wasn't telling Tegan that right now. The look in her eyes showed me that I would be wise to sleep with one eye open tonight. "Noah, I am so scared," Tegan blurted out, and suddenly all the fight and aggression seemed to deflate out of her. There it was, that vulnerability she always tried to hide with harsh words and raised voices. Sinking down on the edge of our bed, Tegan dropped her head in her hands. "Please don't leave me on my own." Claiming the space between us, I sank down beside her and hauled her onto my lap. "You aren't ever getting rid of me, Thorn." With my hands on her waist, I turned her to face me and stared into her fearful hazel eyes. "And you have nothing to be scared of," I told her, trying to remain calm, even though my body was on flight mode. Suddenly, it was all starting to make sense. The mood swings, the abnormal amount of crying, the nausea, the swollen abdomen. "Noah, you've seen my intimate parts," Tegan sobbed, clinging to me like a baby monkey. "How am I supposed to push a baby out of that?" Really, if I knew. You just will, I soothed, pretending that I knew about gosh, I didn't. And I'll be with you the entire time. That was the truth. I wasn't going to let this woman out of my sight ever again. Every step of the way, I added. She was invaluable to me before. Now she had my kid inside her. Jesus, she was my beating heart walking around outside of my body. What if we're no good at it? She whispered. Lifting her face up to mine, her large hazel eyes were glossy as she spoke. What if... Thorn, I interrupted, clamping her lips shut between my fingers. We can do this. Pressing a kiss to her temple, I cradled her fragile body to mine, gentler now that I knew what was growing inside of her. My kid. I'm going to take care of you. I had no really clue of what to do or how to raise a baby, but I wasn't going to let her down. I wasn't certain of a lot of things in this crazy world, but one thing I never doubted was the length I would go to in order to provide for and keep this woman safe. I was scared too. Really, I was petrified, but I had to be strong. I had to give my wife the strength to feed from me. I couldn't stop myself from staring down at her abdomen. It was swollen. Gosh, I was really clueless. I'd missed all the signs, thinking she had a very eating disorder. The woman who could eat a 12-ounce T-bone steak down to the bone quicker than I could. How far along do you think I am? She whispered, eyes locked on my hand covering her stomach. I don't know. The part of her stomach my hand was cupping was hard as rock. Was it supposed to be that hard? When did you, bleed? I was really tactless, but I didn't know the proper etiquette when dealing with this. Your period, I added in a gruff tone. When was your last one? I don't know, she sobbed, burying her face in my chest. I can go for months at a time without having one. Well, that didn't help the cause. Try and think, I urged her in as gentle a tone I could. I didn't want to get all up in my wife's female business, but we needed to know how many weeks along she was. The mere thought caused a tremor of fear to run through my body. Have you had a period yet this month, or last month? No, she blinked back her tears. A huge, heavy sob racked through her. I had one for like 3 days. Sniffling, she added, back in March. March? Jesus Christ! Over 5 months had passed since Tegan's last period. Why didn't you say something sooner? I ran a hand through my hair in frustration. It's August, Tegan. How the hell could it slip your mind? Because it's nothing out of the norm for me, Noah, Tegan cried out. You're 25 years old, I argued. Surely women your age keep track of that sort of thing. Why would I? She screamed, voice breaking with emotion. I was a virgin, and then there was you, and when you went down, I was on my own again. That's not strictly true. Liam's face entered my mind, and Tegan seemed to read my thoughts almost simultaneously. Don't you dare, she warned, as she scrambled off my lap and climbed shakily to her feet. Don't even think about throwing that one time with Liam, one protected time, in my face. Betrayal and pain crossed her features, and I stifled a groan. It was months before you came back into my life. I wasn't, I was quick to reply. I was such a jerk. Standing up, I held my hands out as I approached her. With every step I took towards her, Tegan took a step backwards. I'm not your mother, Noah, Tegan cruelly tossed out. I wouldn't lie about who the father of my child was. I know, I replied calmly, letting her cruel remark sail over my head. She was frightened, and I had unintentionally insulted her in one of the worst ways a woman could be insulted. I'm sorry. Hey. Tipping her chin upwards, I stared down into her wild, fearful eyes. I'm sorry. I dropped my hand to her stomach and my heart fluttered in my chest. We made this. She had a bump and I'd put it there. A baby inside my wife. Pride, fear, and adoration floated inside of me. I wasn't sure what to do. I didn't know how I'd cope or if I'd make a good father, but I wasn't going anywhere. I'll do my best for you, for both of you.
A baby is a blessing, she sobbed, hiccuping, my slip of the tongue seemingly forgotten. That's what my mother always used to say when I came home from school with the latest gossip on who'd gotten themselves knocked up from school. Your mom was a smart lady, I agreed, hoping I was comforting her, or at least calming her down. I feel blessed, I added gruffly. I wasn't religious. I didn't have a God I believed in like Tegan had, but in this moment, I felt truly blessed. Sniffling, Tegan nodded her head slowly. Me too, but I'm frightened. It's okay to be frightened, I told her. I'm really petrified. But you need to know that you're not alone in this, Tegan. You're not. Looking down at the only person I'd ever cared about, I found myself desperate to reassure her. You have me. Not that I was worth much, but still. I will take care of you, Tegan. We're in this together, she whispered, with a little too much uncertainty in her voice for my liking. I don't have any plans to let you down, Thorn, I promised. I'd finally gotten myself a little family of my own.
Intimate. Seeing her in my bed, all vulnerable and beautiful, and knowing she had life growing inside her, Jesus, it made my heart squeeze so tight in my chest I could barely breathe. Nothing's going to take me away from you, I whispered. You can depend on me. Shaking her head, Tegan swallowed deeply and swatted her hand in the air. Never mind. Tell me. I can't, she squeezed out, eyes wide and fearful. Lewis, slapping her hand over her mouth, Tegan froze on my lap. Lewis said what, Thorn? Reaching up, I caught her chin gently in my hand and forced her to look at me. Did he say something to upset you? Tegan shook her head slowly. It wasn't him. One of the others, then. Her nose scrunched up, and that was all I needed to know. Who? I'll really kill him. Furious, I lifted her off my lap and placed her gently down on the bench before jerking to my feet. You know what? It doesn't matter. I'll kill them all. No, wait. Tegan snaked out a hand and circled my wrist. I was set up that night. I know you don't want to talk about it, but you have to believe me. The guys were in on it, she added in a passionate tone. I shook my head. Who? Q, Bo, and T? Tegan nodded. I'm not saying they set the whole thing up, but I know one of them brought Liam to the hotel and forced Lewis's hand. Tommy wouldn't do that, Tegan. I refuse to believe Tommy was capable of being so really vindictive. I know you two have issues, but he wouldn't go that far. Wouldn't he? Tegan stood up shakily and padded over to where I was standing. Noah, I had nothing to do with Liam coming here. I was as shocked and ambushed as you were. She placed her hand on my forearm and rested some of her weight against me. Tommy hates me, Noah. He blames me for throwing you off track. He thinks I'm a huge pain to you. And as for Bo and Quincy, they think the same way. Fear crawled through me as Tegan's face turned an even lighter shade of white. Come here. Taking her by the arm, I led her back to the bed. You need to sit down, baby. Gently, I forced her back down. Sinking down on the edge of the bench, Tegan exhaled a shaky breath. They all want me off this tour, Noah. She kept her hand on my forearm as she spoke. It was bad enough before, but now that she choked on her words. Now that I'm pregnant, it's even scarier. Tegan, I didn't want to shut her down, not when she looked so sincere. Are you sure? If you don't believe me about Liam, then go and ask Lewis. Folding her arms across her chest, she stared straight up at my face. Go ahead and ask him. All right, I told her, I will. And if I found out they had been messing with my wife, I was going to raise hell. Grabbing my cell off the bed, I stashed it in my pocket and moved for the door, only to halt in my tracks when I noticed Tegan standing up. What are you doing? I'm coming with you, she told me. Don't even think about asking me to stay here because I won't. This was the first time in weeks that I'd seen fire in my wife's eyes, and I sure as hell wasn't going to be the one to quench it. Tegan, I'd been around Noah during many a meltdown down through the years, but not a single memory from our past compared to the anger that was emanating off him tonight.
"You're a difficult person," Noah snarled as he dragged me down the corridor of the Henderson Hotel towards the elevators with Lewis and Lucky trailing behind us. Slamming his palm down on the keypad, Noah finally let go of my hand and began to pace. "A really Judas traitor," he added, furious, as he ran his fingers through his spiked-up hair. Lewis remained silent, and I was glad. One word would be too much right now. I should have known that telling Noah would cause the mother of all rows, but in the frame of mind I'm in right now, I didn't care anymore. I was done covering for those jerks. They'd done me wrong, they'd done Noah wrong, and I was feeling too emotionally unbalanced to keep a handle on it. To give him credit, Lewis had confessed immediately when Noah straight out asked him what had gone down, which only made me angrier because he should have done that for me months ago when I'd begged him to. I guess the old saying was true. He who pays the piper gets to call the tune. Noah was paying Lewis, which meant he called the shots. The elevator opened and all four of us stepped inside. I chose to sidle closer to Lucky, the one calming soul in a barrage of turbulence and anger. Noticing that I had shuffled closer to him, Lucky winked down at me and held out his fist. I discreetly fist-thumped him before putting my hands behind my back. I watched Noah as he continued to pace the small space, nostrils flaring and hair standing on the top of his head. "I should have been told about this sooner," Noah continued to rant, rage emanating from him. "Not weeks later." "Who would you have believed?" Lucky drawled calmly. "Her," Noah roared, visibly shaking. "Always her." "I tried to tell you," I couldn't stop myself from saying. "I know," Noah confessed, jaw clenched. He turned his face to look at me, and I could see the emotions churning in his brown eyes. "I'm so really sorry." Stepping towards Noah, I reached out and wrapped my hand around his bare forearm. The elevator pinged open on the ground floor, and we were on the move again, stalking through the foyer of Kyle Carter's hotel. The party was in full swing in the function room, and that was exactly where Noah was leading us. Noah, liars. Really Judas people. Betrayal was an understatement for how I was feeling right now. Disgust didn't compare either. I'd been a complete jerk to Tegan. I'd been unfairly harsh on her. I'd held a grudge. Because of these pricks. Lewis had confirmed to me what Tegan had tried to make me believe. She'd been set up. We both had. They had organized for Liam to come to our room. Bo and Quincy, I didn't care two bits about. I didn't trust them, and I cared about them even less. But Tommy? Gosh, that hurt like nothing else. My best friend, my only friend for a long time, had betrayed me like that? I was reeling, barely holding on to my temper. I owed Tegan an apology for all the gosh jibes I'd thrown her way since we'd started the tour. Hell, I owed her a hell of a lot more than that. Every drunk person I bumped into in my bid to find my so-called team, and every congratulatory message I heard only caused the anger to rise inside of me. My gaze flickered over the crowd surrounding us as I searched for the sorry people that called themselves my team. Yeah, not anymore. "Noah," Lucky called out from my left, and I turned to see him pointing in the direction of the far corner of the room. I turned and marched in the direction Lucky was pointing. I could barely stop myself from breaking into a run. I hadn't felt anger like this in a very long time. Lewis came up beside me and placed a hand on my arm. Until that moment, I'd forgotten Tegan's hand was still in mine, and I'd been dragging her along like a rag doll. Jesus Christ, she was pregnant. Turning around, I glared at Lewis. "I'd have liked if you'd told me the very truth," I roared. "No, I don't want you near my wife. Really." Nodding stiffly, Lewis took a sensible step back, cheeks stained red. Good. He should be embarrassed. I was really embarrassed. I was disgusted with myself. All this had been going on under my very roof, and I hadn't known. I'd sat back and watched Tegan getting bullied in high school. I sure as hell wasn't going to watch it happen again. Barreling through the crowd, my eyes honed in on the three men in the corner with the women in revealing attire cozied up with them. "Nice," Tegan growled in disgust, obviously spotting them too. "Real classy." "Come on, Thorn," I snarled, tucking her into my side.
These bastards owe you an apology. And by the time I was done with them, they would be groveling at her feet. Noah? Tommy's voice was thick as he pulled away from the women he'd been talking to, sporting a confused look on his face. Are you all right? Rushing straight up to me, he placed his hand on my shoulder. What's happened? What do you think? I snarled, not bothering to explain myself. I was done. I was really through with this mess. Shoving past Tommy, I stalked over to the booth he had vacated, reached across the table, and grabbed Bo by the scruff of his neck. Noah, Bo hissed as I dragged him out of the booth. What in the world? What in the world is right, jerk? I roared, shoving him roughly onto the white carpet. Did you think you were clever? What the hell is this about, boy? Quincy snarled, jerking to his feet. My attention turned to Quincy, who was out of the booth and slowly backing away from me. Smart man. I told him, Lewis announced calmly, about the Heart Boy. Yeah, I snarled. Now all I want to know was which one of you geniuses' idea it was to mess with my wife. It was mine, Tommy announced, and my heart shriveled up in my chest. No, Tegan countered coldly. I heard Bo say. It was my idea, Tommy repeated slowly. Why? I whispered. The air felt like it had been sucked out of my lungs. I trusted you. I really trusted him, more than anyone else. Why would you do that to me? I did it for you, Tommy replied hoarsely. Noah, you've worked so hard, and I've been by your side throughout everything. Which is why I trusted you, I hissed, feeling like I'd been stabbed through the back. Holding my hand up, I forced myself to calm down and breathe, but I couldn't. All I could see was my oldest friend and the knife he'd driven into my back. I trusted you, Tommy. She's going to take you down, Noah, Tommy shot back in a passionate tone. His gaze flickered to Tegan and then back to me. I had to at least try and stop it from happening. I knew I sounded like a broken record, but I couldn't stop myself from repeating the same 3 words over and over again. I trusted you. I'd never had much faith in the human race. My upbringing had only cemented that notion, but I had never tarred Tommy with the brush I used for everyone else. I had always held him above the others, and he'd proved me wrong. I knew there was a crowd gathering around us, but I didn't care. Words I never thought I'd hear myself say fell out of my mouth with a finality that surprised me. I want you off this tour. Turning my attention to Bo and Quincy, I steadied myself before saying, I want all of you off this very tour. No. You're all fired, I roared. Don't really be here in the morning. You can't fire me, boy, Quincy snarled, getting up in my face. I made you what you are today. Shoving a fat finger into my chest, he hissed, you'd be a jumped-up little jerk on parole if it weren't for me. My lip curled up in disgust. Is that so? Very straight, Quincy sneered. I turned you into an athlete, a star. You ain't nothing but a jumped-up street-fighting convict without me, boy. Well, this jumped-up street-fighting convict is going to take his chances without you, I shot back. I'm done with you, Q. Exactly, Tegan growled, jumping to my defense. Noah has been kicking butt for years, real challenges, not the kind you have to get cleared to fight. Narrowing her eyes in anger, she walked straight up to Quincy and poked him in the chest. You can't claim you made a self-made man. What the hell do you know about it, girl? Quincy snarled. Don't speak to her like that, I snarled. No, Tegan interrupted, putting a hand on my arm. It's okay, Noah. She turned to face Quincy once more. I know a lot more than you've ever given me credit for. And here's another thing I know. I hope you've enjoyed hanging off Noah's coattails these past few years, because it ends tonight.
You can kiss that belt goodbye in December without me in your corner, Quincy was quick to reply, eyes locked on my face. Without a team behind you, you don't have a chance in hell. Who says he doesn't have a team behind him? Lucky drawled. Stepping forward to stand beside me, he tipped his head to one side and smirked. He's got me. And me, Tegan piped up, backing up against my chest. A homicidal convict and a deranged woman, Beau, who had come to stand beside Quincy, said, "That's some team." He laughed humorously before adding, "You're finished, Messina." "We'll see," were the last words I heard Quincy say before the sound of a single firework exploding filled me ears. Bang! Within seconds, a piercing pain ricocheted through my shoulder, a pain so fierce it took the air clean out of my lungs and my feet from beneath me. Dropping to my knees, I did the only thing I could think of doing in that moment. I grabbed my wife's arm and dragged her roughly to the floor just as another explosion went off nearby. Bang! I couldn't feel my arms as I shoved Tegan under a cloth-covered table and out of sight. Hell, I couldn't feel anything as I scrambled under the table and covered my wife's body with mine, just my own heartbeat hammering in my chest. I could hear it above all the carnage as it thundered in my ears. "Your arm," Tegan choked out as she lay on her back, looking up at me with wide, fearful eyes. "Oh my God, Noah, look at your arm. You've been shot," she cried out. "He shot you, Noah." "I'm fine," I whispered. My gaze drifted to my right shoulder, to where blood was soaking through my shirt. It barely nipped me. "Noah!" Tegan screamed frantically. "You're bleeding out." "Shh." Clamping my hand over her mouth, I lowered my forehead to hers and exhaled shakily, struggling to rein in my emotions. Quiet. Keeping my hand over Tegan's mouth, I turned my head to the side and peeked out from under the full-length tablecloth that was cloaking us from sight. "You're okay," I whispered, over and over again, desperate to comfort her. Tegan was shaking so badly beneath me that I felt it reverberating through me, but I didn't dare move my hand. Keeping her safe was my only priority in this moment. Come out, wherever you are, Messina." I felt Tegan stiffen beneath me as the voice I recognized from the past boomed like a drum from somewhere close by. "Don't you know by now that you can't hide from us?" Jerome Javis continued to taunt. "Your pretty little wife can't hide from us either. We've got a real nice homecoming gift for you, boy." "He's not here, jerk." Tommy's voice penetrated my ears, and my heart plummeted into my stomach. "But the cops are, or at least they're on the way, and you've made it so much easier for them to lock your butt up." "You'll do just fine, Moye," I heard Javis sneer, and I jumped into action. "No," Tegan hissed, grabbing the front of my shirt with both hands, pulling me back from the tablecloth I was moving towards. "Don't," she mouthed, tears streaming down her cheeks as she clutched my shirt in her fist like it was her last lifeline. Taking my hand, she placed it on her stomach before mouthing the words, "You promised." "Tegan." People around us were screaming and running for their lives, but I couldn't move a muscle. I had been knocked to the floor and was buried beneath an insufferable amount of weight. Frozen with fear, I remained on my back, barely daring to breathe. Noah had somehow managed to drag us both under a cloth-covered table. We were out of sight, but he continued to lie on top of me, covering me from view, protecting my body with his. He had his hand over my mouth, and I was glad. My fear was spiraling out of control, and I didn't trust myself not to scream. Never in my life had I felt fear like I had when I noticed the red blood spreading across Noah's white shirt. He looked unfazed. Adrenaline, it had to be. Nobody moved around like he had after getting shot. "Noah," Tegan screamed frantically, "you're bleeding out." "Shh." Clamping my hand over her mouth, I lowered my forehead to hers and exhaled shakily, struggling to rein in my emotions. Quiet. Keeping my hand over Tegan's mouth, I turned my head to the side and peeked out from under the full-length tablecloth that was cloaking us from sight. "You're okay," I whispered, over and over again, desperate to comfort her. Tegan was shaking so badly beneath me that I felt it reverberating through me, but I didn't dare move my hand. Keeping her safe was my only priority in this moment. Come out, wherever you are, Messina." I felt Tegan stiffen beneath me as the voice I recognized from the past boomed like a drum from somewhere close by. "Don't you know by now that you can't hide from us?" Jerome Javis continued to taunt. "Your pretty little wife can't hide from us either. We've got a real nice homecoming gift for you, boy." "He's not here, jerk." Tommy's voice penetrated my...
"You're okay," he continued to whisper in my ear, and I continued to sob against his hand and point to his shoulder in horror. I closed my eyes and prayed, "Please, don't let us die here. Lord, please don't let anything happen to my baby." My eyes sprang open the second I registered what I'd prayed for. My baby. Mine. Suddenly, this overwhelming feeling of possessiveness rolled through my body, bringing with it an indescribable feeling of protectiveness. It was a feeling I'd never experienced before, a feeling of unequivocal love and desperation. I dropped my hand to cover my stomach once more, and every nerve in my body came to life inside me. My heart began to drum a battle cry of its own accord, and just like that, the course of my life took a sudden turn. Motherhood. This was my baby, Noah's flesh and blood growing inside of me. My heart hammered against my chest as excitement, fear, uncertainty, and unadulterated love washed through me. An almost crazed urge to defend and protect the child inside my womb possessed me. The child that only an hour ago I hadn't known existed, but now couldn't see a future without. "I didn't know you were in there, you little intruder," I whispered in my mind, "but I won't let anything happen to you." I clenched my eyes shut as an abundance of emotions threatened to spill over. Please keep my baby safe. My heart swelled so big I thought it would burst. Come out wherever you are, Messina." Everything inside of my body stopped moving the second that man's voice filled my ears. My heart, my muscles, everything. "Don't you know by now that you can't hide from us? Your pretty little difficult person can't hide from us either. We've got a real nice homecoming gift for you." My eyes were locked on Noah's face as I watched him battle an internal fight with himself. Whoever this man was, he was baiting him, and Noah was desperately trying not to take it. "He's not here, jerk, but the cops are, or at least they're on the way, and you've made it so much easier for them to lock your ass up." Tommy's voice filled the room, and Noah's body seemed to jump to alert. "You'll do just fine, Moyette," the man gloated, and just like that, I felt my husband's self-control snap. "You can give your comrade a message from me." Noah lunged for the tablecloth at the same time I lunged for him. "No," I begged, voice strangled, as I managed to catch a hold of the front of Noah's shirt and pull his body back down on mine. "Don't." I was crying big, fat, ugly tears. Fear was imploding inside of me, and the thought of Noah going out there was driving me close to hysteria. So I used in that moment the only tool at my disposal, the child growing inside my womb. Taking Noah's hand, I placed it on my stomach. "You promised." I wasn't sure if I was speaking the words to him or mouthing them, but I had his attention. Noah was still here with me, and that was what mattered. Bang. The sound of another gunshot going off cut through the air, followed moments later by several police officers shouting, "Freeze," and commanding, "Put your hands in the air." Their threats and orders had come too late, I realized, as my gaze drifted towards the blood-stained carpet and then to the limp frame of a man hunched face down on the floor. "No!" Noah roared as he scrambled out from under the table.
On his knees, he crawled over to where the man was lying on the floor. No, no, no. God, T, no. Climbing out from under the table, I staggered to my feet and made to go after Noah, but a pair of strong arms came around me, holding me back. Don't, Lucky whispered, in a tone I found oddly comforting. Just stay back. Give him some space, okay? Is he? I felt my body weaken and sag against Lucky as I watched my husband slam his hands down on Tommy's chest before covering his mouth, frantically trying to resuscitate him. Is he? I couldn't say it, not out loud, not while the maniac who'd caused all of this was still in the room, snickering at my husband's agony. Guilt rushed through my veins as my eyes confirmed what my mind refused to acknowledge. Yeah, Tegan, Lucky whispered. Tommy's dead. And you're next, the man taunted, smiling cruelly at me as the officers led him from the room. We've got something special in place for you, difficult person. With the threat of a deranged man in my ears and the image of a slain man in my mind, everything became too much. The fear, the guilt, the throbbing in my head. Tegan, Lucky cried out in a frantic tone. God, Tegan. Confused and dizzy, I followed Lucky's line of sight to where he was staring. I was bleeding. Blood was trickling down my legs, pooling at my feet. Why am I bleeding? I stared at Lucky's face. The horror in his eyes caused a ripple of fear to run through my body. Shivering violently, I grasped at my stomach. Noah, I whispered, staggering forward. All of it became too much for me then, and my legs gave away beneath me moments before I collapsed into a blanket of darkness. Noah, I didn't cry. Not a single tear spilled from my eyes when the coroner zipped up the body bag with Tommy Moyet inside of him. Even now, as I sat in the waiting room of the hospital, having been stitched up, I couldn't feel a thing. Nothing. His face, blue, bloodied, and marred with a bullet hole in the center, haunted me, just like my father's had when I watched firsthand George Dennis take his life away, and still I didn't weep. Emotionless, I kept my eyes locked on the door of the room the doctors had rolled Tegan into over 5 hours ago. This was on me. All of it. Tommy was dead. Tegan was... I didn't even know what was happening with Thorn. They'd taken her away from me the moment the ambulance doors had opened, and I hadn't been allowed to see her since. And the baby? I didn't know a very thing. The cops had come and gone, several of them, all asking the same really questions with their tiny notebooks and beady eyes. I'd answered all their questions. I had nothing left to hide and only one thing left to lose. She was currently behind door 203. Did you recognize the man that shot you, Mr. Messina? Yes. Do you know his name? Jerome Javi. Several witnesses said they heard him mention you personally. Did he have some sort of vendetta against you? Yes. Why would that be? I beat him to within an inch of his life 8 years ago and served a 5.5-year sentence for the privilege. And Tommy Moyet? Do you know of any bad blood between Mr. Javi and the deceased? No. The only mistake Tommy Moyet made was befriending a guy like me. Tommy was dead, and the last words I'd spoken to him were on bad terms. Tommy protected me when I should have been the one protecting him. He could have told Javi I was there, but he didn't. I could have come out from under that table and stopped it, but I didn't. I did absolutely nothing as my oldest friend in the world had his brains blown out by a man after my blood. All because I loved my wife too much. Because I chose to put her life and feelings above everything else and everyone else. The worst part was knowing that if I had to do it again, I would choose her every very time. What kind of a heartless monster did that make me? Knowing that I would rather watch the whole world burn before losing my wife? Knowing that even though I was heartbroken my friend was dead, I wouldn't change a thing because Thorn got to live. From the age of 17, I'd been obsessed with her. The girl next door. The thorn in my side. She was my best friend, then and now. She was strong. She was opinionated. She annoyed the gosh out of me back then, and she challenged me on everything. She was my biggest weakness. and having her love me was my proudest accomplishment. She was the only reason I'd had to keep my nose clean in prison. She had to live. "How's the arm?" Lucky, who was sitting beside me, asked, stirring me from my reverie.
Still there. I reached up to touch the part of my arm just below my shoulder where the bullet had gone through. Doc said the bullet went straight through. It stung like a really bad, but I wasn't going to lie down on a gurney for the night and feel sorry for myself, not when my wife was inside that room. It didn't hit anything important, just muscle. The countless x-rays I'd had confirmed that. He gave me antibiotics and called it a flesh wound. "You were very lucky you didn't lose your arm, Noah," Lucky continued to say, eyes locked on the sling holding my right arm up. "That bullet could have ended your career." Lucky was telling me the same very thing I'd heard from the doctors earlier. "You will need to undergo an intense rehabilitation and therapy program to get that arm functioning again, Mr. Messina," the doctor told me as I sat on the hospital bed, trying to take it all in. "Absolutely no fighting for the next 3 months." "I'm a fighter, Doc," I shot back. "It's what I do. You said the bullet went straight through, so just give me some antibiotics and let me get back to my wife." "The muscles in your arm have been severed," the doctor countered. "This isn't some playground wound you can treat with an ice pack and painkillers." "What are you saying?" The doctor sighed heavily. "I'm saying that even with rehabilitation and intervention, there's a possibility that you may never regain full mobility in your right arm." "Do you think I give a very about my career anymore?" I choked out. "When Tommy's dead and Tegan's—" My voice broke off. I couldn't say it. I couldn't even bear to think it. Shaking my head, I continued my silent vigil of watching her door. "Tegan will be okay," Lucky countered quickly. "It's shock." He nodded his head, but his hands were shaking. "Just shock," he repeated quietly. "The blood," I choked out. The thought of Tegan hemorrhaging on the floor caused a spike of adrenaline to rush through my veins. Clearing my throat, I continued to stare at the door. "She's pregnant, Lucky." "Gosh," he let out a heavy sigh. "How far along?" "I don't know." My voice was flat, empty. "We just found out." "It'll be okay," Lucky muttered under his breath. "Have a little faith. Faith is for the optimists." I cleared my throat again, hating the sound of my own flat voice. I'm a realist. "Mr. Messina?" A small female doctor, clad in purple scrubs, came to stand in front of me. "My name is Dr. Hardy. I've been taking care of your wife." Immediately, I was on my feet. "Is she okay?" "Yes, she's stable," Dr. Hardy replied. Her blood pressure dropped significantly, and it took a while to regulate due to the fact that she was severely dehydrated, but we've managed to stabilize her temperature and blood pressure, and we've administered an IV line with fluids. "And the baby?" I managed to squeeze out. I was afraid to ask about the baby. She'd had no prenatal care. She'd consumed alcohol. She'd roughhoused around a very gym and had jetted around the country for the past 5 or so months. I was afraid of what that doctor was going to tell me. I don't know if she's still—" "Your daughter is just fine, Mr. Messina," the doctor replied with a smile. "Strong heartbeat and perfectly proportioned for 20 weeks gestation." My head began to spin. A daughter? 20 weeks? Every emotion I'd been holding back impaled me in that moment. Daughter. I felt my legs buckle beneath my weight, and if Lucky hadn't been standing beside me to lean on, I would have collapsed. "Hear that, man?" Lucky chuckled, wrapping his arm around my waist. "Your daughter." "My daughter," I repeated slowly. "My daughter." I had a daughter. Tegan was carrying my daughter inside of her. I knew in that moment that whatever the future held for me, I was going to protect her. I'd heard Javi's threats. He'd said they had something special planned for my wife.
There wasn't a doubt in my mind that they would have to kill me dead before I allowed anyone to lay a hand on my wife or my baby.